Chapters 12 to 15 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Now, however, after this goddess, the demiurgus of wholes is in the third place to be celebrated according to the order which he is allotted in the intellectual gods, peculiarly unfolding for this purpose all the truth concerning him. And in the first place, we must remember that it is necessary the peculiarity of this third father should be demiurgic, and thus, in the next place following Plato, we must direct our attention to other particulars respecting this god. The first of the intellectual gods, therefore, who is parturient with multitude, who is the leader and source of all separation, and who separates himself from the uniform and first gods, but generates the divided principles of wholes. This god again converts his progeny to himself, and weaves together these parts with his own sameness, and exhibits himself as one intelligible world in intellectuals, bringing forth in himself and retaining with himself his own offspring. But the second of the intellectual deities is the vivific goddess, who brings forth indeed in conjunction with the first intellectual god occult multitude, for she is conjoined to him according to supreme transcendency, but cannot endure to remain in this mode of generating, and in collecting the separation of wholes into unseparated union. Hence she separates the third intellect from the first father, but produces the multitude of the gods, and of intellectual reasons, and fills the demiurgus with generative power. If, therefore, the first intellectual god is parturient with the generation of wholes, but the prolific vivification of the intellectual orders causes this generation to shine forth, it is evident that the intellect of the intellectual fathers, according to his own order, produces and adorns all things, and calls forth indeed the occult nature of his father into separation and progression, but prepares total vivification to send forth the rivers of itself as far as to the last of things. For it is everywhere the peculiarity of intellect to divide and unfold multitude, the plenitudes of life, and the unions of intelligibles. Intelligible intellect, however, contains multitude uniformly, or according to the form of one, for multitude pre-exists in the intelligible according to cause. But the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual intellect, has indeed secondary measures of union, but is exempt from all perfect separation, abiding in the first principles of wholes. And intellectual intellect is the source of all division, and of the subsistence of partial natures, since it pre-establishes in itself all the multitude of forms, and this not tetratically only, as intelligible intellect, but it possesses one all-perfect intellectual cause of all forms. It is necessary, therefore, that the whole demiurgic principles should pertain to this intellect, that all the demiurgic gods should proceed from this one third father, and that this should be the demiurgus of wholes. For as the first of paradigms co-subsists in intelligible intellect, and in the third triad, and the first father, so likewise we must place the first demiurgic monad in intellectual intellect, and the third father of the intellectual gods. For on this account also the demiurgic is conjoined with the paradigmatic cause, according to the analogy which each is allotted among the fathers; one indeed in intelligibles, but the other in intellectuals. For one is the boundary of the intelligible, but the other of the intellectual order. But this is evident from what has been before said. Farther still, fabrication being fourfold, and one indeed adorning wholes totally, another adorning wholes but partially, another adorning parts but totally, and another weaving parts together with wholes partially. This being the case, it is evident that the cause of wholes, which is the cause of them uniformly and indivisibly, is the most ancient of all the causes. It is necessary, however, that this cause should either be prior to, or in, or posterior to the intellectual Gods. Where therefore shall we place it? For all the parts which are constituted by intellectuals are more partial than the one and total fabrication. For the division of wholes into three, and the leaders of divisible production, present themselves to the view in these orders. The natures, therefore, that are prior to intellectuals are defined according to other peculiarities of the Gods, as was before shown, and in short, they subsist according to union, and are expanded above the separation of intellectual forms. Chapter 13. It remains, therefore, that the one demiurgus of wholes must be arranged in intellectuals. But if indeed he is the first father, he will be intelligible, will contain his progeny in himself, and will be the collector of separation. How therefore does he divide the worlds? How does he generate the multitudes of mundane natures? How does he speak to all the junior demiurgi at once? For the first father is uncoordinated with the whole number of mundane natures, and also converts his first progeny to himself, flying as it were from multitude to union, and hastily withdrawing himself from all various separation into intelligible transcendency. But if the one demiurgus of wholes is the vivific order, all things indeed will be full of life on account of the whole demiurgus, and the cause of souls, according to a probable reason, will here become apparent, subsisting prior to multitude. But how will he convert all things to himself? How is he called demiurgus and father? For the vivific deity herself by herself has a maternal dignity among the Gods, and is the supplier of progression to all things. But to produce forms and to convert are the illustrious and peculiar good of intellect. Neither therefore is the demiurgus of wholes in the supermundane order. For all the natures there are partial, and either partially preside over wholes, or comprehend the productions of parts totally. Nor is he in intelligibles, for all the Gods there are fathers, and no one there is called demiurgus and father. But the divine orders antecedently comprehend all things in a manner perfectly occult and unical. Nor is he in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order. For to collect, connect, and perfect multitudes is not the province of the demiurgic peculiarity. For this is the source of separation, and the production of forms, glittering with intellectual sections. But the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, extend intellectual multitudes to the union of intelligibles. Nor again is it possible to admit that the demiurgic cause is in the first or second order of intellectuals. For the summit of intellectuals is imparticipable by mundane natures, and is rather proposed to them in the order of the desirable, but is not productive of them. Hence, all the Gods in the world are elevated to the Saturnian place of survey, but proceed from another secondary principle, and through it are converted and conjoined to the exempt kingdom. And the middle centre, being vivific, is not defined according to the paternal characteristic, for the generative very much differs from the paternal, and the vivific from the demiurgic genus. So far, I think, as the principles of the whole orders, I mean bound and infinity, differ from each other. For the demiurgic and paternal order is referred to bound, but all vivific and generative power to infinity. Chapter 14. I wonder therefore at those interpreters of Plato who do not make one fabrication but many, who assert that there are three demiurgi of wholes, and pass at one time to the second, and at another to the third demiurgus, and who divide what is said in the Timaeus, and think fit to refer some of the assertions to one, but others to another cause. For that there is a demiurgic triad, and another multitude of Gods characterized according to the producing cause, I also admit, and think it will be granted by Plato. It is necessary, however, in each order prior to the triad, and prior to every multitude, that there should be a pre-existent monad. For all the orders of the Gods originate from a monad, because each of the whole orders is assimilated to the whole progression of the Gods. As therefore the subsistence of the Gods has the cause of its generation from the imparticipable one, thus also it is necessary that the perfect orders in the Gods should have a pre-existent monad, and a first effective principle. According to the same reasoning, all the vivific progressions are suspended from one vivification, and the demiurgic orders are extended to one fabrication. And it is not proper that there should be multitude without the monad, for there will neither be co-arrangement, nor a division of multitude according to intellect, unless the one and whole pre-exist. For on this account, prior to all the divine progressions, the order of wholeness subsists, in order that it may comprehend parts, and may define them in and about itself. How therefore, neglecting whole in fabrication, can we survey demiurgi divided according to parts? Though Plato himself thinks, with respect to the paradigm of the universe, that the world should not be assimilated to anything which naturally subsists in the form of a part, but to all perfect animal. And on this account he demonstrates that the world is only begotten because its paradigm is one. For if it were not one, but many paradigms, again it would be necessary that there should be another animal about it, of which it would be a part, and it would be more right to assert that the world is no longer similar to the many paradigms, but to that which comprehends them. For it is necessary that the one paradigm should precede the many, in the same manner as the one good subsists prior to participated goods, and that the whole world should be the image of one paradigm prior to many. For whether it is alone the image of many paradigms, whence will the world be one and a whole? And how is it possible it should not be more dishonorable than its parts? For these indeed are assimilated to intelligibles, but the whole world is similar to no one of real beings. Or whether all the world subsists from a certain intelligible paradigm, if indeed there are many paradigms of one world, these also will be similar to each other if they are the causes of the same image. It is necessary, therefore, that sameness should be communicated to these from one form, or again, the world will be more venerable than its paradigms according to union. But if the paradigm is one, after the same manner also the demiurgic cause is one. For as there is one image from one paradigm, thus also the progeny being one, derives its subsistence from one demiurgus and father. For it is necessary that the paradigmatic cause should either be the same with the demiurgus, and should be established in him, or that it should be prior to the demiurgus, as we say it is, or that it should be posterior to the demiurgus, as some think proper to assert. If, however, the paradigm and the demiurgus are the same, the demiurgus will be one according to Plato. For the paradigm is only begotten, as he demonstrates. But if the demiurgus exists prior to the paradigm, which it is not lawful to assert, but the paradigm is one, much more will the demiurgus be one. For the causes which are more elevated are allotted a more uniform hypostasis, since also the first cause of wholes is one. And if the paradigmatic cause has indeed the first order in beings, but the demiurgic cause the second order, and this universe the last order, being the resemblance of the former, and the progeny of the latter, how is it possible, since the extremes are monadic, the middle multitude should be without the monad? For it is necessary that the paradigm, being intelligible, should impart by illumination a greater degree of union to the universe than the demiurgic cause. And as the paradigm, being only begotten, comprehends in itself the first paradigms, after the same manner it is necessary that the demiurgic monad should be comprehensive of many demiurgi. For if the world derives its only begotten subsistence from the paradigm, but through the demiurgus also is indeed entirely one. Farther still, I think that those who are the patrons of this opinion should direct their attention to that assertion of Socrates, that it is everywhere fit the many should be comprehended in the one. For on account of this we admit the hypothesis of forms or ideas, and prior to other things we pre-establish intellectual monads. How therefore are intellectual forms extended to one principle? And how do each of them proceed from one demiurgic cause? But the whole demiurgic form is multiplied and divided prior to the indivisible monad. For it is necessary that as all equals, whether they are intellectual or psychical, or sensible, should be suspended from one first equality, all beautiful things from beauty itself, and the many everywhere from primary beings. Thus also it is necessary that the multitude of demiurgi should be suspended from one fabrication, and should subsist about one demiurgic monad. For how can it be lawful to leave the one in forms rather than in the Gods? For forms indeed have their hypostasis mingled with multitude, but the Gods are defined according to union itself. If therefore all the multitudes of forms are the progeny of monads, much more are the orders of the Gods allotted peculiarities which originate from monads, and which through monads are inherent in multitudes. But if this be the case, it is necessary that the whole demiurgus should subsist prior to the multitude of demiurgi, and that the three demiurgi should distribute the one cause of the generation of the universe. Again, therefore, we assert from the beginning that it is necessary the demiurgic principle should either be one or many, or one and many. But if indeed it is one alone, and the multitude in the world, and the different order which it contains subsist similarly from one demiurgic principle, how are mortal and immortal natures the progeny of the same cause without a medium? For all the natures that proceed from the one fabrication are immortal. But if the demiurgic principle is many only, whence is the common form of hyparxis communicated to the multitude, if it does not originate from one? For as the final cause is one, viz. The good, as the paradigmatic cause is one, viz. Animal itself, and as the world is a generated one, thus also after the same manner the demiurgic cause is one. But if there are one and many demiurgic principles, whether does the one principle belong to partial or to total genera? If however it belongs indeed to partial genera, how is it extended to the first and intelligible paradigm? For the supermundane genera subsist about the intellectual Gods, and according to intellectual paradigms. For being partial, they entirely assimilate the natures posterior to themselves to intellectuals, coordinately to themselves. Or how will it any longer preserve the union of total fabrication, which produces wholes totally? For a thing of this kind pertains to no partial nature, but it belongs to a partial principle, to produce parts either totally or partially, as we before observed. But if the demiurgic principle belongs to the total orders, it is necessary that it should either be intelligible, or intellectual, or intelligible and intellectual. If however it is of an intelligible nature, how is it divisive of wholes? How is it coarranged with mundane natures? How is it said to fashion the universe? How from the genera of being does it produce soul, and the natures posterior to soul? For on this hypothesis we must admit that all these are in intelligibles, viz. Figure, the genera of being, and these divided, the similar and the dissimilar, and other things through which the demiurgic principle constitutes the whole world. But if the demiurgic principle is of an intelligible and at the same time intellectual nature, how does he produce participated intellect? How does he separate the multiform orders of souls? How does he divide the parts, or the circles that are in them? For that which is generative of participated intellect is imparticipable intellect, and that which has the power of dividing multitude will not, on this hypothesis, differ from that which connects the total genera of the Gods. And in short, the demiurgus of wholes is called by Timaeus intellect, and is frequently said to see, to discover, and to reason. But he is nowhere denominated by him intelligible, and at the same time intellectual. For the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods divide all things triadically. But the demiurgus at one time indeed divides the world into 5 parts, and at another divides the circles of the soul into hebdomads, that he may generate either the celestial spheres or the 7 parts of the soul. We must say therefore that he is entirely secondary to the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, and he is the cause of secondary goods to the world. But we must refer to those Gods the cause of united forms and reasons. That the demiurgic intellect, however, is an intellectual God is, I think, through these things sufficiently apparent at present. (Ch. 15). But Plato appears to me to have indicated the peculiarity of this God in a remarkable manner, by calling him intellect, and asserting that he sees intelligibles, but admitting that they are visible to him according to nature. For that which is truly intellect, and which establishes itself according to this hyparxis, is intellectual intellect. For intelligible intellect also is indeed simply intelligible, and is of that allotment, but is said to be intellect, as being the cause of every intellectual nature. And the intellect of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, has not its own nature unmingled with the intelligible. But intellectual intellect alone is peculiarly intellect, being allotted the intellectual itself in intellectuals, just as the most principal of intelligibles is primarily the first and the highest intelligible, which we denominate the one being, and that which is occultly being. This therefore is that which is simply intelligible, but that which is simply intellect is intellectual intellect. For the intelligible indeed possesses the summit, but intellect the end of wholes. And the intermediate natures partly pertain to the intelligible, and partly to intellect, and the intellectual nature. And the intelligibles indeed that are primarily so, possess intellect according to cause. But the first of intellectuals have the intelligible according to participation. And the natures that are collective of these conjoin the intelligible and intellectual peculiarity together. Since therefore Timaeus also calls the Demiurgus intellect indefinitely, and neither denominates him life nor intelligible, in consequence of his peculiarity being alone intellectual, it is certainly necessary that he should be established at the end of the intellectual Gods. For their intellect is intellect itself, and is not such an intellect as the Saturnian is. For Saturn also is intellect, but he is a pure and incorruptible intellect, which manifests his supreme empire in intellectuals, transcending the whole intellectual Gods. But the Demiurgus is simply intellect. As therefore the simply intelligible is the first of intelligibles, so that which is simply intellect is the last of intellectuals. For all things are in each of the orders. For in intelligibles, life and intellect pre-exist, and in the breadth of life there are similarly life and intellect, and in intellectuals there is each of the rest. But in intelligibles indeed, being is according to essence, but life and intellect are according to cause. In intellectuals, intellect indeed is according to essence, but being and life are according to participation. And in the intermediate natures, intellect is according to cause, but being is according to participation, and life according to essence. As therefore that which is most vital in life is the middle, and as that which is especially intelligible is the summit in being, so in intellectuals the extremity is that which is most intellectual. Hence, if there is a certain intellect which is simply intellect, and a perceiving intellect, this is intellectual intellect, which Plato denominating the Demiurgus unfolds to us the most manifest order, which it is allotted in intellectuals. On this account also, prior to all other things the Demiurgus constitutes participated intellect, as Timaeus says. For placing intellect in soul, and soul in body, he fashioned the universe, energizing therefore according to his own essence, and producing by his very being, he constituted the intellect of the universe prior to all other things. For every participated proceeds from imparticipable intellect. Hence, as if Plato had said that the generative cause which gives subsistence to participated intelligible is that which is primarily being, so since the demiurgus first produces intellect from himself, he will be imparticipable and intellectual intellect. From these things, therefore, it is evident what the hyparxis of the demiurgus and father is, and what order it is allotted in intellectuals according to Timaeus. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 to 17 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Let us, however, after another manner, syllogistically collect the peculiarity of the demiurgus, receiving from the Timaeus the principles of the arguments on this subject. This therefore is known to every one, that Timaeus calls the whole demiurgus fabricator and father in the beginning of what he says concerning him. For he says, quote, "It is difficult to discover the fabricator and father of this universe, and when found, it is impossible to speak of him to all men." Close quote. Hence, he does not think fit to call him either father alone, or fabricator alone, nor again connecting the two, father and fabricator, but on the contrary, he places the fabricative prior to the paternal. Now, therefore, we must show in the first place in what respect fabricator and father differ from each other, and in the next place, in addition to this, who the fabricator alone is, and who father and fabricator is, and how the fabricative and at the same time paternal peculiarity is considered by Plato as adapted to the demiurgus. If, therefore, we divide all things into the gods, and the progeny of the gods, and this is the same thing as to divide them into superessential monads, and the progressions of beings, father indeed will be generative of the gods, and superessential unities, but fabricator will give subsistence to essences and beings. For again, according to this reason, Timaeus says that the natures which are generated by the demiurgus are equal to the gods. For the demiurgus is not only fabricator, but also father, but that those which are produced by the junior gods are allotted a mortal nature. For these gods are alone producers and fabricators of things which participate of existence alone, and not of the superessential peculiarity. Hence, through that by which they suffer a diminution with respect to the demiurgic monad, through this they are not allotted a power generative of things equal to the gods, and through that by which the intellectual demiurgus is expanded above the junior gods, through this he binds to himself the generations of all mundane natures. But if again we divide beings into the total and partial, father indeed will appear to us to be the hypostatic cause of wholes, but fabricator of partial natures. For the former is the cause exemptly of things that are generated, but the latter proximately. And the former produces indeed by his very being energy, giving perfection to his hyparxis, but the latter produces by energizing his hypostasis, being fixed according to energy. If also we again separately divide the generations of perpetual and mortal natures, we must refer the generation of perpetual natures to the paternal cause, but the generation of mortal natures to the fabricative cause. For the fabricator indeed produces that which is generated from non-being to being. For the Elean Gist defines the effective art to be this. But the Father constitutes things posterior to himself consubsistent with himself. For he is Father by his very being, and has the power of generating united with himself. Each therefore, I mean the paternal and the effective or fabricative, is assimilated to the principle of bound, and the former indeed is the cause of union, but the latter of the production of forms, and the former is the cause of wholes, but the latter of an extension as far as to parts. And the one indeed is the primary leader of simple, but the other of composite natures. Again, however, in these, the generative cause and the cause which is productive of life are opposed to each other, because the paternal cause indeed is connascent with generative powers, but the effective with vivific powers. And as the paternal and the effective causes pertain to the coordination of bound, so every thing prolific and vivific pertains to vivification and the first infinity. These things, however, being thus divided by us, it is evident that the paternal indeed is itself by itself primarily in the intelligible Gods. For they are the fathers of wholes, being fixed according to supreme intelligible union. And on this account, Plato also calls the first God Father, from the natures which are proximately established after him, transferring to him the appellation of Father. For everywhere indeed it is usual with Plato to introduce names to the ineffable from secondary causes, and the causes which are posterior to it. But at one time indeed he introduces the names from all beings, and at another from the first beings. For it neither was nor is lawful to refer names to him who is exempt from all beings, from subordinate natures, and which are placed in an order very remote from him. If therefore all beings participate of the paternal peculiarity, we must say that Plato gives this name to the One from all beings. For there is not among all beings such a cause as this. Hence it is evident that Plato introduces to the One an appellation of this kind, from that which is the first and highest in the Gods. The intelligible Gods, however, are more ancient than all the divine orders, and subsist immediately after the One. The paternal cause therefore of beings is in the intelligible Gods, and the intelligible Gods are the fathers of all the divine genera, being established in the highest essences, and occultly producing wholes. And the first God indeed is beyond the appellation of Father, as he is likewise beyond all other names, and he is neither properly called the Good or the One, through his ineffable and unknown transcendency. But the intelligible Gods are primarily superessential unities and goodnesses, and are the exempt fathers of beings. The paternal peculiarity therefore originates supernally from the first intelligible triad. But the fabricative first presents itself to the view in the third triad. For that which generates all forms, and adorns all things with forms, is the third triad of intelligibles. For there, as we have said, all perfect animal subsists, which is comprehensive of the first and intelligible paradigms. Here therefore the effective also, or fabricative, at the same time subsists. For animal itself constitutes the Gods, and produces the forms of all beings. Hence it is allotted the paternal peculiarity according to the divine cause. But according to the formal cause, it unfolds into light the effective principle of wholes. But again, on the contrary, the effective and at the same time paternal peculiarity is allotted its hypostasis in the demiurgic monad. Hence also the demiurgus of wholes is the hypostatic cause of Gods. In a particular manner, however, he fabricates the world, energizing with forms and demiurgic reasons, for he constitutes intellect, souls, and bodies, adorning all things with forms, some indeed with first, others with middle, and others with last forms. Do you not see therefore how the end of intelligibles indeed was paternal, and at the same time effective, but the end of intellectuals is effective and at the same time paternal? There, however, the paternal peculiarity is more predominant, but here the effective. For in both indeed, both causes pre-exist. Nevertheless, in the paradigm, i.e. in animal itself, the paternal is more prevalent, but in the demiurgus the effective. For the former produces by his very being, but the latter by energizing. And in the former indeed, fabrication or effective energy is essential, but in the latter essence is effective. Forms also are with both, but in the former intelligibly, and in the latter intellectually. From these things therefore it is evident that the demiurgic cause subsists analogous to the paradigmatic cause, and that it has the same order with respect to intellectuals as that has with respect to intelligibles. And on this account, Timaeus also says that the demiurgus of wholes was extended to that paradigm. For he says, "Whatever ideas intellect perceived by the dianoetic energy in animal itself, such and so many he conceived it necessary for the universe to contain." And together with this analogy, there is a diminution of the intellectual with reference to the intelligible. For the latter is more united, but the former is more separated, and the one indeed is pre-established in the order of the desirable, but the other is moved about the desirable, and the one fills with paternal power, but the other absorbs as it were and embosoms the whole prolific abundance of the desirable. And after this manner the demiurgus of the universe is all perfect, receiving whole intelligible powers from all perfect animal. For the universe is threefold, one indeed being intelligibly all, another intellectually, and another sensibly. For the world is perfect from perfect natures, as Timaeus says, and animal itself is perfect according to all things, as the same Timaeus asserts. The demiurgus likewise, being the best of causes, is all perfect. Again therefore, resuming what we have said, we repeat that the paternal cause commences from the supreme union of intelligibles, but the paternal and at the same time effective cause is consubsistent in the intelligible paradigm, and the effective and at the same time paternal cause is defined according to the whole demiurgus. But the cause, which is alone effective and fabricative, pertains to the junior Gods, who give subsistence to partial and mortal things. The peculiarity therefore of the demiurgic cause is effective and paternal. And this Timaeus asserts not only in the beginning of the discourse about it, in which he says, "To discover therefore the artificer and father of this universe," etc. But also in the speech to the junior Gods he does the same thing. For the Demiurgus in a similar manner says to them, "Gods of gods, of whom I am the Demiurgus and father. Whatever is generated by me is indissoluble, I being willing that it should be so." For he does not call himself father and Demiurgos, but Demiurgus and father, just as there Timaeus calls him fabricator and father. And not in the Timaeus only is this mode of the arrangement of the names defined, but in the Politicus also, the Elean guest, speaking about the world, says that it imitates the instruction of its Demiurgus and father, and in the beginning indeed he uses these names more accurately, but in the end more negligently. Since Plato therefore everywhere preserves this order of names unchanged, it is evident to those who are not entirely unskilled in things of this kind, that he defines the demiurgic monad according to this peculiarity, and that he considers it to be effective and at the same time paternal. For because indeed it is the end of the intellectual triad, it is allotted a paternal transcendency with respect to all the second genera of Gods, but because it produces from itself all the partial genera and species of beings, it possesses an effective cause of the natures to which it gives subsistence. And because indeed it is father, power is in it, and at the same time intellect. For the Demiurgus himself says, "Imitating the power which I employed in your generation." And again Timaeus says concerning the Demiurgus, "Whatever ideas intellect perceived in animal itself, such and so many he conceived by the dianoetic energy it necessary for this universe to contain." Hence he is father, and the power of the father is in him, and intellect. All these, however, are in him intellectually, and not intelligibly. Hence I think he is called father indeed, not simply, but together with effector and Demiurgus; and power, not by itself, but the power of the Demiurgus and father. For he who calls himself Demiurgus and father, says that it is the power of himself; but he is immediately called intellect without the addition of power, and the other appellations. "Whatever ideas therefore intellect perceived," etc. For all things are in him intellectually, and both power and father by which he imitates the intelligible paradigm. For in him all things were intelligibly (videre licet) bound, infinity, and that which is mixed from both these. These, however, are father, power, and intellect. But the intellectual of the paradigm indeed was intelligible in the intelligible Gods, subsisting prior to an intellectual cause. The intellectual, however, of the Demiurgos is of itself intellectual, being intellectual in intellectuals, as was before observed. Because indeed, as we have said, he is father, power is in him, and also intellect. But because these are defined according to the effective and demiurgic, he is coarranged with the vivific order, and together with it constitutes the genera of life, and vivifies the whole world. What this order is, however, and where it is arranged, we shall shortly survey. But thus much is evident from what has been said, that so far as he is the Demiurgus, he requires contact with the vivific order, together with it generates total lives, and conjoins it to himself. Disseminating, however, all the measures of life in it, and together with it adorning and producing them, he again converts them to himself. For it belongs to him to generate all things, and to recall all things to himself, no less than to generate them, because he is established at the end of the intellectual order, and is the demiurgic intellect. As he is therefore demiurgic, he gives subsistence to all things, but as intellect he convolves multitude to union, and converts it to himself. He also accomplishes both these by the words which he delivers to the junior Gods. For he fills them with demiurgic and prolific power, collects them to himself, constitutes himself the object of desire, as it were, to the multitude of Gods, and extends about himself all the demiurgi in the world. (Ch. 17). In the third place, therefore, let us purify our conceptions about the demiurgic cause according to other projecting energies of intellect, following for this purpose Timaeus. In the first place then, Timaeus, in the beginning of the theory concerning the demiurgus, sufficiently exhibits his goodness, and his unenvying and abundant communication of demiurgic reasons, being impelled to this from the seed of goodness, which is inherent in him, and from his exuberant deity. For his goodness and his unenvying abundance are not, as it were, a certain habit of good, and a power or a form itself by itself existing prior to many goods, but it is one ineffable participation of good, and the one of the demiurgic order, according to which the demiurgus also is a God, and fills all things with their proper good. For because there is deity in him, which desires to adorn and arrange all things, and an hyparxis which is extended to the providence of the whole of things, on this account he establishes the principle of fabrication. His goodness, therefore, is nothing else than demiurgic deity, but his will is the progeny of the energy of his goodness, bounding the end of his power. For since in the demiurgus of wholes there are, as we have said, father, power, and intellect, and these subsist in him intellectually, according to each of these he is filled with the participation of the one, and through goodness indeed, that which is paternal in him, and which is as it were the intelligible of intellect, is illuminated. But through will his power is governed, and is extended to one intelligible good. And through providence his intellect is perfect, and gives subsistence to all things. All these likewise are the progeny of the one deity in the demiurgus. In the first place, therefore, as I have said, Timaeus unfolds through these things the divine peculiarity of the demiurgus. But in the second place, he presents to our view the intelligible cause which is in him, and also the united paradigmatic cause of wholes, which he contains. For to make all things similar to himself evinces that he is the intelligible paradigm of every thing beautiful and good in the world. For because he gives subsistence to all things by his very being, that to which he gives subsistence is the image of himself. And according to this reasoning, the demiurgus is not only a God, but he contains in himself the intelligible and true being, and antecedently comprehends not only the final cause of mundane natures, but also the paradigmatic cause. But again, in the third place, Timaeus celebrates the demiurgic power, and the principle which abolishes everything disorderly and indefinite, and prepares the beautiful alone and the good to have dominion in wholes. For the assertion that the demiurgus, to the utmost of his power, suffered nothing evil and vile to exist, indicates his unconquerable power, which adorns things material in an unpolluted manner, and imparts by illumination bound to indefinite, and order to disorderly natures. In which part of the Timaeus, likewise, this dogma of Plato will appear to you to be admirable, that matter is generated from some one of the Gods situated above the Demiurgus, for the Demiurgus receiving matter occupied by the vestiges of forms, thus himself introduces into it all the perfection of ornament and arrangement. Matter therefore, and the whole of that which is the subject of bodies, proceed supernally from the first principles, which, on account of their exuberance of power, are able to generate even the last of beings. But the Demiurgus of the universe imparts by illumination, order, bound, and ornament, and the whole world is fabricated an image of intelligibles through the communication of forms. In the fourth place, therefore, let us survey how Timaeus unfolds to us the demiurgic intellect, "by a reasoning process," says he, "the demiurgus discovered from the things which are visible according to nature, that no work which is destitute of intelligence can ever become more beautiful than that which possesses intellect." What therefore is this reasoning? What is the discovery, and whence does it originate? Reasoning therefore is indeed distributed intellection, looking to itself, and in itself investigating good. For every one who reasons passes from one thing to another, and being converted to himself, searches after good. The demiurgic intellect, therefore, in adorning and arranging the universe, subsists analogously to him who reasons. For he emits the divided causes of mundane natures, which pre-exist unitedly in intelligibles. For those things which intelligible intellect constitutes uniformly and exemptly, these intellectual intellect separating, distributing into parts, and as it were fabricating by itself, generates. Reasoning, therefore, is the being filled with the intelligible, and an all perfect union with it. By which also it is evident that it is not fit to think this reasoning of the demiurgus is either investigation or doubt, or a wandering of divine intellect, but that it is stable intelligence, intellectually perceiving the multiform causes of beings. For intellect is always united to the intelligible, and is filled with its own intelligibles. And in a similar manner, it is intellect in energy and intelligible. For at one and the same time it intellectually perceives and is perceived, discovers itself, entering into itself, and the reasoning also finds what this intelligence is, but not according to transition. For the intelligence of the Gods is eternal, and invention with them is not the discovery of that which is absent, for all things are always present to the intellect of the Gods. The intelligible likewise there is not separated from intellect. The conversion therefore of intellect to itself may be called reasoning, but the being filled from intelligibles, invention. And intelligibles themselves may be denominated things visible according to nature. For because Timaeus had denominated the unadorned subject of bodies, when it was vanquished by the obscure vestiges of forms, visible, hence I think he calls intelligibles visible according to nature. For it is according to nature, to intellect to look to these, and not to things subordinate to these. As therefore he says, that intellect itself sees intelligibles, after the same manner also he calls intelligibles things naturally visible, and converts intellect to the intelligible, as that which sees to that which is seen. If therefore intellect sees animal itself, and assimilates to it the whole world, it may be said that animal itself is visible to the demiurgus of the universe. For there the most splendid of intelligibles subsists. And this is that which we before demonstrated, when we said that there the fountain of beauty shines forth, which Socrates in the Phaedrus denominates splendid and fulgid. End of chapter 17. Chapters 18 to 20 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Such, therefore, are the conceptions which are to be assumed of the demiurgic cause, and from these things they are to be derived. We shall, however, obtain one perfection of the summit of the dogmas concerning it, if we are able to survey the words which this cause extends to the junior demiurgi, and to unfold the concealed meaning of them. This therefore we shall also do, establishing the following principle of the explanation of them. The energies and powers of the Gods are twofold, and some indeed abide in and energize about them, and have for their end one hypostasis, and which is united to essence. But others proceed from them, exhibit an efficacious power about secondary natures, and coexist with the multitude of their recipients, and with the peculiarity of essence. These, however, being twofold, the secondary are suspended from those that are prior to them, are defined about them, and receive their proper hyparxis according to them. For it is everywhere necessary that externally proceeding should be the images of internal energies, evolving the at once collected nature of their indivisibility, multiplying that in them which is united, and dividing their impartibility. According to this reasoning, therefore, the energy of nature is also twofold, one being that which abides in it, according to which it connects itself, and the reasons it contains, but the other proceeding from it, through which also bodies are filled with these physical powers, which, being moved by nature, act on each other, and physically suffer by each other. Again, the motion of the soul likewise is twofold, and the one indeed is self-motive, is converted to itself, is of itself, concurs with the life of the soul, and is without any difference with respect to it. But the other is incumbent on altermotive natures, moves these, and about these extends the power of itself. The energy of intellect, therefore, is likewise twofold, and one indeed is intellectual, is united to true beings, and is impartible, being coexistent with the intelligible itself of intellect, or rather being the intelligible itself and intellect. For intellect is not of itself incapacity, and afterwards receiving energy, intellectually perceives the intelligible, but it is one simple energy. For the multitude of it is unical, and its energy is directed to itself. But the other energy of intellect is directed to externals, and to things which are able to participate of intellect. For these intellect causes to be intellectual through itself, splendidly, as it were, emitting the light of its own intelligence, and imparting it to others. It is necessary, therefore, that the divine and demiurgic intellect itself should always indeed be united to the intelligible, and that it should have the plenitude and self‐sufficiency of demiurgic intelligence eternally established according to a union exempt from wholes; to which, as it appears to me, Timaeus also looking says, that the Father of the universe abides in his accustomed manner, and withdraws himself to his own place of survey, delivering the fabrication of mortal natures to the mundane Gods. For so far as he is exempt from the beings posterior to himself, and is uncoordinated with the more partial multitude of Gods, so far he is converted to himself, and surveys and intellectually perceives the natures prior to himself, according to one uniform union. But in consequence of the more ruling and leading Gods being extended towards him, he emits from himself secondary energies to all the partial orders. Timaeus, therefore, fashions through words these powers and efficacious energies which proceed from the whole and one fabrication to the demiurgic multitude of Gods. For words are the images of intellections, because indeed they evolve that which is contracted in intelligibles, but lead forth that which is impartible into a partible hypostasis. They likewise transfer that which abides in itself into habitude to another thing. And it is evident that the reasons which are impelled from nature are certain natural powers, and render that which receives them physical. But the reasons which are generated from soul are indeed vivific, but render the inanimate nature which participates of them animated, and moved from itself through the power of soul, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, and communicate to it the resemblance of self‐motion. And the reasons which are generated from intellect, illuminating the natures posterior to it, distribute all intellectual goods to their recipients, being the suppliers of true knowledge, of purity, and a more simple life. After the same manner also, the demiurgic words produce in the junior Gods whole, impartible, and united measures of exempt fabrication, and fill their essences with demiurgic providence. They likewise render them second demiurgi, and emulous of their Father. For he indeed gives subsistence to the whole plenitudes of the world; but they, imitating him, fabricate all partial natures in conjunction with wholes, and he produces the essence of perpetual natures. But they, fashioning mortal natures according to one generation‐producing circle, likewise transmute these. And as the one demiurgus governs the whole periods of the universe, thus also the many demiurgi convolve the divisible circles of the natures that are borne along in generation. If therefore we assert these things rightly concerning the words proceeding from the demiurgus to the multitude of mundane Gods, and they are efficacious, fabricative, and convertive of their recipients to a union with him, and are also perfective of the beneficent reasons which they contain, we shall no longer seem to speak paradoxically, if we say that these words extend to the Gods in the world the participation of all the powers that are firmly established in the Father, and of the causes prior to and subsisting after him. And as he convolving the end of the intellectual Gods is the plenitude of all things, so likewise the demiurgic words proceeding from him produce in the junior Gods the peculiarities, as I may say, of all the divine genera that are above the world, through which they are suspended from all the orders prior to them. Just, I think, as the whole of this world is suspended from the mundane Gods, who fabricate all mortal natures, and impart to different things a different power, and an efflux of divine powers. What, therefore, in short, is it which Plato indicates the Gods derive through these words from the first Demiurgos and the all-perfect fabrication? In the first place, indeed, they derive this, that they are Gods of Gods. For the vocal address proceeding to them from the Father is the supplier of divine power, and is allotted an efficacious presence in its participant, as we before observed. But in the next place, these words impart to them an indissoluble power. The Demiurgus of wholes, however, comprehends in himself the cause of dissolution, in order that they may indeed be essentially indissoluble, but according to the cause of binding, not indissoluble. In the third place, therefore, the Demiurgus produces in them from on high, through these words, a renovated immortality. For the assertion that they are neither immortal, nor shall be subject to the fatality of death, establishes them in this form of immortality, which the fable in the Politicus denominates renovated. In addition to this also, the words testify that they derive from the Father a power perfective of wholes. For if the world is imperfect without the subsistence of mortal animals, it is doubtless necessary that those who preside over the generation of them should be the causes of perfection to the universe. And in the last place, these words impart to the junior Gods a paternal and generative empire derived from the exempt and intellectual cause of wholes, and insert in them the proximate powers of regeneration. For through these words the junior Gods again receive in themselves the natures that are corrupted, fabricate parts from wholes, and again effect the dissolution of parts into their wholes. And universally, the words of the Demiurgus subject the perpetually generated course of nature to the fabrication of the junior Gods. In short, therefore, the Demiurgus fills the junior Gods with divine union, fills them with a firm establishment, and fills them with a perpetuity adapted to their nature. But he pours into them the all various causes of perfective powers, of vivific rivers, and demiurgic measures. Hence also the many demiurgi refer the fabrication of particulars to the one and whole providence of the Father, and the principles of demiurgic works which they received from him to his efficacious production. And all of them indeed are filled with all powers, because all of them participate of the demiurgic words which proceed into them from the Father. But some of them are more characterized by one peculiarity than another. And some of them indeed are the suppliers of union to their progeny, others of indissoluble permanency, others of perfection, and others of life. But others preside over regeneration, and being allotted in a distributed manner in the universe the powers which subsist unitedly in the one Demiurgus, they are subservient to the providence of the Father. And everything which is generated by the many Demiurgi is in a much greater degree produced by the one fabrication, which governs mortal natures indeed eternally, things that are moved immovably, and partible natures impartibly. It is not, however, necessary that the progeny of that one Demiurgus should be suspended from the motion of the junior Gods. For everywhere the one fabrication is more comprehensive than that which is multiplied, and the more causal of divine natures energize prior to their own offspring, and together with them constitute the progeny that proceed from them. The first demiurgic God, therefore, produces from and through himself the divine genera of the universe according to his beneficent will. But he governs mortal natures through the junior Gods, generating indeed these also from himself, but other Gods producing them as it were with their own hands. For he says, "These being generated through me will become equal to the Gods." The cause, therefore, through which is to be attributed to the junior Gods, but the cause from which, even in the production of mortal natures, is to be referred to the whole demiurgus. For always the first of those things that are constituted produce in conjunction with their monad the generation of secondary natures. And all things indeed proceed from that monad, but some things immediately and through it, but some things through other media receive the providence that emanates from it. For these middle genera of causes are allotted the providential inspection of secondary natures from the first effective monad. (Ch. 19). Concerning the words, therefore, in the Timaeus, which the demiurgus delivers to the Gods in the world, thus much may suffice at present. But after these it is fit to survey the second measures of total demiurgic providence, which the demiurgus extends from himself to the many and divisible souls. For having constituted these, divided them equal in number to divine animals, and disseminated them about the world, he inserts in them fabricative boundaries, defines the whole periods of them, inscribes in them the laws of fate, proposes the apparent measures of their generation producing life, legally institutes and adorns in a becoming manner all the rewards of virtue and the works of vice, intellectually comprehends in one the end of every period, and co-arranges with a view to this the whole polity of partial souls. All souls, therefore, of an immortal condition, being allotted a progression from the demiurgus, are filled from him with an united and intellectual providence. Because, however, progeny which are suspended from their causes participate of the perfective efficacy which proceeds from them, divine souls indeed primarily subsisting from thence become auditors of the words of their father immediately. But partial souls participate of the uniform providence of the demiurgus secondarily, and with greater partibility. Hence also the demiurgus, as a legislator, defining to these all the measures of their life, he thus extends demiurgic words, unitedly comprehending the divided nature of the whole of their life, convolving in sameness without time their temporal mutability, and collecting uniformly, according to one simplicity, the multiform and diversified nature of the energy which exists about them. But to divine souls he immediately unfolds the providence of himself, and exhorts them to join with him in a providential inspection of the whole world, to fabricate, adorn, and dispose in conjunction with him mortal natures, to govern generated beings according to the measures of justice, and to lead and convolve all things following demiurgic providence. Very far, therefore, are those interpreters of Plato from according with the fabrication of the universe, who admit that partial are the same with whole souls, and who attribute the same essence to all souls, because all of them are allotted their generation from one demiurgus. For in the first place, the father in the course of his fabrication, adorning, and disposing in an orderly manner partial souls, poured, mingling, the remainder of the former mixture, says Timaeus, and produced the second and third genera. But in a progression of this kind, the words effective of conversion, which he extends to divine souls, are intellectual and demiurgic, and impart to them generative powers and perfective goods. But those which he extends to partial souls are the definite sources of generation, of the laws of fate, of justice, and all various periods. If therefore every thing which proceeds from the demiurgus is essentially imparted to souls, it is indeed necessary that different measures of words should be the causes of different powers, and that to some among the number of divisible souls, the demiurgus should distribute a polity exempt from mundane affairs, but to others a polity arranged under these souls, and supernally governed by them. These things, however, may elsewhere be more copiously demonstrated. (Ch. 20). After the demiurgic words, therefore, again returning to the demiurgic intellect, let us survey, following Plato, who the demiurgus is, who convolves the end itself of the intellectual triad to the beginning, and after what manner it is fit to denominate him according to the Grecian theology. Or rather, prior to this, let us summarily show what we may assume concerning him according to the narration of Timaeus. For we shall more easily learn those particulars if we assent to these. For directly in the beginning of the theology concerning him, he is celebrated as the fabricator and father of the world. And he is neither called fabricator alone, nor father and fabricator, but at one and the same time manifestly possessing both peculiarities, he is rather characterized by the fabricative than by the paternal cause. But he is denominated the demiurgus of wholes according to his goodness, unenvying and exuberant will, and his power which is able to adorn and arrange all things, and even such as are of a disorderly nature. He is, however, particularly unfolded to us as the supplier of beauty, symmetry, and order, and as the best of causes, and this because he is allotted the uniform and first effective power of the whole demiurgic series. But he gives subsistence to intellect and soul, and at the same time to all the life in the world, since he fabricated the whole world an animal animated and endued with intellect, being likewise full of every intelligible, and extending himself to intelligible and all perfect animal, and conjoining this to himself through similitude, he fabricates the sensible universe only begotten, in the same manner as the separate paradigm, animal itself, transcending wholes, unitedly constitutes the intelligible universe. Moreover, he is likewise the fabricator of bodies, and the perfecter of works, binding all things by the most excellent analogies, and coadapting their powers, bulks, and numbers by the most beautiful bonds. Farther still, he constituted the universe a whole from wholes, and perfect from perfect parts, that it might be free from old age and disease, and might contain in itself all the genera of the elements. He likewise adorned it with the first figure, and with the most simple and most comprehensive of all figures. Besides these things, he is also the cause of self‐sufficiency to the universe, and of a circulation into itself, in order that suffering all things from, and affecting all things in itself, it might not be in want of any thing externally situated. and he is indeed the supplier of intellectual motion, and of a life which is evolved according to time, and which effects a mutation always according to the same, and similarly, and about the same things. Farther still, he is the father of soul, and of all the genera in soul, of the division in it, and all the harmonic reasons it contains, constituting it in the world as a self-moved and immortal lyre. And he is also the divider of the one and the seven circles in it, and in short is the maker and fabricator of figure and morphe. In addition to these things likewise, he generates from himself the whole of time, according to the imitation of eternity, together with all the measures of time, and the Gods that unfold these measures into light. But he especially constitutes the whole sun, enkindling its light from his own intellectual essence, in order that possessing a transcendency exempt from the other Gods, it might be the king of the universe. Moreover, he fabricates all the multitudes of mundane gods and demons, and all celestial and sublunary natures, in order that he may evince this only begotten and self-sufficient God, the world, to be the image of the intelligible and all-perfect God, fixing the earth indeed as a firm seat or vesta in it, but distributing by lot the other elements to divine souls and demons. Besides all this likewise, he converts to himself the genera of Gods that have proceeded from him, and fills all things with undefiled generation, with perpetual life, demiurgic perfection, and generative abundance. He also constitutes divisible souls together with their vehicles, divides them about their leading Gods, arranges different souls under different Gods, unfolds to them the laws of fate, measures their descents into generation, establishes rewards to their contests in their periodic revolutions, and institutes, as I may say, the whole of their polity in the world. But after all these things, he introduces a boundary to the providence of wholes, and returning to his own place of survey, delivering to the junior Gods the superintendence of mortal natures, and abiding in his own accustomed manner, is the paradigm to the demiurgi in the world of providential attention to beings of a second order. And as in the fabrication of wholes, the paradigm is intelligible animal, so in the arrangement of partial natures, the paradigm is intellectual animal, in which all forms shine forth in a divided manner according to their own nature. For Timaeus says, "The children, understanding the order of their father, were obedient to it," and he abiding, and paternally and eternally producing all things, they adorn and arrange the mortal genera demiurgically, and according to time. Hence the providence of the demiurgus presents itself to the view, extending from on high as far as to the production of these. And what is here said by Plato is as it were a hymn to the demiurgus and father of this universe, celebrating his productions and the benefits which he confers on the world. And it is requisite that, being persuaded by what is here clearly written, we should investigate all the other inquiries about the demiurgus. My meaning is that we should investigate what we mentioned a little before, who the demiurgus is, and how we ought to denominate him according to the sentiments of the Greeks, and on what account Timaeus neither delivers the name of him, nor unfolds to us who he is, but says, "that it is difficult to discover him, and that when discovered it is impossible to speak of him to all men. Now, therefore, I think, from what has been already said, it is evident, even to those who are but in a small degree intelligent, that according to the decision of Plato, it is the great Jupiter who is now celebrated by us as the Demiurgus. For if, as we have observed, the kingdom of Saturn is the summit of the whole intellectual triad, and the intelligible transcendency of intellectuals, but the maternal and vivific fountain of Rhea is the middle centre, and the receiving bosom of the generative power in Saturn, it is manifest to every one that the mighty Jupiter is allotted to the end of this triad. For from the before mentioned causes, one of which indeed is paternal, but the other generative, he is the God having a paternal subsistence, who is said to reign, receiving the intellectual dominion of his father. If, therefore, it is necessary that the Demiurgus should convolve the end of this intellectual triad, as was before demonstrated, and to effect this is the province of the royal power of Jupiter, we must evidently acknowledge that the Jovian empire is the same as that of the Demiurgus, and that Jupiter is the Demiurgus celebrated in the Timaeus. End of chapter 20. Chapters 21 to 23 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. If, however, it be necessary to consider this as worthy of further discussion, and to demonstrate that the theology in the Timaeus about the Demiurgus accords with what is elsewhere written by Plato concerning this God, let us in the first place assume what is delivered in the Critias, because this dialogue proximately follows the Timaeus, and is composed according to an analogy to it, delivering the hypostasis of the same things in images, the primary paradigms of which Timaeus celebrates through the fabrication of the world. Here, therefore, Plato, that I may derive what I say from the beginning, relating the warlike preparations of the Athenians in former times, and the insolence and usurpation of the Atlantics, who were the progeny of Neptune, but destroyed the divine seed through the mixture of human and mortal pursuits, and conducted themselves insolently to all men, collects indeed the gods to a consultation concerning them, in the same manner as poets inspired by Phoebus, and forms a common assembly of the gods. But Jupiter is the author of the whole polity of them, and converts the multitude of them to himself. And as in the Timaeus, the Demiurgus convolves all the mundane gods to himself, so Jupiter in the Critias, providentially attending to the whole of things, collects the gods to himself. In the next place, therefore, let us consider what Plato says concerning this God, and how it accords with what was before said by Timaeus. But Jupiter, the God of gods, who reigns legitimately, and who is able to perceive everything of this kind, when he saw that an equitable race was in a miserable condition, and was desirous of punishing them, in order that by being chastised they might possess more elegant manners, collected all the gods into their most honourable habitation, whence, being seated as in the middle of the whole world, he beholds all such things as participate of generation. Here, directly, In the beginning, King Jupiter, being celebrated as the god of gods, does it not accord with what is written in the Timaeus, where he is said to be the father and cause of all the mundane gods? For what other god is it who reigns over all the gods, except the cause of their subsistence and essence? Who is it also that calls the mundane deities gods of gods? Is it not him who binds to himself the principle of all fabrication? If, therefore, he imparts to his progeny to be gods of gods, in a much greater degree it pertains to him to be celebrated as the God of all the mundane gods. To which, therefore, of the gods, prior to the world, does it particularly belong to punish offenders, except to him who defines to souls all their measures, unfolds to them the laws of the universe, and legally institutes such things as are fit concerning justice and injustice, in order that afterwards he may not be accused of the vices of each of them. Moreover, to congregate all the gods into their most honourable habitation, from which the whole of generation may be seen, and which possesses the middle of the universe, is to attribute to him a providence exempt from multitude, but extending equally to the whole world, which things indeed are the illustrious goods of the demiurgic monad. For to convert all the gods to himself, and to survey the whole world pertains exemptly to the demiurgus of the universe. For what else is multitude able to participate proximately, except the monad from which it derives its subsistence? And who can convert all the gods in the world to himself, but the fabricator of their essence and of their allotment in the universe? (Ch. 22). We must establish this, therefore, as one and the first argument in proof of the thing investigated. But if you are willing, we will derive a second argument from what is said by Socrates in the Cratylus, in which he discusses the meaning of the names, from which he may represent to us the essence of Jupiter. For he is not led to the nature of this god from one name, as he is in the names of other gods, such as Saturn, Rhea, Neptune, and Pluto, but from two names, which tend to one thing, and which divisibly indicate the one and united essence of Jupiter, he unfolds the power of this god, and the peculiarity of his hyparxis. For the common rumour concerning him denominates him in a twofold respect, and at one time calling him Dia, Dia, we worship him in our prayers and hymns, but at another time we celebrate him as Zdena, Zena, a word derived from life, being therefore at the same time called Zdeus, Zeus, and delighting in the appellation of Dia, he is similarly denominated from both names by the Greeks. And these names manifest the essence and order which he is allotted among divine natures. And neither of these names indeed is by itself sufficiently able to make known the peculiarity of the god. But when conjoined with each other and forming a sentence, they have the power of unfolding the truth concerning him. How therefore, from both the names the power of this king is signified, and the precedaneous order of his hypostasis in the gods, we may hear Socrates himself saying, "that the name of his father, who is called Jupiter, is beautifully posited, but that it is not easy to apprehend the meaning of it, because in reality the name of Jupiter is, as it were, a sentence. Dividing it, however, into two parts, some of us use one part and some another. for some indeed call him Zena, but others Dia, and these parts collected into one evince the nature of the God, which we say a name ought to effect. For there is not any other who is more the author of life to us, and to all other things, than he who is the ruler and king of all things. It happens therefore that this God is rightly denominated, on account of whom life is present to all living beings. But it is divided into two parts, as if I should say that there is one name from Dia and Zena." The mode, therefore, of collecting the names into one, and of rendering the hyparxis of this God apparent through both, is manifest to every one. If, however, he is the supplier of life to all things, as he is said to be, and is the ruler and king of all such things as are said to live, to whom can we assert this peculiarity pertains, if we omit the Demiurgus? And is it not necessary that according with what is said in the Timaeus, we should refer to him the principle of vivification? For the Demiurgus renders the whole world animated, endued with intellect, and an animal, and constitutes the triple life which is in it, one indeed being impartible and intellectual, another partible and corporeal, and another between these, impartible and at the same time partible. It is he likewise who conjoins each of the celestial spheres to the circulations of the soul, inserts in each of the stars a psychical and intellectual life, and produces in the sublunary elements leading Gods and souls, and in addition to all these things constitutes the divisible genera of life, and imparts to the junior Gods the principle of mortal animals. All things therefore in the world are full of life, through the power of the Demiurgus and Father, and this world is one animal, deriving its completion from containing all animals, through the never failing cause of the power by which it was generated. And there is no other who is the supplier of life to all things, and through whom all things live, some indeed more clearly, but others more obscurely, than the Demiurgus of wholes. For he also is intellectual animal, in the same manner as the all‐perfect paradigm is intelligible animal. Hence, likewise, these are conjoined to each other, and the one indeed is paternally the cause of wholes, but the other demiurgically. And as animal itself constitutes intelligibly all intelligible and sensible animals according to one cause, thus also the Demiurgus fabricates intellectually according to a second order the animals in the world. As animal itself likewise proximately subsists from intelligible life, so the Demiurgus is generated from intellectual life, and is the first that is filled with the rivers of vivification. Hence he illuminates all things with life, unfolding the depths of the animal producing deity, and calling forth the prolific power of the intellectual Gods. If therefore all things live through the demiurgic cause, they also participate of soul and intellect, and, as I may say, of all vivification, through the providence of this God. But he who pours the rivers of life on all things in the world from himself, and is the ruler and king of wholes, is the mighty Jupiter, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, and evidently appears to be the same with the Demiurgus. And the divinely inspired intellectual conception of Timaeus concerning the Demiurgus accords with the theology of Socrates about Jupiter. If likewise each of them denominates the knowledge of this God difficult to be apprehended, and one of them says that it is difficult to discover him, and when discovered, that it is impossible to speak of him to all men, but the other asserts that it is not easy to understand the name of Jupiter, do they not in this respect accord with each other in what they say concerning this God? Besides this also, the composition of the names, and the coalition of the two names into one hyparxis, appear in a remarkable degree to be adapted to the Demiurgus. For a biformed essence and generative power are attributed to him according to other theologists. For the duad sits with him, according to which he generates all things, concerning which Timaeus also introduces him, speaking to the Demiurgi in the world, and saying, "Imitating my power," and through this he produces and vivifies all things. Hence it is necessary through names also to consecrate the duad to him according to ancient rumour. For he glitters with intellectual sections, divides and collects wholes, and constitutes one indissoluble order from many things. And this the power of the names indicates, extending us from divided intellection to one self-perfect and uniform theory. All these particulars, therefore, clearly demonstrate to us that Plato considers the Demiurgus of wholes to be the same with Jupiter. For he who alone is the cause of life to all things, and who is the king of all things, is the Demiurgus of the universe. And he who in a remarkable manner rejoices in a duad of names, is he who arranges and adorns the whole world. And it appears to me, as I have frequently said, that in consequence of being allotted the end of the intellectual triad, converting this to the beginning, and being full of the middle fountains of life, but uniting himself to the watchtower of his father, and producing into himself the simplicity of an intelligible subsistence according to the peculiarity of first effective causes, he is also allotted a duad of names. And as he received his essence from both, id est from Saturn and Rhea, and possesses indeed bound from his father, but infinite power from the generative deity of his mother, thus also he possesses one of the names from his father, and from the uniform perfection which is in him, but the other from total vivification. And through both, as he is allotted an essence, so likewise an appellation. For it is obvious to every one that the term dia, on account of which, is a sign of a total essence. "Let us declare," says Timaeus, "on account of what cause the composing artificer constituted generation and the universe. He was good." But the name of life pertains of itself to the middle order of beings. The Demiurgus, therefore, obtains one of these names, videre licet, dia, from the intellectual summit and the paternal union. For, according to the participation of it, he is one, bound, and intelligible. But he obtains the other name from the middle order of intellectuals. For there, life and the vivific bosoms are allotted their hypostasis. The demiurgic intellect, however, shining forth from both, participates also of the names through composition. For we call him dia and zena, because life proceeds to all things on account of him, and to live is inherent in all vital natures on account of him. And thus, after a manner, the position of the names indicates the progression of the demiurgus from both the precedaneous causes. (Ch. 23). Again, therefore, let us direct our attention to what is written in the Philebus, and survey how, in what is there said, Socrates refers the fabrication of the universe to Jupiter. For admitting that intellect adorns and arranges all things in the same manner as the wise men prior to him, and that it governs the sun and moon and all the circulation of the heavens, he demonstrates that the whole world participates of soul, and intellectual inspection, and that we also derive the participation of these from wholes, but that the universe is not and was not from chance, and likewise the most divine of visible natures, as many physiologists assert, while the natures which the universe contains participate of soul and intellect. Having therefore, as we have said, demonstrated these things, and shown that what the whole world contains is greater and more perfect than what we contain, and that wholes have a greater authority and a more ruling essence than partial natures, and having placed intellect over wholes, as that which adorns and arranges the universe, and likewise assigned this province to souls through the inspection of intellect, for intellect is not present to the world without soul, he afterwards recurs to imparticipable intellect, to the author of participated intellect and soul, and the fabricator of the whole world, and he denominates and celebrates this fabricator, who contains the causes of the plenitudes in the world, as no other than Jupiter, the great king and ruler of wholes, conformably to the rumour of the Greeks. He likewise extends about him all the providence of the world, and places in him the whole cause of the arrangement and ornament of the universe. It is better, however, in the next place to hear the words themselves of Plato. He gives therefore to the world an intellectual superintendence, and adds this to the before mentioned demonstrations, that there is, as we have frequently observed, an abundance of infinity in the world, and a sufficiency of bound, and that there is a certain cause in them, by no means vile and contemptible, which adorns and co-arranges the years, the seasons, and the months, and which may most justly be called wisdom and intellect. But again, because it is necessary that participated intellect should govern the world through soul as a medium, for it is impossible that intellect should be present to anything without soul, as Timaeus also asserts, hence it is requisite that soul also should preside over the universe, and that proximately having dominion over the natures it contains, it should govern the world according to intellect. This therefore Socrates, having in the next place added, he subjoins as follows, quote, "Moreover, wisdom and intellect could never be without soul." For how could the impartible and eternal essence of intellect be immediately conjoined with a corporeal nature? It is necessary therefore that intellect should preside over wholes, that it may connect the order in the world, well‐being, and all things. For order and well‐being are the progeny of an intellectual essence. But it is necessary that soul, primarily participating of intellect, should illuminate body with the light proceeding from thence, and fill all things with intellectual arrangement. It must be admitted, therefore, that the world is animated and endued with intellect. Hence from this, Socrates ascends to the cause itself of the whole world, which produced intellect and soul, and generated the total order of the universe. Quote, "Hence Socrates adds, you may say that in the nature of Jupiter there are a royal soul and a royal intellect through the power of cause, and that in the other gods there are other beautiful things, whatever they are, by which their deities love to be distinguished, and from which they delight in taking their respective denominations." One of these two things, therefore, is necessary, either that what is here said is said concerning the world, or concerning the demiurgus of wholes. For if the world is Jupiter, the participated intellect in the world is royal, and the soul also is royal which governs the universe, and arranges and adorns it according to intellect. And these things are evidently present to the world through the power of the cause by which it was constituted, and which rendered it a partaker of intellect and animated. And thus Jupiter will be that which is adorned and fabricated, and not the adorner and fabricator of all things. If, however, it is necessary that the power of cause should be comprehensive in an exempt manner of a royal intellect and a royal soul, we must admit that the nature of Jupiter is in the demiurgic order and power, and intellect and soul will be in him according to cause, since he imparts both these to his progeny. Of these two opinions, therefore, every one may adopt that which he pleases. But to me, when I consider what is here said, and every other assertion of Plato concerning this God, it by no means appears to be necessary to refer the nature of Jupiter to the whole world. For neither does the only begotten subsistence of the world accord with the kingdom of Jupiter, since the Saturnian triad, and which distributes the dominion of the Father, is manifestly celebrated by Plato himself. Nor can that which is cause to all things, as it is said in the Cratylus, refer to the world. For the world is among the number of things which participate of life from another. As I have said, therefore, we must leave this opinion as by no means adapted to Plato, though it is adopted by some of his interpreters. But considering cause to be the same as Jupiter, we must say that soul and intellect are established in him exemptly, and that Jupiter participates of both these, from the Gods that are prior to him; of intellect indeed from his father, but of soul from the queen Rhea, who is the deity of vivification. For there the fountain of soul subsists, just as in Saturn there is intellect according to essence. For everywhere the intelligible unically comprehends the intellect which is coordinate with it. And thus much concerning these particulars. End of chapter 23. Chapters 24 to 26 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. In the next place, we may conjoin with this the mythological conceptions in the Protagoras, and arrive at the same conclusion, considering in common with the Timaeus how the opinions delivered to us concerning the mighty Jupiter through the Protagorean fable accord with the assertions about the demiurgos. The fable says, therefore, that Prometheus, adorning the human race, and providentially attending to our rational life, that it may not perish by being merged in the furies of earth and the necessities of nature, as some one of the Gods says, bound nature to the arts, extended these, which are imitations of intellect, as it were, to sportive souls, and through these excited our Gnostic and Dianoetic power to the contemplation of forms. For every artificial production is effective of form, and adorns the matter which is the subject of it. The fable also adds that Prometheus, providentially attending to the arts, gave them to souls, and that he received them from Vulcan and Minerva. For in these Gods the cause of all arts is primarily comprehended, Vulcan primarily imparting the fabricative power of them, but Minerva supernally illuminating their gnostic and intellectual power. Not only, however, is the invention of arts necessary to souls in generation, but also a certain other science, the political, which is more perfect than the arts, and which is able to arrange and adorn them, and to lead souls through virtue to a life according to intellect. But as Prometheus was unable to impart this life to us, because the political science is primarily with the mighty Jupiter, but it was not possible, says the fable, for Prometheus to enter latently into the tower of Jupiter, for the guards of Jupiter are terrible, defending him exempt from all partial causes. Hence Jupiter sent the messenger Hermes to men, who brought with him prudence and shame, and in short the political science. Jupiter also ordered Hermes to impart similarly to all men these virtues, and to distribute to all souls the knowledge of things just, beautiful, and good, but not in a divided manner, as different arts are distributed to different persons. And some men indeed are judges of these things, but others are ignorant either of all or of some of the arts. In what is here said, therefore, Plato primarily refers to Jupiter, the paradigm of the political science, as is evident from the words themselves. But he produces the progression of this science, and the communication and participation of the Hermaical series, and extends its essential presence, which we participate in common to all souls. For to distribute to all of them is to insert in souls essentially a science of this kind. These things, therefore, being laid down, let us consider to whom we must say the political science especially pertains, and who it is that primarily established a polity in the universe, that formed divine to govern mortal natures, divided wholes from parts, and produced self-motive and intellectual natures more ancient than those that are deprived of the presence of intellect. Is it not the Demiurgus who is the cause to us of all these goods, who governs the whole world according to rectitude, binds it by the best analogies, establishes every polity in it, possesses and comprehends the laws of fate, and extends the sacred laws of Adrastia as far as to the last of things, and arranges and adorns by justice all celestial and sublunary natures? For he who introduces partial souls into the universe as into their habitation, and imparts to them a total polity, which is the best of all polities, and is governed by the most excellent laws, is he who denominates these laws the laws of fate, who defines the measures of justice, and legally institutes all things as Timaeus says. Is it not therefore superfluous to endeavor to prove that he who possesses the first paradigm of the political science is, according to Plato, the Demiurgus? If, however, these things are true, and according to the fable in the Protagoras, it must be admitted that the political science first subsists in Jupiter, it is evident from what has been said that the Demiurgus of the universe is Jupiter. For to what other cause can we grant the primary form of the political science to belong than to that which arranges and adorns the universe. If the polity in the heavens is the first and most perfect of all polities, as Socrates in the Republic says it is, who likewise is he that produces all things and co-arranges them, when produced to each other, in order to the elegant disposition of the universe? If therefore the first and most perfect demiurgus of the universe is political, but the political science first subsists with Jupiter, being established with him on a sacred foundation, proceeds from thence to all secondary natures, and adorns and arranges both wholes and parts according to intellect, it is evidently necessary that the demiurgus of wholes should be the same with Jupiter, and that there should be one hyparxis of both, which administers every thing in the world according to rectitude, and circularly leads every thing confused and disorderly into order. For, says Timaeus, it is not lawful for that which is best to affect anything else than that which is most beautiful. How, therefore, is it possible that he who adorns and arranges wholes through Themis, and together with her produces all things, should not essentially possess in himself the whole of the political science? How is it possible likewise that he should not be the first Jupiter, who definitely imparts to all things that which is divine, and weaves one polity from all things, but is exempt from all partial causes and the titanic genera, and is guarded by his own undefiled powers beyond the whole world? For the guards which surround him obscurely signify his immutable order, and the undeviating defense of fabrication, through which, being firmly established in himself, he pervades through all things without impediment, and being present to all his progeny, is according to supreme transcendency expanded above wholes. Moreover, the citadel of Jupiter, according to the rumors of theologists, is a symbol of intellectual circulation, and of the highest summit of Olympus, which all the wise suspend from the intellectual watchtower of Jupiter, to which he extends all the mundane gods, imparting to them from thence intellectual powers, divine light, and vivific illuminations, and compressing all the profundities of the worlds by one most simple circulation, through which the summit also of the apparent worlds is denominated the period of sameness, and the most prudent and uniform circulation, as Timaeus says, expressing the unical intellectual power of demiurgic conversion, and being allotted the same transcendency with respect to all the sensible world, that the supreme summit of Jupiter possesses with respect to all the arrangement of the firmaments. These things may also be assumed by us as subservient to the proposed investigation, from the fabulous fictions in the Protagoras. (Chapter 25). We may, however, approach still nearer to the truth, and assume in the present discussion the fable in the Politicus. For in this it will appear that Plato in a remarkable manner considers the demiurgus of the universe to be the same with Jupiter, and even as far as to the very names asserts the same things as Timaeus. The Elean guest, therefore, as we have before observed, assigns in this dialogue twofold circulations to the whole of this world, the one intellectual, and which elevates souls, but the other proceeding into nature, and imparting things contrary to the former, and the one indeed being unapparent, and governed by divine providence, but the other apparent, and convolved according to the order of fate. He also places twofold motive causes over these circulations. For every mutation and period require a certain moving cause, and prior to the causes that move the circulations, he asserts that there are as it were twofold ends of the periods, and assigns first effective causes of the motions, coordinate to the moving causes, and to the circulations themselves, which differ from each other. Jupiter therefore moves and circularly leads one of the periods, whether you are willing to call it intellectual or providential, or in whatever other way you may denominate it, and he also supplies the world with life, and imparts to it a renovated immortality. But he pre-establishes his father Saturn as the object of desire too, and the end of the whole of this circulation. For he leads back wholes, and converts them to himself. Moreover, he extends happy souls to the watchtower of his father, videre licet, those souls whose corporeal nature is obliterated, and whose circulation is to the incorporeal and the impartible. All the generation producing symbols likewise of these souls are amputated, and the form of their life is transferred to the intellectual summit. For these souls are also said to be the nurslings of Saturn, but to commit the government of themselves to Jupiter, and through him to be extended to the intelligible, and the Saturnian dominion. For the intelligible is nutriment, as it is said by the Gods themselves, and as Socrates in the Phaedrus elevates souls through the circulation of the heaven to the supercelestial place, where souls are nourished, survey true beings, and the unknown order of the Gods, with the highest powers of themselves, and, as he there says, intellectually perceive with the heads of the charioteers. Thus also the Elean guest circularly leads souls under Jupiter to the Saturnian watchtower, and asserts that such as have ascended are nourished by Saturn, and calls them the nurslings of the God. For everywhere indeed the intelligible is perfective of, and has the power of filling an intellectual life, and the summit of intellectuals extends perfection. These souls likewise participate of the natures that are beyond, establish themselves in more elevated intellectuals, and ascend as far as to the unknown order, but remote from the good, and the one principle of all things. But the souls that ascend through the circulation of the heaven are extended to the first intellect, which is imparticipable, and the intelligible itself. And when they are there, and have established their life in the occult order as in a port, they ineffably participate of the union proceeding from the good, and of the light of truth. With respect, however, to what remains respecting the twofold periods, as we have said, the world itself indeed moves itself, being moved according to its own nature, and giving completion to the order of fate. But the first effective cause of this motion of the world and of its life is the God who illuminates it with the power of being moved and of living, and is the mighty Jupiter. Hence also this period is said to be Jovian, so far as Jupiter is the cause of this apparent arrangement, just as Saturn is the cause of the intellectual and unapparent arrangement. It is better, however, to hear Plato himself discussing these things, that there are therefore twofold circulations of the universe, and that the God who moves it is the leader of the one, but of the other the world itself convolving itself, Plato here teaches us. But as was just now said, and which is the only thing that remains, the universe is at one time co-governed by another divine cause, again acquiring life and receiving a renovated immortality from the Demiurgos, but at another time, when he lays aside, as it were, the handle of his rudder, the world being left by itself, moves for a time by itself, so as frequently to proceed in an inverted order. Again, however, that one of the periods, videre licet, the apparent, is Jovian, but that the other is referred to the kingdom of Saturn, Plato himself determines in what follows, subjoining these words after the celebration of that life, and of the undefiled polity of the souls that are there, which is liberated from all corporeal pains, and the servitude about matter. Quote, "You have heard, Socrates, what was the life of men under Saturn, but you yourself have seen what the condition of the present life is, which is said to be under Jupiter." And moreover, that of these two circulations, since the apparent is under Jupiter, Jupiter is the cause and maker of it, is obvious to every one, and that again Jupiter is the power that moves the unapparent circulation, which is Saturnian, may be demonstrated from what is written. For it is necessary that these two Gods should either rule over each of these circulations, or that one of them should rule over the unapparent, but the other over the present circulation. If, however, Jupiter moves the universe according to this period, the world can no longer be said to convolve itself and to govern everything it contains. Nor will it be true neither that the whole is convolved by divinity with twofold and contrary circulations, nor again that two certain Gods convolve it whose decisions are contrary to each other. For if Saturn indeed moves it according to one circulation, but Jupiter moves it according to a period contrary to that of Saturn, two Gods will move it according to contrary circumvolutions. If, however, these things are impossible, it is indeed manifest to every one that both the divine causes preside over the circulation according to the Saturnian convolution. Saturn, indeed, as the supplier of an intellectual life, but Jupiter as elevating all things to the Saturnian empire, and establishing them in his own intelligible. And thus that period may be called Saturnian, in consequence of Saturn imparting the first effective cause of the whole of an intellectual life. But according to this more physical circulation, and which is known to every one, Fate and connate desire move the universe. Jupiter, however, is the cause of this motion exemptly, who gives Fate and an adventitious life to the world. These things, therefore, being demonstrated by us, let us consider what the particulars are which are asserted of the God who moves the world according to the other period. And they are these, quote, "That the world indeed at another time is conjointly governed by another divine cause, again acquiring life and receiving a renovated immortality from the Demiurgos." It is obvious, therefore, to every one, that the Elean guest says that the God who moves the universe according to the Saturnian period supplies it with life, and imparts to it a renovated immortality, and that he clearly calls him the Demiurgus. Hence, if it is Jupiter who conjointly governs that period, as has been demonstrated, he will be the Demiurgus of the world, and the supplier of immortality. And what occasion is there to say much on the subject? For if the same God is the cause of life, and is denominated the Demiurgus, again the Crotalus will present itself to us, and Jupiter, according to this, will be the same with the Demiurgus. For life accedes to all things from Jupiter, as it is asserted in that dialogue. Moreover, in what follows, as Timaeus calls the cause of the circulation of fate Demiurgus and father, after the same manner the Elean guest denominates this cause, and also calls it the maker. "For the world," says he, "revolves, remembering the doctrine of the Demiurgus and father." Properly, therefore, do we denominate the whole of this period Jovian, because the world moves and convolves itself according to the doctrine of Jupiter, and the order imparted to it from him. Again, therefore, Jupiter is Demiurgus and father, and here also the Elean guest preserves the same order of the divine names as Timaeus. For he does not call him father and Demiurgus, but on the contrary, in the same manner as Timaeus, Demiurgus and father, because the demiurgic peculiarity in him is more manifest than the paternal deity. These things, however, have been copiously investigated before, and it has been shown in what respect the demiurgic is different from the paternal genus, how they are complicated with each other, where the paternal subsists essentially, but the demiurgic according to cause, and where again the demiurgic subsists essentially, but the paternal according to participation. CHAPTER 26. It will remain, therefore, that we should make mention of what is written in the laws concerning Jupiter. For perhaps in them also it will appear that Plato assigns the same order to the Demiurgus and to Jupiter. As the equalities, therefore, according to which polities are adorned, are twofold, and the one polity indeed proposes the equal according to number, and proceeds through things which differ from each other according to an equal law, but the other embraces in all things the equality which is according to desert, and also, since equality subsists according to ratio, this being the case, each of these equalities exists in the providence of the world. For the essence of the soul indeed is primarily divided by its fabricator, by the equality according to ratio, but it is also consummately filled with the remaining middles, and bound with them through the whole of itself. The several bodies of the world likewise participate of a certain common essence in the fabrication of things, and on this account they are allotted the equality which is according to number. But all things are arranged and adorned through the best of analogies, and the Demiurgus according to this inserts both in wholes and parts an indissoluble order in the universe, and an adaptation of them to each other. This equality, therefore, the Athenian guest exhorts his citizens particularly to honor, in consequence of assimilating his city to the universe. He also says that it is a thing of this kind, but that it is not likewise easy for every one to perceive the most true and excellent equality. For it is the judgment of Jupiter. What therefore is the cause, on account of which the Athenian guest asserts this analogy to be the judgment of Jupiter? What other cause can we assign than its contributing to the perfection of the world, and its power and dominion in the fabrication of wholes? For that which gives an orderly distinction to the genera of causes, contrives the most beautiful bond of them, and weaves together one order from wholes, is, according to Timaeus, the power of this analogy. For it established soul in the middle of the universe, analogous to intellect and a corporeal nature. For soul is the middle of an impartible and partible essence. And by how much it surpasses a partible, by so much it falls short of an impartible hypostasis. The power of this analogy, however, binds the soul from double and triple ratios, and connects the whole of it, proceeding from, and at the same time returning to, its principles, by the primary and self-motive boundaries of equality. It likewise constitutes the corporeal series from the four first genera, and it adapts indeed the extremes to each other through the middles, but mingles the middles according to the peculiarity of the extremes. It reduces, however, all things to one world, and one indissoluble order connectedly comprehended in the universe. If, therefore, we acknowledge that this equality has dominion in the whole fabrication of things, the best of analogies is the judgment of the Demiurgos, and according to the decision of him who generated wholes, it is allotted that great dominion in the fabrication of the universe, which we have before shown it to possess. Hence, if the same analogy is the judgment of Jupiter, as the Athenian guest says it is obvious to every one that the nature of Jupiter is demiurgic. For it is not anything else which judges of the dignity of this analogy than that which employs it in the arrangement of wholes. And to this the legislator, establishing himself analogous, binds, and in a particular manner adorns the city, which is assimilated to the universe by this analogy. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 to 29 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. From these things, therefore, and from all that has been previously said, we confidently assert, following Plato and paternal rumors, that Jupiter is the demiurgus of the universe. And we may collect into one the scattered opinions of the ancients on this subject, of whom some indeed refer the paradigm of the world and the demiurgic cause to the same order, but others divide these from each other. And some place all perfect animal prior to the demiurgus, but others afford an hypostasis to it after the demiurgus. For if the demiurgus is, as has been said, the great Jupiter, and the paradigm proposed to the demiurgus in order to the generation of the world is all perfect animal, these are at the same time united to each other and are allotted an essential separation. And animal itself, indeed, intelligibly comprehends in itself the whole Jovian series. But Jupiter, the demiurgus of the universe, intellectually pre-establishes in himself the nature of animal itself. For animal itself is the supplier of life to all things, and all things primarily live on account of it. And Jupiter, being the cause of life, possesses the paradigm and the generative principle of the essence of all animals. Justly, therefore, does Timaeus in Plato, having called the intelligible paradigm animal, conjoin the demiurgic intellect to the first intelligible animal. And through the all-perfect union of the demiurgos and Father with it, he also arranges and adorns this universe. For Jupiter, binding to himself the fabrication of the universe, and being an intellectual animal, is united to intelligible animal, and being allotted a progression analogous to it, constitutes all things intellectually, which proceed from animal itself intelligibly. For, as we have said, the intelligible hypostases, being triple, and one indeed being allotted its hyparxis according to existence and the one being, but another according to intelligible life and the middle centre of the intelligible breadth, where eternity, all life, and intelligible life subsist, as Plotinus somewhere says, and another according to intelligible multitude, the first plenitude of life, and the all-perfect paradigm of wholes. This being the case, the three kingdoms of the intellectual gods are divided analogous to the three intelligible hypostases. And one indeed, the mighty Saturn, being allotted an hyparxis according to the summit of intellectuals, and having a paternal transcendency, possesses a dominion analogous to the summit of the intelligible gods, and the occult order. And as in that order all things are uniformly and are ineffably and without separation united, thus also this God again converts to himself and conceals in himself the natures that have proceeded from him, imitating the occult of the first summit. But again, the order which comprehends the middle genera of wholes, and is filled indeed from the generative power of Saturn, but fills from itself the whole fabrication with vivific rivers, has the same order in intellectuals which eternity has in intelligibles, and the uniform cause of the life which is there. And as eternity proximately generates intelligible animal, which is also denominated eternal through the participation of eternity, thus also the middle bosom of the intellectual gods unfolds the demiurgus of the universe, and the vivific fountain of wholes. But the third king, viz. The fabricator and at the same time father, is indeed coordinate to the remainder of the intelligible triad, viz. To all perfect animal. And as that is an animal, so likewise is Jupiter. And Jupiter indeed is intelligibly in all perfect animal, but all perfect animal is intellectually in Jupiter. The extremities likewise of the intelligible and intellectual gods are united to each other, and in them separation is coexistent with union, and one of them indeed is exempt from fabrication, but the other is converted to the intelligible, is filled from thence with total goods, and is allotted a paternal transcendency through the participation of it. The maker therefore and father of the universe, who has firmly established in himself the uniform strength and power of all fabrication, who possesses and comprehends the primary cause of the generation of wholes, and who stably fixes in himself all things, and again produces them from himself in an undefiled manner, being allotted such an order as this among the intellectual fathers, is celebrated, as I may say, through the whole of the Timaeus, in which dialogue his prolific and paternal power is unfolded, and his providence, which pervades from on high as far as to the extremities of the universe. He is also frequently celebrated by Plato in other dialogues, so far as it is possible to celebrate his uniform and united power, and which through transcendency is exempt from wholes. Chapter 28. If, however, some one, recollecting what is said in the beginning of the Timaeus about him, viz. That it is difficult to discover him, and when found, impossible to speak of him to all men, should enquire in the first place, why, since the Grecian theology ascribes such a name to the Demiurgos, as we have before mentioned, Timaeus says that he is ineffable, and established above all the indication which subsists in words. In the next place, if he should enquire why intelligible animal, which is arranged above the Demiurgos, is both denominated and is made known by many signs, but the Demiurgos, who has established his kingdom in an order secondary to that of all perfect animal, and is an intellectual God, all perfect animal receiving an intelligible transcendency, is left by Timaeus ineffable, as we have said, and unknown. Perhaps we also, following Plato, may be able to dissolve all such doubts. For every order of the Gods originates from a monad, and presides over its proper series according to the first effective cause. And such things indeed as are nearer to this principle are more total than those that are more remote from it. But more total natures are manifestly seen to be less distant from the monad, and conjoin things which are diminished according to essence to the natures that are prior to them. Every order of the Gods likewise is a whole united to itself through the whole, is allotted one indissoluble connection, both in wholes and parts, and through the monad, which collects every order into one, it is converted about itself, is suspended from this, and is wholly convolved according to it. If, therefore, we assert these things truly in each order, a monad is allotted a transcendency with respect to multitude, analogous to the good, and as the unical cause of whole goods, and which is incomprehensible by all things, is exempt from all things, constitutes all things about itself, generates them from itself, and hastily withdraws the unions of all things to its own ineffable superunion. Thus also the uniform and generative principle of every coordinate multitude connects, guards, and perfects the whole series of itself, imparts good to it from itself, and fills it with order and harmony. It is likewise that to its own progeny which the good is to all beings, and is the object of desire to all the natures that originate from itself. Thus, therefore, the union of the intelligible Father subsists prior to the whole paternal order. The one wholeness of the Synonches is prior to the connective order, and the first effective cause of life to the vivific order. Hence also of every demiurgic series which is suspended from the triad of the sons of Saturn, the monad which proximately fabricates wholes, and is established above this triad, comprehends in itself all the demiurgic Gods, converts them to itself, and is of a boniform nature. the one fountain likewise of all the demiurgic numbers subsists, as I may say, with respect to all this order analogous to the One, and to the one principle of all things. Timaeus, therefore, indicating these things to us, asserts directly in the beginning of the generation of the world that this monad, which proximately fabricates wholes, is difficult to be known, and is indescribable, as having the same ratio as the ineffable and unknown cause of all beings. Whence, likewise, I think, he calls the Demiurgos the best of causes, and the father of this universe, as being allotted the highest order among the Demiurgi, and convolving to himself and producing from himself all the effective principles. That one, however, Parmenides demonstrates to be perfectly unknown and ineffable. But Timaeus says that it is difficult to discover the maker and father of the world, and impossible to speak of him to all men, which assertion falls short of the cause that flies from all knowledge and all language, and appears to verge to the nature of things known and effable. For when he says that it is impossible to speak of him to all men, he does not leave him entirely ineffable and unknown. And the assertion that it is difficult to discover him is not the sign of a peculiarity perfectly unknown. For because the Demiurgos has established a kingdom analogous to the good, but in secondary and manifold orders of it, he participates indeed of the signs of the good, but is allotted the participation in conjunction with an appropriate peculiarity and a communion with beings adapted to him. And as he is good, but not the good itself, so likewise he is difficult to be known by the natures posterior to him, but is not unknown. He is also celebrated in mystic language, but is not perfectly ineffable. You may see, however, the order of things, and the remission in them proceeding in a downward progression. For the good, indeed, is exempt from all silence and all language, but the genus of the intelligible Gods rejoices in silence, and is delighted with ineffable symbols. Hence also Socrates in the Phaedrus calls the vision of the intelligible monads the most holy of initiations, as being involved in silence, and perceived intellectually in an arcane manner. But the vision of intellectuals is indeed effable, yet is not effable and known to all men, but is known with difficulty. For through diminution with respect to the intelligible, it proceeds from silence and a transcendency which is to be apprehended by intelligence alone into the order of things which are now effable. If, however, this be the case, all perfect animal is much more ineffable and unknown than the demiurgic monad. For it is at once the monad of every paradigmatic order, and is intelligible, but not intellectual. How, therefore, do we endeavor to denominate, and as it were unfold it, but thus magnificently celebrate the demiurgic cause? And how do we class this cause in the same rank with things ineffable? For this will not be acting conformably to Plato, who arranges animal itself beyond the demiurgos, but this will be giving an hypostasis to it in a secondary order of Gods, where it will be ranked, and will be effable and known more than the demiurgic monad. To which may be added, that to denominate that all perfect animal most beautiful, but the demiurgos the best of causes, gives indeed the same analogy to these causes with respect to each other, as there is of the good with respect to the beautiful. And as the good is prior to the beautiful, for the first beauty, as Socrates says in the Philebus, is in the vestibules of the good, so likewise the best is prior to the most beautiful, and the demiurgus is prior to all perfect animal. For the best indeed remarkably participates of the good, but the most beautiful of beauty. (Ch. 29). In addition to these things, therefore, it must also be asserted by us that the most beautiful and the best are simply indeed related to each other according to order, as the good is to the beautiful. For the series of the whole of goodness is expanded above all the progression and arrangement of the beautiful. Everywhere, therefore, the best is prior to the most beautiful, and the one indeed with reference to an inferior order will be the best, but the other with reference to a more excellent order will be the most beautiful. I say, for instance, that the most beautiful, as in intelligibles, will have this peculiarity, but the best, as in intellectuals. And if the most beautiful in supermundane natures is a thing of this kind, the best will be said to be best, as with reference to the Gods in the world. Hence, if the best of causes is the leader of the demiurgic series, and according to it is allotted a transcendency of this kind, but the most beautiful of intelligible animals pre-establishes the illustrious power of beauty in a higher order, by what contrivance can it on this account be shown that intelligible and all perfect animal is subordinate to the intellectual cause, and that the demiurgus is converted to that which is posterior to himself? Or how can it be said that animal itself is visible to him, and all perfect animal, and that which is comprehensive of all intelligibles, if it is made to be comprehended by another? For thus the demiurgus will be more comprehensive than animal itself, if the former indeed being characterized according to the best, is expanded above the paradigm, but the latter being denominated as most beautiful is secondary to the demiurgic cause. Moreover, as that all perfect and intelligible animal is particularly considered by Timaeus according to a formal nature, and not according to the union which is in it, and an hypostasis which is above all forms, he very properly grants that animal itself may be known and manifested by words, but considers the demiurgus as in a certain respect ineffable and superior to knowledge. For both indeed, I mean the demiurgus and animal itself, participate of union, and prior to a formal essence are contained in the one. And if you assume the unities which are in them, you must admit the unity of the paradigm to be intelligible, but the demiurgic unity to be intellectual, and that an intelligible hyparxis is nearer to the first one, which is unknown and incomprehensible by all things, than an intellectual hyparxis. But if you are willing to survey the forms of the paradigm by themselves, according to which it is said to be the paradigm of everything in the world, and the goodness and union of the demiurgus, the former will appear to you to be known and effable, but the demiurgic cause will be seen to participate of the unknown and ineffable peculiarity of the Gods. For again, Timaeus was in a remarkable degree in want of the demiurgus and father as the producing cause of wholes, and the generator of the world. But to generate, to produce and provide, are the peculiarities of Gods, so far as they are Gods. Hence also Timaeus denominates the peculiarity of the demiurgus, according to which he is a God, the cause of the generation of the universe, and the most proper principle of the arrangement of wholes. But he denominates the peculiarity of the paradigm to be that which comprehends the first forms, according to which the world also is invested with forms. For it is the image of the paradigm, but the effect of the demiurgus. It belongs, therefore, to the paradigm to be the first of forms, but to the demiurgus to be the best of causes, according to his goodness and the hyparxis of essence. For, as we have said, to generate, to give subsistence to, and to provide for other things, especially pertain to the Gods, and not to the natures which are primarily suspended from them. But the latter are allotted through the former in abundance prolific of secondary natures. It appears to me that Socrates, in the Republic, indicating these things, does not say that the son is the cause of generation, till he had declared him to be the progeny of the superessential principle of all things; just as Timaeus does not begin the fabrication of the universe, till he had celebrated the goodness of the demiurgus of wholes. For each, i.e. the demiurgus and the son, is a producing cause according to the good; the former indeed of the universe, but the latter of a generated nature, but not according to the intellect which is in them, or life, or any other form of essence. For these, through the participation of the good, constitute the natures posterior to themselves. And thus, through these things, we have answered the before mentioned doubts. End of chapter 29. Chapters 30 to 32 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Of the problems pertaining to total fabrication, it now remains for me to relate what my opinion is respecting the crater and the genera that are mingled in it. For these also Timaeus co-arranges with the demiurgic monad in the generation of the soul. The demiurgus, therefore, mingles the elements of the hypostasis of souls, but the middle genera of being are mingled. The much celebrated crater, however, receives this mixture and generates souls in conjunction with the demiurgus. Hence, in the first place, the genera of being must be admitted to be twofold, and it must be granted indeed that some of them give completion to total hypostases, but others to such as are partial, and that the hyparxes of first effective and united causes are established in the intelligible Gods. For their essence subsists primarily in the summit of intelligibles, and motion and permanency are in the middle centre. For intelligible eternity abides in one and at once, both abides and is the occult cause of all life. Hence Plotinus also calls eternity life, which is one and total; and again, in another part of his works, he calls it intelligible life. But the third from him, Theodorus, denominates it permanency. And both these opinions harmonize with each other, because permanency also is in eternity. For, according to Timaeus, eternity abides in one and motion. For eternity is intelligible life, and that which participates of it is intelligible animal. Moreover, sameness and difference are in the extremity of intelligibles. For whence does multitude originate but from difference? And whence is the communion of parts with wholes, and the hyparxis of things which are divided in each other derived but from sameness? For that one participates of being, and being of the one. All the parts likewise of the one being pervade through each other in an unconfused manner. For at one and the same time, sameness and difference are there occultly, and the whole intelligible breadth is allotted its hypostasis according to the first and most uniform genera. As essence likewise presents itself to the view in conjunction with the one, according to the first triad, so motion and permanency shine forth in the second, and sameness and difference in the third triad. And all things are essentially in the intelligible, just as life and intellect are there intelligibly. For since all beings proceed from intelligibles, all things pre-exist there according to cause, and motion and permanency are there essentially, and sameness and difference uniformly. Again, in the middle genera of the intelligible and intellectual hypostases, the same thing subsists secondarily and vitally. In the summit of them indeed, essence subsists. For Socrates, in the Phaedrus, speaking about this order, characterizes the whole of it from essence. For the truly existing essence, which is without color, without figure, and without contact, subsists after this manner. But in the middle centre there are motion and permanency. For there the circulation of the heaven subsists as the same Socrates says, being established indeed undeviatingly in one form of intelligence, but being moved in and about itself, or rather being motion and eternal life. But in the extremity of this order, sameness and difference are vitally established. Hence it is converted to the beginning according to the nature of sameness, is divided uniformly, proceeds into more numbers, and generates from itself more partial monads. Again, in the third orders, the highest of the intellectual gods possesses all things according to essence, and is the intelligible itself, and true being in intellectuals, again recalling the separation which is in himself into undivided union. But the middle order subsists according to motion, and at the same time permanency. For it is a vivific deity, abiding and at the same time proceeding, being established with purity, and vivifying all things by prolific powers. And the third progression subsists according to sameness, together with difference. For this separates itself from the fathers, and is conjoined to them through intellectual conversion. And it binds indeed at once the natures posterior to itself to each other, according to the common powers of forms, and at the same time separates them by intellectual sections. But in this order, all genera and species first shine forth to the view, because it is especially characterized according to difference, being allotted the end of all the total hypostases. From this likewise it proceeds to all things, videre licet, to participated intellect, the multiform orders of souls, and the whole of a corporeal nature. For, in short, it constitutes triple genera of the natures posterior to itself, some indeed being impartible and the first, others being media between partible and impartible natures, and others being divided about bodies. And through these things it generates all the more partial genera of beings. That we may therefore again return to what has been before said, the genera must be admitted to subsist everywhere, yet not everywhere after the same manner, but in the highest orders of divine natures indeed they subsist uniformly without separation, and unitedly, where also permanency participates of motion, and motion of permanency, and there is one united progression of both. In the more partial orders, however, it must be admitted that the same things subsist in a divided manner, and together with an appropriate remission. For since the first and most total of forms are in the extremity of intelligibles, it is indeed necessary that genera should have the beginning of their hypostasis in intelligibles. And if the demiurgic cause is generative of all the partial orders, it comprehends the first genera of the hypostasis of them. As likewise the fountain of all forms subsists in this cause, though there are intelligible forms, so the genera of being pre-exist in it, though there are other whole genera prior to it. And the divine Iamblichus somewhere rightly observes that the genera of being present themselves to the view in the extremity of the intelligible Gods. The present theology, likewise, following things themselves, gives a progression to these as well as forms supernally from the intelligible Gods. For such things as subsist according to cause occultly, and without separation in the first essences, i.e. in intelligibles, these subsist in a divided and partible manner, and according to the nature of each in intellectuals. For from hence all the divisible orders of beings are filled both with these genera and with formal hyparxes. And on this account the demiurgus also is said to comprehend all genera, and to have the fountain of forms, because he generates all the partial rivers of life, and imparts to them from himself by illumination all the measures of subsistence. Hence triple genera of all beings proceed from the demiurgus, some indeed being impartible, others partible, and others subsisting between these, being more united indeed than the partible, but more separated than the impartible genera, but subsisting according to the middle of both, and connectedly containing the one bond of beings. And the demiurgus indeed produces the intellectual essence through the first and impartible genera, but the corporeal essence through the third and partible genera, and the psychical hypostasis, which is in the middle of these, through the middle genera in beings. Moreover, he generates every intellectual and impartible nature from himself, and fills them with total generative power. But he constitutes the psychical essence in conjunction with the crater, and the corporeal essence in conjunction with total nature. Chapter 31. That in this arrangement likewise we follow Timaeus, anyone may learn from the following considerations. The demiurgus, producing the intellect of the universe, himself produces it from his own essence alone, unfolding it at once according to one union, in consequence of constituting it eternally, and no mention whatever is here made of the crater. But the Demiurgus, in arranging and adorning soul prior to body, mingles the genera, and energizes in conjunction with the crater. And in fashioning the body of the universe, and describing the heaven, he fabricates it in conjunction with necessity. For the nature of the universe, says Timaeus, was generated, mingled from intellect and necessity. And neither does he here assume the crater in order to the arrangement of bodies. But it has been abundantly shown by us elsewhere that Plato calls physical production a production through necessity, and does not, as some suppose, consider necessity to be the same with matter. It is evident, therefore, that the Demiurgus produces the generation of bodies together with total nature, mingles the partible genera in the first nature, and thus produces bodies from intellect and necessity. For bodies receive from intellect indeed good and union, but from necessity a progression which terminates in interval and division. He arranges and adorns, however, the self-motive essence of souls in conjunction with the crater, and neither intellect nor bodies require a cause of this kind. The Demiurgus indeed is the common source of the triple genera, but the crater is the peculiar cause of souls, and is co-arranged with the Demiurgus and filled from him, but fills souls. And receiving from thence, indeed, the powers of prolific abundance, it pours them on souls according to the measures of their respective essences. To some of them, likewise, it orderly distributes the summits of the genera of being, to others the middle progressions of the genera, and to others the terminations of them. Hence the crater is indeed essentially vivific, since souls also are certain lives, but it is the first effective cause of souls, according to the peculiarity of hyparxis, and is the uniform and all perfect monad, not of every life, but of that which is psychical. For from this crater the soul of the universe subsists, and likewise the second and third genera of partible souls, and of those souls that are allotted a progression between these. The whole number, therefore, of the psychical order proceeds from the crater, and is divided according to the prolific powers which it contains. Hence the crater is said to be the cause of souls, the receptacle of their fabrication, and the generative monad of them, and the like. For it is said to be so rightly and conformably to the mind of Plato. If, however, the crater is co-arranged with the Demiurgus, and equally constitutes with him the genera of souls, it is indeed necessary that this crater should be fontal, in the same manner as the whole Demiurgus. Hence the crater is the fountain of souls, but is united to the demiurgic monad. And on this account, Socrates also in the Philebus says that in Jupiter there is a royal soul, and a royal intellect. For that which we at present denominate fontal, he calls royal, though the name of fountain, when applied to souls, is well known to Plato. For Socrates in the Phaedrus says that the self-motive nature is the fountain and principle of motion to such other things as are moved. And you see that as a twofold divine monad prior to souls is delivered by theologists, the one being indeed fontal, but the other of a primary ruling nature, Plato likewise gives to the progeny of these twofold appellations, assuming one name from the more total, but the other from the more partial monad. For the self-motive nature is a fountain indeed, as being the offspring of the fontal soul, but it is a principle, as participating of the primary ruling soul. If therefore the name of fountain and also of principle is assigned by Plato to souls, what occasion is there to wonder if we denominate the exempt monads of them fountains and principles? Or rather, from these things that is demonstrated. For whence is a ruling power imparted to all souls except from the ruling monad? For that which similarly extends to all souls is necessarily imparted to them from one and the same cause. If therefore some one should say it is imparted by the demiurgos, so far as he is the demiurgos, it is necessary that in a similar manner it should be inherent in all other things which proceed from the demiurgic monad. But if it proceeds from the definite and separate cause of souls, that cause must be denominated the first fountain and principle of them. Moreover, that of these two names the ruling is more allied to souls than the fontal, as being nearer to them according to order, Plato manifests in the same dialogue. For calling the self-motive nature the fountain, and at the same time principle of the motion of the whole of things, he nevertheless frames his demonstration of its unbegotten subsistence from principle alone. For, says he, principle is unbegotten. For it is necessary that everything which is generated should be generated from a principle. If therefore demonstrations are from things proximate to the things demonstrated, it is necessary that principle should be more proximate to souls than fountain. Farther still, if everything which is generated from a principle, as Plato says, but souls are in a certain respect generated, as Timaeus says, there is also a precedaneous principle of souls. And as they are the principles of things which are generated according to time, so after another manner principle subsists prior to souls which are generated. And as they are unbegotten according to the generation of bodies, thus also the principle of souls is exempt from all generation. Through these things, therefore, it is demonstrated by us that the crater is the fountain of souls, that after the fountain there is a primary ruling monad of them, and that this monad is more proximate to souls than the fountain, but is established above them, as being their prolific cause. And all these particulars we have demonstrated from the words of Plato. Chapter 32. Again, therefore, let us return to the things proposed, and teach in a greater degree the lovers of the contemplation of truth concerning this crater. For the whole vivific deity, having established in the middle of the intellectual kings the prolific cause of divine natures, and according to her highest, most intellectual and all perfect powers, being occultly united to the first Father, but according to more partial and secondary causes from them, being conjoined to the demiurgos, and establishing one conspiration together with him of the generation of the partial orders, Timaeus mystically mentions those more ancient powers of the goddess, and which abide in the first Father. But with respect to those powers that are coarranged with the demiurgos, and adorn together with him the natures in the universe, some of these he delivers more clearly, but the whole of others through indication. For the secondary monads themselves of the Goddess are triple, as the wise assert, one of them being the fountain of souls, the second being the fountain of the virtues, but the third being the fountain of nature, which is suspended from the back of the Goddess. The Demiurgus, therefore, also assumes these three hypostases to his own prolific production. And the crater indeed, as we have said, is the fountain of souls, unically containing the whole and perfect number of them. And as the Demiurgus is allotted a paternal cause with respect to the psychical generation, so the crater is prolific, and is allotted the ratio and order of a mother. For such things as Jupiter produces paternally in souls, the fountain of souls produces maternally and generatively. Virtue, however, energizes by itself, and adorns and perfects souls, and on this account the universe, having participated of soul, immediately also participates of virtue. Quote, "For the Demiurgus," says Timaeus, "having placed soul in the middle, extended it through the universe, and besides this surrounded the body of it externally with soul as with a veil, and causing circle to revolve in circle, constituted heaven, one, alone and solitary, but through virtue able to converse with itself, and being in want of no other thing, but sufficiently known and friendly itself to itself." At one and the same time, therefore, the world is animated, lives through the whole of its life according to virtue, and possesses from the virtues, as its highest end, friendship with itself, and an all perfect knowledge of itself. For it is itself sufficiently known and friendly to itself through virtue. Moreover, nature also is consubsistent with the generation of body. For the Demiurgus generates body through necessity, and fashions it together with its proper life. And on this account, shortly after having constituted partial souls, he shows to them the nature of the universe and the laws of fate. For in consequence of possessing the cause of total nature and fate, he also exhibits these two souls. For the Demiurgus is not converted to things posterior to himself, but primarily contains in himself the things which are exhibited, and unfolds to souls the powers of himself. Hence the paradigm of all nature, and the one cause of the laws of fate presubsist in him. For the fountain of nature is called the first fate by the Gods themselves. Quote, "You should not look upon nature, for the name of it is fatal." Hence also Timaeus says that souls, at one and the same time, see the laws of fate, and the nature of the universe, videre licet, they see, as it were, mundane fate, and the powers of it. And the Elean guest in the Politicus denominates the motive cause of the more physical circulation of the universe, fate. For he says that, quote, "Fate and connate desire convolve the world." And the same person likewise clearly acknowledges that the world possesses this power from the Demiurgus and Father. For he says that all the apparent arrangement and circulation are derived from Jupiter. It is demonstrated, therefore, that according to these three causes of the vivific Goddess, which are co-arranged with the Demiurgus, the world is perfected by him, videre licet, according to the fontal crater, the fountain of the virtues, and the first effective cause of nature. It is likewise manifest that again in these things Plato does not refuse to employ the name of fountain. For in the Laws he calls the power of prudence, which is essentially inherent in souls, and which is productive of the virtues in us, the fountain of intelligence. And he also says that two other fountains are imparted to us by nature, videre licet, pleasure and pain. As therefore we before demonstrated that souls are called the fountains of motions on account of the one fountain of them, of which they participate, thus also when Plato calls the first progeny of nature fountains, it is obvious to every one that he will permit the exempt cause itself of them to be denominated a fountain. After the same manner, likewise, since he magnificently celebrates the essential power of virtue in us as the fountain of intelligence, he will not be compelled to hear a name which does not at all pertain to his philosophy, if some one should be willing to denominate the first monad of the virtues a fountain. But where shall we have the name of fountain posited by him in the intellectual Gods? In the Quartiles, therefore, he says that Tethys is the occult name of a fountain, and he calls Saturn himself and the queen Rhea fluxions. For these divinities are rivers of the intelligible fountains, and proceeding from fountains placed above them, they fill all the natures posterior to themselves with the prolific rivers of life. And the crater itself likewise is fontal. The Gods, therefore, also denominate the first effective causes of partial natures fontal craters. These things, however, we shall more fully investigate elsewhere. Let it be considered also that we have here sufficiently examined the particulars concerning the demiurgic monad according to the narration of Plato. End of chapter 32. Chapters 33 to 35 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. In the next place, let us survey those causes and leaders of uncontaminated purity, and see if Plato anywhere appears to remind us of this order of Gods, and of the inflexible power proceeding from them to all the divine genera. For the first effective triad of the immutable order is united to the triad of the intellectual kings, and the progressions of the former are co-divided with the monads of the latter, and the summit of the triad, and as it were the flower of the inflexible guard of wholes is united to the first intellectual king. But the middle centre of the triad is in a kindred manner conjoined to the second intellectual king, proceeds together with him, and subsists about him, and the extremity of the whole triad is connected with the third intellectual king, is converted with him to the principle of the intellectual order, and together with him is convolved to the one union of the father of all the intellectual Gods. And after this manner, indeed, the three unpolluted guardians of the intellectual fathers are monadically divided. But together with this division, they have also an hypostasis united to each other. All of them likewise are in a certain respect in each of the fathers, and all of them energize about all. And after a certain manner indeed, according to their proper hypostasis, they are divided from the fathers; but after another manner they are impartibly assumed with them; and at one and the same time they are allotted an equally dignified order with the fathers, and appear to possess an essence subordinate to them. Such, therefore, being their nature, they preserve indeed the whole progressions of the fathers undefiled, but supply them with inflexibility in their powers, and immutability in their energies. They are suspended, however, from total purity; and if some of the ancients have in any of their writings surveyed in intellect that which always subsists with invariable sameness, which receives nothing into itself from subordinate natures, and is not mingled with things inferior, they celebrate all such goods as these as pervading to intellect, and other natures from these Gods. For the oration in the banquet of Plato celebrates in a remarkable manner the immiscibility of the divine essence with secondary natures, and that which transcends the whole of things in purity and immutable power, arrives to the Gods through the guardian cause. And as the intellectual fathers are the suppliers of prolific production, both to all other things and to the inflexible Gods, thus also the undefiled Gods impart the power of purity both to the fathers and to the other divine orders. At one and the same time, therefore, the three unpolluted Gods subsist with the three intellectual kings, are the guardians of the fathers themselves, establish about them an immutable guard, and firmly fix themselves in them. Hence also the Athenian guest, as he arranges and adorns his polity through the best analogy, through which the Demiurgus binds and constitutes the whole number of the elements, so likewise he appoints a guard to all the inhabitants of the region, that nothing, as much as possible, may be without defense; imitating in this the intellectual Gods themselves, who guard all things by the undefiled leaders. And it appears to me that on this account he calls the rulers of his polity guardians of the laws, or simply guardians, because the inflexible guardians are consubsistent with the intellectual leaders of the whole worlds. (Ch. 34). These arguments, however, will be more remote from that divine triad, and are referred to it from ultimate images. But perhaps omitting these, we may abound with greater conceptions, and more conducive to the investigation of the thing proposed, and speculating together with Plato the divine genera, we may discover how he also celebrates this order of Gods, and constitutes them together with the three kings that are now discussed, just as by other theologists also we are mystically instructed in the truth concerning them. In the fable therefore of Protagoras, Plato, indicating to us the exempt watchtower of Jupiter, and the transcendency of his essence which is unmingled with all secondary natures, through which he is inaccessible and unrevealed to the partible genera of Gods, refers the cause of this to his immutable guard, and the defensive order by which he is surrounded. For on account of this, all the demiurgic powers indeed are firmly established in themselves, But all the forms that are in him are according to supreme transcendency exempt from secondary natures. And in short, the demiurgic intellect, through this order, abides after its accustomed manner. For the fable says that the guards of Jupiter are terrible to all things. And on this account, such partible genera of Gods, one of which also Prometheus is, cannot be immediately conjoined with the undefiled and Olympian powers of the Demiurgus. If, therefore, Socrates himself, in the form of a fable, clearly delivers to us the guard about the Demiurgus, is it not through these things evident that the guardian genus is consubsistent with the intellectual Gods? For, as the oracles say that the demiurgic order is surrounded with a burning guard, thus also Plato says that guards stand round it and defend inflexibly the summit of it, exempt from all secondary natures. But in the Crotylus, Socrates unfolding through the truth which is expressed in names, who Saturn is, demonstrates indeed his peculiar hyparxis, according to which he subsists as the leader of the total intellectual orders. He likewise unfolds to us the monad of the unpolluted order, which is united with Saturn. For Saturn, as he says in that dialogue, is a pure intellect. For he adds, the choron, ta choron, of him does not signify his being a boy, but the purity and incorruptible nature of intellect. After an admirable manner, therefore, the fabricator of these divine names has at one and the same time conjoined the Saturnian peculiarity and the first monad of the unpolluted triad. For the union of the first father with the first of the unpolluted Gods is transcendent, and hence this inflexible God is called silent by the Gods, is said to accord with intellect, and to be known by souls according to intellect alone, because he subsists in the first intellect according to one union with it. Saturn, therefore, as being the first intellect, is defined according to its proper order. But as a pure and incorruptible intellect, he has the undefiled conjoined in himself. And on this account, he is the king of all the intellectual Gods. For as intellect, he gives subsistence to all the intellectual Gods, and as a pure intellect, he guards the total orders of them. The two fathers, therefore, Saturn and Jupiter, are shown by the words of Plato to be co-arranged with the immutable Gods, according to union indeed, the first, but according to separation, the third. If you are willing, however, to survey the one inflexible guard of them with respect to each other, according to which the third father is stably in the first, as being the intellect of him, and energizing about him, again direct your attention to the bonds in the Crotylus, of which indeed partible lives, and the lives deprived of intellect, and which are stupidly astonished about matter, are unable to participate. But a divine intellect itself, and the souls which are conjoined to it, participate of these bonds according to an order adapted to them. For the Saturnian bonds appear indeed to bind the mighty Saturn himself, but in reality they connect about him in an undefiled manner the natures that throw the bonds around him. For a bond is the symbol of the connective order of the Gods, since everything which is bound is connected by a bond. Again, therefore, from these things, the guardian good which extends from the connective gods to the intellectual kings, is apparent, since it unites and collects them into one. For a bond guards that which is connected by it. But the immutable gods inflexibly preserve their own appropriate orders. For the guardianship of these gods is twofold. The one indeed being primary and uniform, and suspended from the triad of the connective gods, but the other being coexistent with the intellectual kings, and defending them from a tendency to all secondary natures. For all the intellectual fathers ride on the unpolluted gods, and are established above wholes through their inflexible, undeviating, and immutable power. If, however, it be not only necessary that these two fathers should participate of this guardian order, but that the middle vivific deity of them should be allotted a monad of the immutable gods coordinate to herself, it is indeed necessary that the first guardianship of the unpolluted leaders in the intellectual fathers should be triadic, and should have the same perfect number with the three intellectual gods. It is likewise necessary that the first of these leaders should be stably united to the first of the intellectual kings, but that the second should in a certain respect be separated from the second of these kings together with a union with him, and that the third should now be entirely separated from the third king. And thus the unpolluted proceeds conformably to the paternal order, and is after the same manner with it triadically divided. The first of the unpolluted gods likewise guards the occult nature of Saturn, and the first effective monad, which transcends wholes, and establishes perfectly in him the causes that proceed from, and again return to him. But the second preserves the generative power of the queen Rhea, pure from matter and undefiled, and sustains from the incursions of secondary natures her progression to all things, on which she pours the rivers of life. And the third preserves the whole fabrication of things, established above the fabrications, and firmly abiding in itself. It likewise guards it so as to be inflexible, one and all perfect with respect to the subjects of its providential case, and expanded above all partial production. (Ch. 35). Let us now then, from this indefinite and common doctrine about these gods, adduce the Grecian rumour concerning it, as delivered to us by Plato, and demonstrate that he, as far as to the very names, follows the theologists of the Greeks, just as in the mystic theory of the three kings, and the narration of the unpolluted gods, he does not depart from their interpretation. For who that is in the smallest degree acquainted with the divine wisdom of the Greeks, does not know that in their arcane mysteries, and other concerns respecting the gods, the order of the Curetes is in a remarkable manner celebrated by them, as presiding over the undefiled peculiarity, as the leader of the goddess Rhea, and as binding in itself the guardianship of wholes. These gods, therefore, are said to guard the queen Rhea and the demiurgus of wholes, and proceeding as far as to the causes of partible vivification and fabrication, to preserve the Proserpine and Bacchus, which are among these causes, exempt from secondary natures, just as here, i.e. in the intellectual order, they defend the vivifications of total life, and the first effective monads of all perfect fabrication. And not only Orpheus, therefore, and the theologists prior to Plato knew this curetic order, and knowing, venerated it, but the Athenian guest also in the laws celebrates it. For he says that the armed sports of the Curetes in Crete are the principal paradigms of all elegant motion. And now, neither is he satisfied with having mentioned this curetic order, but he also adds the one unity of the Curetes, videre licet, our mistress Minerva, from which the mystic doctrine also of theologists prior to him suspends the whole progression of the Curetes. He likewise surrounds them above with the symbols of Minerva, as presiding over an ever flourishing life and vigorous intellection, but beneath he manifestly arranges them under the providence of Minerva. For the first Curetes, indeed, as being the attendants of the intelligible and occult goddess, are satisfied with the signs that proceed from thence, but those in the second and third orders are suspended from the intellectual Minerval monad. What then is it that the Athenian guest says concerning this monad, which converts to itself in an undefiled manner the curetic progressions? The chore, id est virgin and mistress, that is with us, being delighted with the discipline of dancing, did not think it proper to play with empty hands, but being adorned with an all perfect panoply, she thus gave perfection to dancing. Through these things, therefore, the Athenian guest clearly shows the alliance of the curetic triad to the Minerval monad. For as that triad is said to sport in armor, so he says that the goddess, who is the leader of them, id est of their progression, being adorned with an all perfect panoply, is the source to them of elegant motion. And as he denominates that triad curetic from purity, so likewise he calls this goddess chore, as being the cause of undefiled power itself. For choron, ta choron, as Socrates says in the Crotylus, signifies the pure and incorruptible, whence also the Curetes are allotted their appellation as presiding over the undefiled purity of the gods. And the monad of them is particularly celebrated as a mistress and as chore, a virgin, she being the supplier of an inflexible and flourishing dominion to the gods. The word choron, therefore, as we have said, is a symbol of purity, of which these gods are the primary leaders, and according to which they are participated by others. But their being armed is a symbol of the guardian power according to which they connect wholes, guard them exempt from secondary natures, and preserve them established in themselves. For what other benefit do men derive from arms except that of defense? For these are in a particular manner the safeguard of cities. Hence fables, also ascribing to the unpolluted gods an unconquerable strength, give to them an armed apparatus. Hence, adorning the one unity of them with an all perfect panoply, they establish it at the summit of the progression of these gods. For the all perfect precedes things which are divided according to parts, and the panoply exists prior to the partible distribution of guardian powers. And it appears to me that through these particulars Plato again asserts the same things as were afterwards revealed by the Gods. For what they denominate every kind of armor, this Plato celebrates as adorned with an all-perfect panoply. For the Gods say, quote, "Armed with every kind of armor, he resembles the Goddess." Close quote. For the all-perfect, in the habit of Pyrrhic arms, and the undefiled in power, pertain according to Plato to the Minerval monad, but according to the narration of the oracles, they pertain to that which is furnished with every kind of arms. Farther still, rhythm and dancing are a mystic sign of this deity, because the Curetes contain the undefiled power of a divine life, because they preserve the whole progressions of it always arranged according to one divine boundary, and because they sustain these progressions from the incursions of matter. For the formless, the indefinite, and the privation of rhythm are the peculiarities of matter. Hence, the immaterial, the definite, and the undefiled are endued with rhythm, are orderly and intellectual. For on this account the heavens also are said to form a perpetual dance, and all the celestial orbs participate of rhythmical and harmonious motion, being filled with this power supernally from the unpolluted Gods. For because they are moved in a circle, they express intellect and the intellectual circulation. But because they are moved harmonically and according to the first and best rhythms, they participate of the peculiarity of the guardian Gods. Moreover, the triad of the unpolluted leaders is suspended from the summit of the intellectual Gods. And that it proceeds from this summit, Plato himself teaches us by placing the first cause of purity in Saturn, the king of all the intellectual hebdomad. For purity, ta koron, is there primarily, as he informs us in the Cratylus, and the first effective cause of purity pre-exists unically in Saturn. For on this account also the Minerval monad is called Chore, a virgin, and the Curetic triad is after this manner celebrated, being suspended from the purity in the intellectual father. End of chapter 35. Chapters 36 to 39 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Concerning the undefiled leaders, thus much we have had to say, according to the narration of Plato. The monad, therefore, now remains which closes the number of all the intellectual hebdomad, and is the first and uniform cause of all division, which must in the next place be discussed by us. The sections, therefore, of the intellectual Gods, which are celebrated by all the wise in divine concerns among the Greeks, and which obscurely signify the separations in those Gods, are effected in them through the seventh monad, which is the cause of division, and according to which they separate themselves from the Gods that are placed above them, proceeding into another order, are allotted a union exempt from subordinate natures, and by themselves have a definite order, and a progression bounded according to number. Plato, however, allows indeed poets that are inspired by Phoebus to signify things of this kind obscurely and mystically. But he excludes the multitude from hearing these things, because they believe without examination in the fabulous veils of truth. And this is what Socrates reprobates in Euthyphron, who was thus affected in consequence of being ignorant of divine concerns. According to the divinely inspired intellect of Plato, therefore, transferring all such particulars to the truth concerning wholes, and unfolding the concealed theory which they contain, we shall procure for ourselves the genuine worship of a divine nature. For Socrates himself in the Cratylus unfolds to us the Saturnian bonds and their mystic meaning, and in a remarkable manner demonstrates that the visions of those ancient and illustrious men do not fall off from the truth. After the same manner, therefore, he will permit his friends to assume intellectual sections, and the power which is productive of these, according to divinely inspired conceptions, and will suffer them to survey these together with bonds in the intellectual Gods. Farther still, the fable in the Gorgias, in a clearer manner separates the empire of Jupiter from the Saturnian kingdom, and calls the former the second from, and more recent than the latter. What is the cause, therefore, which separates these paternal monads? What intellectual power produced the intellectual empire from that which is exempt from it? For it is necessary that there should be with the Gods themselves the first effective fountain of division, through which Jupiter also separates himself from the monad his father, Saturn from the kingdom of the heaven, and the natures posterior to Jupiter, proceeding into an inferior order, are separated from his all perfect monad. Moreover, the Demiurgus himself, in the production of the genera posterior to himself, at one and the same time, is the cause to them of union, and the source of their all various divisions. For fabricating the soul one whole, he separates it into parts and all various powers. And in the Timaeus, where the Demiurgus is said to do this, Plato himself does not refuse to call these separations, and essential divisions, sections. He likewise cuts off parts from thence, places them in that which is between these, and again separates parts from the whole. And thus the mixture from which he had cut off these parts was now wholly consumed. Is it, therefore, any longer wonderful that the framers of fables should denominate the divisions of the intellectual leaders sections, since even Timaeus himself, who does not devise fables, but indicates the essential progression of souls into multitude, uses as a sign the word section? And does not also Plato in the greatest degree accord with the highest of theologists, when he delivers to us the Demiurgus glittering with intellectual sections? As therefore the Demiurgus, when producing the essence of souls, constitutes it according to true being, when generating life, he generates it according to the life which is in real beings, and produces the intellect which is in souls according to the intellect which is in himself. Thus also, when cutting the essence of the soul from itself, and separating it, he energizes according to the sections and separations which are in the intellectual order, and according to the one and intellectual cause of them. According to Plato, therefore, there is a first monad of the total divisions in intellectuals, and together with the twofold triads, I mean the paternal and the undefiled, it gives completion to the whole intellectual hebdomad. And we, following Plato and other theologists, concede the same things. Chapter 37. Let us now, however, return to the beginning, and demonstrate that Parmenides delivers the same things concerning this intellectual hebdomad, and that he produces this hebdomadic aion, eternity, and the peculiarity of the Gods, which is intellectual alone, in continuity with the triple orders of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods. And, in the first place, let us survey what he says concerning the Father of the intellectual Gods, and the undefiled power which is co-arranged with him. For, after the threefold figure and the order of the Gods, which perfects all things, that which is in itself and in another becomes apparent. These things, however, are demonstrated to be signs of the intellectual summit of the intellectual monads. For the first father of the Gods in this order, at one and the same time, is allotted a paternal transcendency with respect to those posterior to him, and is the intellect of the first intelligibles. For every imparticipable intellect is said to be the intellect of the natures prior to itself, and towards them, from whom it is produced, it has an intellectual conversion, and in them, as first effective causes, it establishes itself. Whence also the demiurgic intellect is the intellect of the natures above itself, and proximately indeed of its own father, from which likewise it proceeds, but eminently of the intelligible unities beyond Saturn. The first king, therefore, in intellectuals, is both an intellectual father and a paternal intellect. He is, however, the intellectual father indeed of the Gods that proceed from himself, but he is the paternal intellect of the intelligibles prior to himself. For he is indeed intellectual essentially, but he has an intelligible transcendency in intellectuals, because he is also established analogous to the unknown order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, and to the occult order of the intelligible triads. And as they are expanded above the triadic hypostases of the Gods posterior to themselves, thus also the father of intellectuals is a father expanded above the whole intellectual hebdomad, in consequence of being a paternal intellect. And analogously to the above mentioned orders of Gods, he establishes himself in them, and is filled from them with paternal and intelligible union. On this account also he is occult, shuts in himself the prolific powers of himself, and producing from himself total causes, he again establishes them in and converts them to himself. These things therefore Parmenides, also indicating, magnificently celebrates this order by these twofold signs, and characterizes the first king and father of the intellectual Gods through these peculiarities. For he is in himself and in another. For so far indeed as he is a total intellect, his energy is directed to himself, but so far as he is in the intelligibles prior to himself, he establishes in another the all perfect intelligence of himself. For indeed, this subsistence in another is more excellent than the subsistence of a thing in itself. Since, as Parmenides himself concludes, the subsistence of Saturn in another pertains to him according to whole, but the subsistence of him in himself according to parts. Where, therefore, does the another pre-exist? And to what order of the Gods prior to Saturn does it belong? Or is not this also divinely unfolded by our preceptor? For he says that this another remarkably pertains to that order according to which the power of difference first shines forth, being the progeny of intelligible and paternal power. Hence, in the first triad, the another was occultly, so far as power also had there an occult subsistence. But it particularly shines forth in the first order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods. For there the first difference, the feminine nature of the Gods, and the paternal and unvocal power subsist. Saturn, therefore, who is the first of the intellectual fathers, being intelligible, so far as he is a whole, establishes himself in the intelligible triads prior to himself, from which also he is filled with united and occult goods. And on this account he is said to be in another. With respect to those triads, indeed, the another is occultly, and according to cause in the intelligible, i.e. in the first triad of intelligibles, but according to essence in the intelligible of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods. All intelligibles, therefore, are united. The intelligible indeed of the intelligible and intellectual Gods being united to the intelligible of the intelligibles prior to intellectuals, but the intelligible of intellectuals to both. And the subsistence indeed in another adheres to the difference which is according to unical number, but unical number is suspended from the occult union of the one being, on which account also it is unical. Farther still, we also say that there is a twofold conversion in those orders, the one indeed being towards themselves, but the other towards the causes of them. For it neither was nor will be lawful for divine natures to convert themselves in any respect to natures posterior to themselves. And the intelligible Gods generate all things stably, but the intelligible and intellectual Gods, who illuminate imparticipable life, impart the original cause of progression to all things. And the intellectual Gods arrange and adorn wholes according to conversion. Hence, it is indeed necessary that the summit of intellectuals, which pours forth from itself the whole and all perfect form of conversion, should be characterized by both the convertive symbols, and should be at one and the same time converted to itself, and to the natures prior to itself. Hence, because indeed it is converted to itself, it is in itself, but because it is converted to the intelligible orders beyond itself, it is in another. For the another is more excellent than the whole intellectual order. As therefore the summit of intelligibles primarily subsists according to the intelligible peculiarity itself, and is firmly established above wholes, and as the summit of intelligibles and intellectuals primarily unfolds the peculiarity of this order, subsisting according to divine diversity, and being to all things the cause of all various progressions, thus also the intelligible deity of intellectuals exhibits from himself according to union the twofold forms of conversion, being indeed in another according to the more excellent form of conversion, but in himself according to the less excellent form. For to be converted to himself is inferior to the conversion to more excellent natures. Again, therefore, the subsistence in another is the illustrious prerogative of the intelligible and paternal peculiarity. For the another is intelligible, and difference was the power proceeding from the intelligible fathers, and from the natures firmly established in them. Hence, that which is comprehended in this power and is filled from it, is paternal and intelligible. But the subsistence of a thing in itself is the proper sign of the unpolluted monad. For, as we have before observed, the summits of the two intellectual triads are conjoined, and the monad of the guardian triad has eternally established itself in the paternal monad, and again establishes in, and converts to itself the natures which have proceeded from itself. And the first intellectual father is indeed father on account of himself, but on account of the unpolluted monad, he comprehends in himself the genera of himself, stably recalls them when they have proceeded from him to himself, and in his own allness contains the intelligible multitudes of intellectuals in unproceeding union with their monad. The first leader, therefore, of the guardian order subsists in conjunction with the father, and the father indeed comprehends the unpolluted cause, but is comprehended by the first intelligibles. And as he is intelligibly established in them, so likewise he has established in himself and constituted about himself the one summit of the inflexible Gods. In the Parmenides, therefore, also, the same God appears to us to be a pure intellect, because indeed he is intellect, being extended to the intelligible place of survey, and on this account being in another, so far as he is wholly established in it. But again, because he is pure and immaterial, being converted to himself, and shutting in himself all his own powers. For the parts of this wholeness are more partial powers, which hasten indeed to a progression from the Father, but are on all sides established and comprehended by the wholeness. And the wholeness itself is a deity, connectedly containing in itself intelligible parts, being parturient indeed with intellectual multitude, generating all things stably, and again embosoming and collecting to itself its progeny, and, as the more tragical fables say, absorbing and depositing them in itself. For the progeny of it are twofold, some indeed being as it were analyzed into it, but others being divided from it, and some abiding in it through the first unpolluted monad, but others proceeding according to the prolific cause of the intellectual Gods, surmounting the union of the Father, and being the primary leaders of another order, and of the arrangement and ornament of secondary natures. The first order, therefore, of the intellectual Gods is thus delivered to us by Parmenides. (Ch. 38). The second order, however, after this, is that which comprehends the middle genera of wholes, is the cause to all things of progression and prolific power, and is in continuity with the first order of the intellectual Gods. What else, therefore, than life is everywhere in continuity with the intelligible and true being? For it is the medium between intellect and the intelligible, conjoining intellect to the intelligible, and expressing the intelligible power, which collects together the one and being. As the intelligible, therefore, is to the one and hyparxis, so is life to power, and intellect to being. And As in intelligibles, the One is the object of desire, but being aspires after the participation of the One, and power collects being to the participation of the One, and the One to a communion with being. For the One here is not imparticipable and exempt from all power. So likewise the intelligible is the object of desire to intellect, but intellect is filled with it, and life binds indeed intellect to the intelligible, but unfolds the intelligible to intellect. Whence also, I think, those who are wise in all divine concerns call the One and hyparxis intelligible, but that which is primarily being they call the first intellect, conformably to this analogy. Life, therefore, is the medium between being and intellect, in the same manner as power subsists between the One and being. And all these, videre licet, the intelligible, life, and intellect, are primarily in intelligibles, but secondarily in intelligibles and intellectuals, and according to a third diminution, in intellectuals. In intelligibles, however, being is according to essence, for there intellect is primarily according to cause. But in intellectuals, intellect indeed is according to essence, but the natures prior to intellect are according to participation. Since therefore life is surveyed in a threefold respect, in intelligibles indeed according to cause, but in intelligibles and intellectuals according to hyparxis, and in intellectuals according to participation, it is indeed necessary that the life which is in the intellectual order should both be life, and participate of the causes generative of life prior of itself. The one, therefore, of the intellectual Gods which is arranged in the middle, is not motion, but that which is moved. For prior to this, it has been demonstrated by Plato that all life is motion. For soul is self-motive because it is self-vital, and intellect is on this account moved because it has the most excellent life. The first vivific cause, therefore, of the intellectual Gods is primarily allotted motion. If, however, it was the first effective and highest life, it would be requisite to denominate it motion and not that which is moved. But since it is life as in intellectuals, but is filled from exempt life, it is at the same time motion and that which is moved. Very properly, therefore, does Parmenides demonstrate that the One in this order is moved because it proceeds from the causes of all life that are placed above it, and is analogous to the middle centre of intelligibles, and to the middle triad of intelligibles and intellectuals. Hence also Socrates in the Phaedrus calls this middle triad heaven. For the whole of it is life and motion, but that which is moved is the middle in intellectuals as being filled from it, i.e. from the life in the middle triad of intelligibles and intellectuals. Since eternity also, which is arranged according to the intelligible wholeness, is all perfect life, and all life according to Plotinus. There, however, the middle is life according to cause, but in intellectuals it is life according to participation, and in the order between these it is life according to essence, proceeding indeed from intelligible life, as Parmenides also manifests, characterizing both according to wholeness, though the wholeness in intelligibles is different from that which is in intelligibles and intellectuals, as we have before observed, but producing after this intellectual life. For that which is moved is indeed entirely allied to the circulation of the heaven, and to intellectual and intelligible life. Moreover, the permanency which is coordinate with this motion is not one certain genus of being, as neither is motion. For beings indeed are naturally adapted to participate of the genera of being, but the superessential goods of the Gods are expanded above the order of beings. If therefore Parmenides here, assuming the one itself by itself, surveys in this motion and permanency, he evidently does not attribute the elements of being to the Gods, but assigns to them peculiarities appropriate, all perfect and transcending wholes. And thus, asserting that the one is moved and stands still according to motion indeed, he delivers the vivific hyparxis of the Gods, the generative fountain of wholes, and the leading cause of all things. But according to permanency, he delivers the unpolluted monad coordinated with motion, and which connectedly contains the middle centres of the guardian triad. For as the summit of the guardian triad is united to the first father according to the first hypostasis, thus also the deity who contains the middle bond of the unpolluted leaders is by a congeniality of nature consubsistent with the motive cause of all the Gods, which moves wholes and is primarily moved from itself. And through this deity, the prolific power of this Goddess Rhea is firmly established in herself. Producing likewise and multiplying all things, she is through this deity exempt from wholes, and inflexibly exists prior to her progeny. With respect therefore to motion, here, and permanency, the former indeed is the fountain of the life and generative power that proceeds to all things, but the latter establishes the whole vivific fountain in itself, but is from thence filled with the prolific rivers of life. Parmenides therefore, delivering to us these things, and the progression of them, demonstrates that that which is moved is generated from that which is in another, but that which stands still from that which is in itself. For the first monad of the paternal triad constitutes the natures posterior to it, and after the same manner the highest of the unpolluted triad, and which is intelligible as in this triad, imparts at one and the same time the middle and last monad of the triad. On this account also, motion here is better than permanency. For as a subsistence in another is according to cause more ancient than the subsistence of a thing in itself, so likewise that which is moved is causally more ancient than that which is permanent. For the unpolluted Gods are in power subordinate to the Fathers, and are comprehended in them. (Ch. 39). The third therefore to the Saviour, as they say. And let us direct our attention to the demiurgic monad, unfolding itself into light together with the coordinate Gods it contains. In the first place then, here also the communion of the one with other things is apparent, and we must no longer consider the one alone by itself, but according to its habitude towards other things. Because therefore the demiurgic order produces wholes from itself, and arranges and adorns a corporeal nature, it also generates all the second and ministrant causes of the Gods. For what occasion is there to say that the term other things is a sign of a corporeal condition of being, since formerly the Pythagoreans thought fit to characterize an incorporeal nature by the One, but indicated to us the nature which is divisible about body through the term others. In the second place, the number of the conclusions in this part of the Parmenides is doubled. For the One is no longer demonstrated to be alone same, or different, as it is to be in itself and in another, or to be moved and stand still, but it is demonstrated to be the same with itself and different from itself, and to be different from other things and the same with other things. But this twice appeared to us before to be entirely adapted to the demiurgic monad, both according to other theologists and to Socrates in the Cratylus, who says that the demiurgic name is composed from two words. In the third place, therefore, the multitude of causes is here separated, and all the monads of the Gods present themselves to the view according to the demiurgic progression. For the demiurgic order is apparent, the prolific power coordinate with it, the undefiled monad the cause of exempt providence, and the distributive fountain of wholes. And together with these, as I may say, all the orders about the demiurgus are apparent, according to which he produces and preserves all things, and being exempt from the things produced is firmly established in himself, and separates his own kingdom from the united empire of his Father. How, therefore, and through what particulars do these things become apparent? We reply that the same with itself, for this Parmenides first demonstrates, represents to us about the nature of the One, the monadic and paternal peculiarity according to which the demiurgus also subsists. Hence, likewise, the One is said to be the same with itself, for the another is in the demiurgus according to the transcendency of different causes, but the same appears to be a sign of his proper, videre licet of his paternal hyparxis. For being one, and the exempt father and demiurgus of wholes, he establishes his proper union in himself. And in this one, Parmenides in a remarkable manner shows the uniform, and that which is allied to bound. But the same with other things is the singular good of prolific power, and of a cause proceeding to and pervading through all things without impediment. For the demiurgus is present to all things which he produces, and is in all things the same which he arranges and adorns, pre-establishing in himself the generative essence of wholes. If, therefore, we rightly assert these things, bound and infinity subsist in him demiurgically, and the One indeed is in the sameness which is separate from other things, but the other is in the power which generates other things. For everywhere power is prolific of secondary natures, but the principle which subsists according to bound is the supplier of an united and stable hypostasis. Moreover, the different from other things manifests his undefiled purity, and his transcendency, which is exempt from all secondary natures. For the first intellect was on this account pure and incorruptible, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, because it is established above coordination or communion with all sensible natures. For, as some one of the Gods says, he does not incline his power to matter, but is at once exempt from all fabrication. But the demiurgic intellect, receiving from thence total power and a royal dominion, adorns indeed sensibles, and constitutes the whole of a corporeal nature. Together, however, with prolific abundance, and the providential attention to secondary natures, he transcends his progeny, and abides in his own accustomed manner, as Timaeus says, through the inflexible guard which subsists with him, and the power imparted to him from it, which is uncontaminated with other participants. Hence, through the never failing supply of good and providential energies, and the generation of subordinate natures, he is the same with them. For he is participated by them, and fills his progeny with his own providential care. But through his purity, undefiled power, and inflexible energies, he is separate from wholes, is disjoined from them, and is imparticipable by other things. And as the first king of intellectuals is allotted his non-inclination to matter, through the guard which is united to him, and through the undefiled monad, and as the vivific goddess possesses her stable and inflexible power from the second cause of the guardian gods, thus also the demiurgic intellect preserves a transcendency exempt from other things, and a union separated from multitude through the third monad of the leaders of purity. For the cause of separate providence is a guard coordinate with the demiurgus, who hastens to produce all things, and to pervade through all things. But the guard, which is the supplier of stable power, is coordinate with the vivific deity, who is moved to the generation of wholes. And with the intellect that is multiplied according to intellectual conceptions, i.e. with Saturn, the guard is coordinate, that imparts an undefiled union of the conversion of all his energies to himself. The monad therefore remains, which is arranged as the seventh of these intellectual monads, which is present with, and energizes with, all of them, but particularly unfolds itself into light in the demiurgic order, and which Parmenides, also producing for us together with the whole demiurgos, defines it in difference, in the same manner as he does the undefiled cause in the demiurgos. He says, however, that this difference separates the demiurgic monad itself from itself. For we have before observed that this order is the supplier of separation to all the gods. As therefore the demiurgos is the same with himself, through the paternal union, after the same manner he is separated from himself and his father through this difference. Whence therefore does he derive this power? From being in himself, says Parmenides, and in another. For these were indeed unitedly in the first father, but separately in the third. Separation therefore pre-existed there according to cause. But in the demiurgos it shines forth and unfolds the power of itself. That the cause, however, of division is in a certain respect in the first father, Parmenides manifests in the first hypothesis, when he says, "That every thing which is in itself is in a certain respect a duad, and is separated from itself." There, however, the duad is occultly, but here it subsists more clearly, where also all intellectual multitude shines forth to the view. For difference is the progeny of the firmly abiding duad which is there. This therefore separates the demiurgic intellect from the gods prior to it, and divides the monads in it from each other. For if, so far as it is in another, it is united to the intelligible of itself, but so far as it is in itself, it is separated from it, because it proceeds according to each order of its own intelligible. If this be the case, it is necessary that this difference should be the cause to it of separation from its father. All the intellectual monads, therefore, have appeared to us to subsist coordinately with each other. And the subsistence indeed in another is the sign of the father. But the subsistence in itself is the sign of the first unpolluted monad. Again, motion is the sign of vivific goodness, but permanency of the inflexible power conjoined with motion, and sameness with itself and with another is the sign of the demiurgic peculiarity. But the being different from other things is the sign of the guard about the demiurgos. And, in the last place, the being different from itself is the sign of the seventh intellectual monad, which is according to cause indeed and occultly in the first father, but is allotted its hypostasis more clearly in the demiurgos. Parmenides, likewise, appears to me, when dividing the signs of fabrication, to have unfolded in the middles themselves the peculiarities of the undefiled monad, and of the dividing monad, so far as they also are in a certain respect comprehended in the fabrication. For he shows in the first of the conclusions that the one is the same with itself, in the second that it is different from itself, in the third that it is different from other things, and in the fourth that it is the same with other things. For he co-arranges indeed the dividing power with the paternal union, but connects with a transcendency separate from secondary natures the providential cause of them. For in the Gods it is necessary that union should exist prior to separation, and a purity unmingled with secondary natures prior to a providential inspection of them. Through which likewise, being everywhere, they are nowhere; being present with all things, they are exempt from all things; and being all things, they are not any of their progeny. End of chapter 39 and end of book 5. Chapters 1 and 2 of book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The hebdomadic aion, eternity, therefore, of the intellectual Gods, has been through these things celebrated by us, following the mystic conceptions of Plato. But after this, let us in the next place contemplate the multiform progressions of the ruling orders, and refer the one union of them to the intellectual theory of Parmenides. For this order is woven together in continuity with the demiurgos and father of wholes, proceeds from, is perfected by, and converted to him according to his perfective power. Hence also it is necessary to connect the narration about the governors of the universe with the discussion concerning the demiurgos, and to assimilate words to the things of which they are the interpreters. For all the series of the ruling Gods are collected into the intellectual fabrication as into a summit, and subsist about it. And as all the fountains are the progeny of the intelligible Father, and are filled from him with intelligible union, thus likewise all the orders of the principles or rulers are suspended according to nature from the demiurgos, and participate from thence of an intellectual life. And let no one be offended with me on hearing in this place the names of fountain and principle, nor accuse these names, as not at all pertaining to Plato. For, as we have before observed, Plato does not leave unnoticed any one of these mystic names; but in his discussions about souls, when he denominates them the fountains and principles of motion, he at the same time indicates the difference between the peculiarity of fountain, and the peculiarity of principle, and the inferiority of principle with respect to the exempt transcendency of fountain. He likewise manifests that the self-vital extends to all things as far as to soul from fountain, but the unbegotten from principle. And this is because the fontal genus indeed of the Gods is self-begotten, and first effective, and produces other things from itself. But the ruling genus of the Gods, and which has the relation of a principle, though it proceeds from the fountains, and is allotted a more partial order among beings, yet it is expanded above every thing which is generated, and neither is in a certain respect connected with generated natures, nor communicates with a sensible nature. For the mundane Gods indeed are in a certain respect generated, whence also they are denominated generated by Timaeus. And this whole world is likewise called by him a generated God. But the ruling Gods, and who have the relation of principles, are perfectly exempt from generated natures, and are not co-arranged with them. Hence also the unbegotten is most particularly adapted to them. Those Gods, however, who preside over the liberated dominion, being the media between the unbegotten and generated Gods, come into contact indeed with the latter, but do not give completion to the choir of mundane Gods. Hence they are in a certain respect both generated and unbegotten. The Gods, therefore, who are the summits of supermundane natures, and the rulers of wholes, are alone allotted an unbegotten subsistence in the orders that proceed from the Demiurgos. Hence, likewise, this peculiarity is from thence derived to souls. For, as Plato says, principle is unbegotten. For it is necessary that every thing which is generated should be generated from a principle, but that the principle should not be generated from any thing. At the same time, therefore, it is manifest through these things how the ruling principles proceed from the Gods prior to them. For they are not allotted a progression from them according to motion, nor in short according to mutation, but the orders of the ruling Gods subsist by their very being according to their prolific power, and an envying and exuberant will. And the self-begotten power of the intellectual Gods gives to the principles also the first generation from itself. Whether therefore some one is willing to adopt these, or other names of the divine orders, we shall consider it as a thing of no consequence. But receiving the peculiarity of them, whatever it may be, according to the rumors of theologists, we shall transfer their mystic tradition to the Platonic narration. For thus we shall make the investigation of what follows conformable to what has been before said, and what we assert will be adapted to the things themselves. Chapter 2. Again, therefore, let us assume the principles of the science concerning these Gods, and demonstrate that the theory pertaining to them is consequent to the first causes. The intelligible Gods, therefore, surpass wholes according to supreme transcendency, and primarily participate the union and divine light in which all the Gods perfectly establish their hypostases. They likewise unically produce all things from themselves, according to the paternal and exuberant will of the communication of good, and pre-establish in themselves occultly the first effective causes of secondary natures. For the whole and common measures of forms presubsist in them, and they comprehend according to one cause the uniform genera of being, and prior to these, bound and infinity, from which the superessential orders of the Gods generate all beings. But in the second rank after these, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods subsist, being divided indeed according to the same number, and preserving the measure of the all perfect triad in a second order, but producing into multitude the unities of intelligibles, and transferring the unical boundaries of those triads into essential hypostases, and which participate of the one. Instead of powers, however, which are whole, without separation and occult, they are transferred into divided causes, and which proceed far from the one. Again, in the third rank after the intelligible Gods, those that are called intellectual are arranged at one and the same time indeed, proceeding into an order diminished with respect to that which is prior to it, and changing the number according to which they subsist. For instead of the perfective triads, they are intellectually divided according to hebdomads, and with respect to the hebdomads, the division of them into two triads is supernally derived from the first triads. But the terminations of them into monads express the ends of those orders. For every thing which is the peculiarity of difference and multitude proceeds from thence to all the genera. Again, therefore, from these the multiform orders of the ruling principles are generated, being divided indeed analogous to all the intelligible Gods, and to those that are prior to these intellectual Gods, viz. To those that are called intelligible and at the same time intellectual. They have, however, their proximate and peculiar hypostasis from the one fabrication, but their united generation together with intellectuals from the third triad of intelligibles. For that all perfect cause produces also from itself the whole orders of the Gods. Hence likewise Parmenides denominates it infinite multitude, as unfolding into light all the genera of being, and all the orders of divine natures, and as being sufficient through one all perfect power to the generation of wholes. Farther still, we may also assert this of these leading and ruling Gods, that the intellectual monads make their progression according to imparticipable intellect, in the same manner as the Gods prior to them illuminate imparticipable life, and prior to all things the intelligible Gods constitute about themselves truly existing and intelligible essence. For every God is participated indeed by beings, and on this account falls short of the unity which is imparticipable and exempt from all things. But a different deity proceeds according to a different peculiarity, and some of the Gods indeed, being defined according to the ineffable good itself, comprehend the intelligible causes of wholes, but others produce the vivific powers, and connectedly contain the first genera of the Gods. Others again unfold into light all the intellectual involutions, and preside over the participants of the unities that produce divided hypostases. Since therefore the intellectual Gods primarily subsist according to imparticipable intellect, and on this account are denominated intellectual, the orders that first proceed immediately after them illuminate the summit of participated intellect, and are intellectual indeed, as with reference to the inferior orders, and which are now divided according to providential energies about the world. But they are secondary to the first intellectuals, and are allotted a more partial government, just as the first of intellectuals are indeed intelligible with respect to the Gods produced from them, but fall short of the union of first intelligibles. As therefore they unfold into light the first and imparticipable life, which the intelligible monads pre-established in themselves according to cause only and occultly. For all the causes of wholes are pre-assumed there according to one ineffable union. After the same manner also, these Gods, shining forth the first of the intellectuals, express the Gods from whom they derive their subsistence, and are intellectual indeed, but produce the pure, uniform, and total hyparxis of the Fathers into a secondary and multiplied progression, which is divided about themselves, and into a diminution of essence. By first emissions also from the first effective and self-subsistent fountains, they shine forth similarly to the intellectual Gods. Hence also they bind to themselves the ruling and generative causes of all the partial orders, and which exist prior to these orders both in dignity and power. And in short, they have the same transcendency with respect to the other Gods subordinate to them, which the intelligible Gods have to those that are produced from them. For the intelligible Gods being expanded above all the intellectual genera, have pre-established the intelligible hyparxis, by itself unmingled and pure. And these ruling Gods have also established in themselves the supermundane union, and this peculiarity perfectly exempt from mundane natures. And as in the imparticipable and total hypostases, there is indeed the intelligible genus itself by itself, there is also the intellectual which is foreign from this, and there is that which is collective of both, which is celebrated as subsisting in the middle, and is denominated intelligible and at the same time intellectual. Thus also, in these partial orders, the peculiarity of the supermundane Gods pre-exists by itself, exempt from the parts of the universe, uncoordinated with this world, and on all sides comprehending it according to cause. But the essence of all the mundane Gods is allotted the third order, being proximately carried as in a vehicle in the parts of the world, giving completion to this one and only begotten God, and connectedly containing the different progressions in it. The government, however, of the liberated Gods is allotted the middle bond of the extremes, possessing sovereign authority over all mundane natures, and in a certain respect communicating with the divisions about the world, but unitedly ascending at the same time into many of its parts, and collecting the divided numbers of the mundane Gods into unical bounds and more simple causes. Every genus likewise of the mundane Gods is spread under this liberated order, being on all sides connected, contained, and perfected by it, and filled with the first of goods. If therefore there is anything supermundane in the Gods, and if it imparts a certain definite hyparxis of essence to them, and defines a certain peculiarity of powers and a transcendency of order by itself, we must admit that it primarily subsists in the ruling Gods, being derived to them from the intellectual Fathers, unmingled with a mundane nature. And this supermundane order indeed is universal, as with reference to all the partible rivers of the Gods, but it is partial, as with reference to the all perfect, one, and whole kingdom of the intellectual Gods. For it is everywhere necessary that the leading causes of secondary orders should be in a certain respect assimilated to the terminations of the orders established above them. And thus the progression of the Gods is one and continued, originating supernally from the intelligible and occult unities, and ending in the last division of a divine cause. For as insensibles, the most gross and solid bodies are not immediately connascent with the ethereal expanse, but those which are simple and more immaterial than others, are proximately spread under the celestial periods, and of containing bodies, those which are primarily contained are allotted a greater communion than those which are situated remotely, and are conjoined to them through other media. Thus also in the divine essences prior to the world, the second orders are in continuity with those prior to them. The progressions of beings, however, are completed through similitude, but the terminations of the higher orders are united to the beginnings of second orders, and one series and indissoluble order extends from on high through the surpassing goodness of the first cause and his unical power. For because indeed he is one, he is the supplier of union, but because he is the good, he constitutes things similar to him, prior to such as are dissimilar. And thus all things are in continuity with each other. For if this continuity were broken, there would not be union, and things dissimilar to each other being placed in a consequent order, that which is more similar to the principle would not have a more ancient and honourable progression into being. If therefore we assert these things rightly, it is necessary that the first hypostases of the partial orders should be total, according to an intellectual transcendency, which they are allotted in the divided genera of the Gods, and thus that they should causally comprehend all secondary natures, and conjoin them to the Gods prior to themselves. The order of the ruling Gods, therefore, is in continuity with the kingdom of the intellectual Gods. Hence also Parmenides proximately constitutes it from the demiurgic monad. These things, however, will afterwards be apparent. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. For the present, however, let us survey the common peculiarity of the whole of this order, that we may to the utmost of our power admire the divinely inspired intellection of Plato, which unfolds to us the most mystic of dogmas. The progression, therefore, of these Gods is said to be supermundane, as we have observed, and to have the second dominion in wholes after the intellectual Gods. But being defined according to the hyparxis itself of this essence, it unfolds indeed the united nature of the intellectual Gods, but produces into multitude the causes comprehended in them. It also arranges and adorns the more partial genera of beings, from total and first effective monads, divides them according to the best order, and co-arranges them to each other. But it collects and binds all secondary natures, and inserts in them an admirable communion of essences and powers. Besides this, likewise, it conjoins all the natures posterior to itself, to those prior to itself, and calls forth the beneficent will of exempt causes into the providential care of secondary natures, but establishes the hyparxis of subordinate in first essences, and imparts to all beings continuity, and one series of hypostasis. Conferring all these benefits, it comprehends in itself the supply of them according to one peculiarity. For it assimilates all things, subordinate natures to those prior to them, and coordinate natures to each other. And through this similitude, at one and the same time indeed, it unfolds the essences and multiform powers of them, and is the collector of many things into union, and of divided natures into the divine communion of goods. From hence, therefore, the orders of different images primarily subsist. For every image is produced according to a similitude to its paradigm. But that which assimilates secondary to first natures, and binds all things through similitude, especially pertains to these Gods. For what else is able to assimilate the world itself, and everything in the world, to their paradigms, but this supermundane genus of Gods? For all intellectuals constitute the natures in the world according to one union, and an all-perfect providence, and impartibly preside over the essence of them. But the liberated genus of Gods, in a certain respect, now comes into contact with the world, and cooperates with the mundane Gods. It is necessary, therefore, that the assimilating nature should everywhere, according to essence indeed, be exempt from the things assimilated, and which are impressed through similitude, but that it should adorn secondary natures with separation, and a division according to species. For how would it be possible for it to assimilate some things to others, and appropriately conjoin all things to their paradigms, unless it proceeded as far as to the last forms, and separated all those things from each other, of which there are immovable pre-existing causes? For the Demiurgus indeed appears to assimilate all things to himself, as Timaeus says, being good, he produced all things similar to himself, on account of his beneficent will. He likewise imparts to the world the order of time, by this means rendering the world more similar to intelligible animal. And in short, on account of the similitude of the universe to its paradigm, he produces all things, and perfects his own fabrication. In the Demiurgus, however, all things, and likewise the second genera of Gods, are according to cause. And as he has the plenitude of all the natures prior to himself, thus also he comprehends the united causes of the natures posterior to himself. Hence he perfects the universe, energizes assimilatively, vivifies wholes, is the father of souls, the plastic framer of bodies, the supplier of harmony, the author of bonds, the cause of the impartible and partible genera, and the maker of all figures. And these things indeed he constitutes unically, but the Gods posterior to him in a divided manner. Let not, however, any one assert that the assimilative nature is primarily in the Demiurgus, but let him rather say that existence is present to the Demiurgus according to sameness. But if from him similitude subsists in all things, and his very being is in sameness, as Parmenides teaches us, we must indeed admit that such a genus of Gods, as the assimilative, is proximate to him, which also first unfolds his whole fabrication, and inserts it in secondary natures, but is essentially different from the posterior to him, and falls short of the first effective principle of all things which he contains. In short, the demiurgic monad, and all the multitude co-arranged with it, presides over the similitude of wholes, uniformly, originally, and impartibly. But the order of the ruling Gods divides indeed that which is united in the demiurgic fabrication, expands that which is total in the energy of the intellectual Gods, and produces into variety the simplicity of their providence. Hence similitude extends from these to all the natures in the world, and to the first, middle, and last forms of life. For that which is assimilated presides over a second form of communion with appropriate principles, on account of progression from causes. If, however, you are willing by investigating each particular to survey the providence pervading to all things through similitude, you will find that the whole world is the image of the perpetual Gods on account of this, and also that all the wholenesses in it are in a similar manner suspended from their paradigms, that whole souls always dance about the intelligible, and that the more excellent genera that follow the Gods, and such of our souls as are happy, are on account of similitude extended from the wandering produced by generation to their proper fountain. In short, you will find that all progressions and conversions are effected and perfected on account of the cause of similitude. For everything which proceeds subsists through similitude to its generator, and everything which is converted in consequence of being assimilated to its proper principles makes a conversion to them. Moreover, similitude eternally guards the never failing nature of all the forms in the world, extending supernally from the Gods themselves, and the stable similitude of forms brings back again to the circle of generation the unstable mutation of particulars, not only in immaterial, but also in material forms, which are conversant with mutability. And it closes, in a finite period, the infinite variety of generated natures, but it refers the all various division of reasons, i.e. of productive principles, to their united and first effective cause. And on this account, the world, being perpetually all perfect, is completely filled by total genera and species. Hence also it is similar to intelligible animal, possessing and comprehending all such things after the manner of an image, as all perfect animal possesses paradigmatically. We must not, therefore, suppose that the genus of similitude is something small and extended only to a few things, since it is the cause of perfection to the whole world, gives completion through similitude to its first generation, and self-sufficiency, and supplies from itself its entire comprehension of all things. But neither must we admit that a production of this kind is to be referred to one certain intellectual form. For that which extends to all the superessential, essential, psychical, incorporeal, and corporeal genera exists prior to all forms and genera, and to incorporeal and corporeal causes. For the Gods in the world do not proceed assimilated to their causes on account of the intellectual form of similitude, nor on account of the paradigmatic idea of the dissimilar, are the superessential unities of the Gods divided, the intellectual nature separated from itself, and the psychical essences allotted a progression in order. But I think that both similitude and dissimilitude have their hypostasis analogous to intellectual sameness and difference, and as they are primarily in the Gods themselves, but secondarily in intellectual forms, being unfolded into light together with the hyparxes of the Gods, thus also this similitude and dissimilitude are allotted indeed a precedaneous hyparxis in the superessential unities, but a successive hyparxis in the descending progressions of beings. And on this account, Parmenides, as he evinced that the one is moved and stands still, is same and different, separate from being. Thus also he demonstrates to us the similar and the dissimilar in the uniform hyparxes themselves of the Gods. And Socrates indeed presents to our view, in the beginning of the dialogue, the similar and the dissimilar, and defines each paradigm of these to be separate and exempt from the many similars and dissimilars. But Parmenides, recurring to the superessential hypostases of wholes, produces beings from thence, according to the peculiarities of the first causes. For as everything in generation is adorned with forms from essences, thus also the peculiarities of hyparxes extend to all essences from superessential natures. For generation is the image of essence, but essence has its progression according to superessential union. The genus of similitude, therefore, is primarily in the Gods, but is divided secondarily in intellectual forms. And on this account, the progressions of the whole of things are according to similitude, but the conversions of all things to their principles are through similitude, it being said that all things proceed and receive the power of conversion from divinity. The intelligible paradigm, indeed, preassumes in itself the occult cause of the assimilative Gods. For it is not sluggish from itself, and established unprolific, but it produces all things essentially, assimilated to itself, constitutes them paternally, and is by its very being alone. It likewise imparts by illumination hyparxes to secondary natures, and the power of assimilation to itself. But again, that which is demiurgic of the divine genera, being suspended from the precedaneous cause of the intelligible paradigm, and adhering to and energizing about it, assimilates indeed all things, both to itself and the paradigm, but does not define its proper hyparxis in the genus of similitude. For it comprehends intellectually and unitedly the causes of the similitude of wholes, and employs such like genera of Gods as ministrant to the generation of secondary natures. But the tribe of ruling Gods, being wholly arranged in the partible orders, but first unfolding the intellectual fabrication of the Father, is suspended indeed from him through the similitude of the causes pre-existing in him, but extends and expands all things to the demiurgic union. It converts, however, the partible genera of the Gods to impartible intellectual sameness, but it assimilates the proceeding orders to the intelligible paradigms, and gives completion to the one series of all beings. Very properly, therefore, do those who are wise in divine concerns assert that the last triad of intelligibles is the cause of the fontal and ruling Gods, and that the whole series of rulers subsists about the intellectual Father. For the genus of assimilating natures pertains to the perfect paradigm, just as the genus of things assimilated pertains to the extremity of the intellectual order. For all things are assimilated to the first paradigm, and the conversion of all secondary natures to it is through similitude. And with the demiurgus of wholes, the cause of intellectual sameness and difference is united, being partibly unfolded into light through the power of similitude and dissimilitude, and producing the one and whole form of that fabrication in all beings through divided energies and the separations of essence. Through these things, therefore, we have reminded the reader that the first and most total of the partible divine genera, and which is united to the intellectual orders, is allotted the assimilative peculiarity, and being defined according to this, conjoins all things to the demiurgic monad. And we have also shown how it proceeds from the intelligible paradigm to all mundane natures, and is the primary origin of their generation. Chapter 4. Again, it follows, in addition to what has been said, that we should separate all the assimilative powers, properly arrange them, and survey them, proceeding about the one essence of the Gods. Plato therefore asserts that the first and most ruling of these powers are those that unfold the intellectual production of the Father, and expand it to all the divided orders of beings; but that the second are those which are connective of wholes, and which preserve one series, and indissoluble connection of the divine progressions; and that the third are those which are the primary leaders of perfection to all secondary natures, and produce through similitude self‐perfect conversions to principles. But next to these, he arranges those powers that extend all the proceeding genera of the Gods to impartible monads, and which pre‐exist as the collectors of partible natures. Farther still, he likewise asserts that other assimilative powers give subsistence to the divided genera, and are definitely the suppliers of existence and essence to first and last natures; and besides all these, that other powers are the causes of undefiled distribution, and of perpetually stable perfection. Moreover, together with these, I should arrange the authors of prolific production, and those that pour upon and distribute to all secondary natures the partible rivers of life; and farther still, after these, I should arrange the powers that elevate secondary beings, cut off every thing material, confused and inordinate, and are the suppliers of all goods. For there is no one of all the beautiful things in the world that does not proceed from this order of Gods, which fills its participants with divine goods. Or whence, indeed, is the world always established in its proper principles? Whence does its circulation remain immutable? And whence is the universe connected by indissoluble bonds? For the ends of its periods become the principles of the subsequent revolutions; but the circle of generation imitates the invariable supply of the celestial orbs, and all things are converted to more divine natures. Matter, indeed, is assimilated to beings through the last representations of the production of form; but that which is moved in a confused and disordered manner is circularly led to order and bound by demiurgic reasons, being assimilated to natures which always subsist with invariable sameness and permanency. Things, however, which are borne along in a diversified generation and multiform mutations, are assimilated to the celestial orbs, and being moved in an all various manner, follow the revolutions of the heavenly bodies. But the convolutions of the heavens represent as in images the psychical periods, and the circulations of the spheres inscribe, as it were, the intellections of the celestial souls. Time itself likewise, which proceeds according to number, and forms a circular dance, is in a certain respect assimilated to stable intellections and to eternity, the measure of all intelligibles. For the whole of this time was generated an image of eternity, abiding in one, since it is evolved after the same manner according to number. All things, therefore, are allotted a progression into existence, and the distribution of perfection according to measure, from the assimilative leaders, and connect the essence of themselves through similitude. Moreover, this order of Gods in a particular manner presides over the sympathy of things in the world, and their communion with each other. For all things concur with each other through similitude, and communicate the powers which they possess. And first natures indeed impart by illumination the gift of themselves to secondary natures in an envying abundance. But effects are established in their causes. An indissoluble connection likewise, and communion of wholes, and a colligation of agents and patients are surveyed in the world. For in effects their generative causes subsist through similitude, and in causes the progeny that proceed from them are contained according to comprehension. All things likewise are in each other, and similitude is the collector of all things. On this account also, celestial impart to sublunary natures an exuberant and unenvying communication of their own afflictions. But sublunary, being in a certain respect assimilated to celestial natures, participate of an appropriate perfection. A chain likewise extends from on high as far as to the last of things, secondary, always expressing the powers of the natures prior to them; progression indeed diminishing the similitude, but all things at the same time, and even such as most obscurely participate of existence, bearing a similitude to the first causes, and being copassive with each other, and with their original causes. For there is naturally a twofold similitude in things which have proceeded from their causes. For they are assimilated to each other according to their progression from the one, and their conversion again to it; and they are also assimilated to their ruling and first effective causes. And through the former similitude indeed, the elements conspire, are connascent, and are mingled with each other; but through the latter they hasten to their proper principles, and are conjoined with their paradigms. On this account, all things which participate of the solar effluxion are suspended from the circulation of the sun. I mean not only the genera that are more excellent than us, but likewise the number of souls, animals, plants, and stones. But all things adhere to the mercurial circulation, which receive the peculiarity of this God; and the like takes place in the other mundane Gods. For all of them are leaders and rulers in the universe, and many orders indeed of angels dance round them, many numbers of demons, many herds of heroes, the copious multitude of partial souls, the multiform genera of mortal animals, and the various powers of plants. And all things indeed aspire after their leaders, and in all things there is an impression of their proper monad; but in some this impression is more clear, and in others more obscure, since similitude also subsists in a greater degree in the first progeny, but is obscured in the middle and last progeny according to the ratio of progression. Images, therefore, and paradigms are allotted their hypostasis on account of collective similitude, and everything on account of similitude is familiar to itself and to coordinate natures. But there is an unshaken friendship between the coordinate natures in the world through the presence of similitude, since contraries also, and things which are most distant from each other, are irreprehensibly bound through it, and connected so as to produce the perfection of the universe. In short, therefore, we may say that the assimilative leaders of wholes produce and generate all things from themselves. For progressions are through similitude, and everything which is constituted is wont to be assimilated to its generative cause. The assimilative rulers also convert all things to their principles, for every conversion is through similitude. They likewise bind coordinate natures to each other, for the communion of the one cause of all produces similitude indeed in its participants, but from this it inserts in them an indissoluble connection. They also cause all things to sympathize, be friendly, and familiar with each other, exhibiting indeed, through participation, more elevated in more abject natures, but subordinate in more perfect essences through causal comprehension. They likewise extend series and periods from on high, as far as to the last of things, and they produce monads indeed into diminution through appropriate numbers, but collect multitudes into union through communion according to essence. They also adapt wholes to parts, but comprehend parts in wholes. And things imperfect indeed they perfect through contact with ends, but they guard immutably perfect natures through a similar cause. They likewise lead into definite order, by similar forms and reasons, the sea of dissimilitude, but they terminate the very mutable generation of sublunary natures by stable paradigms. Thus much, therefore, we have to say in common concerning the order of divine natures, which we assert to be proximate indeed to the intellectual Gods, but to be the leader and cause of the assimilation of all secondary natures to their proper principles. End of chapter 4. Chapters 5 to 8 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. In the next place, I wish, prior to the theory of Parmenides, to teach what the Gods are, possessing this peculiarity, of whom Plato makes mention in other dialogues. For perhaps thus the doctrine of Parmenides will become more credible and more manifest to reason. The ruling Gods, therefore, are divided in a threefold manner, and some of them indeed are united to the intellectual kings, and extend the whole series under themselves to a union with those kings. But others give completion to the middle genera, and distribute the all-perfect progression of these Gods, and others close the end of this order, and unfold the powers of these divinities to secondary natures. This being the case, those Gods that are arranged in the summits do not immediately participate of the similitude of the assimilative Gods, but some of them are in a certain respect established above it, and are essentially connected with the intellectual Gods, but others proceed from it, and are mingled with the secondary genera. Hence, those only who give completion to the middle breadth genuinely define in themselves the hyparxis of this order. We, therefore, likewise beginning from these, shall embrace by a reasoning process the whole theory of Plato. For we shall find in these the perfect measures of the ruling order, perfectly delivered to us by him. Again, therefore, let us refer the whole progression of these middle orders to a triad, it being allotted a division of this kind supernally from the three intellectual fathers. Hence, indeed, this whole order of Gods is suspended from the demiurgic monad. But the demiurgic intellect produces indeed some of them from itself and the intellectual father, but others from itself and the whole vivification, and others from appropriate rivers. Hence, also, of the Gods that thus derive their subsistence, some are allotted a paternal dignity, and are ruling fathers, but others are allotted a generative, and others an elevating and convertive dignity. But since a certain order of the unpolluted Gods is conjoined with each of the intellectual kings, it is indeed necessary that in the ruling Gods also a second progression from them should shine forth to the view, and that on this account the guardian order should be connascent with the above mentioned triple orders, being appropriately consubsistent with each of them, videre licet, paternally indeed in the first, but vivifically in the middle, and intellectually and convertively in the third order. And thus it is necessary that this whole order of Gods should be divided by paternal powers and prolific progressions, by powers that lead upward all secondary natures, and by those that are of an undefiled guardian characteristic. For being allotted their hypostasis from the intellectual Gods, some indeed ascend totally into parts, but others partably pour on wholes the exuberant powers of themselves. They likewise distribute the providence of the demiurgus and father, some indeed arranging and adorning the universe with the first, middle, and last forms of production, others educing the rivers of life and pouring them on all things, others elevating the natures that have proceeded, and recalling them to the Father, and others presiding over purity, and being the guardians of secondary natures. Chapter 6. Again, therefore, receiving the beginning of the theory of Plato from the paternal cause, we assert as follows: the demiurgus and father of this universe being allotted this order in the intellectual kings, as was before demonstrated, as he produced wholes totally, and referred all things to the one form of the world, and the one perfection of the universe, thus also he arranged and adorned the parts of the world, and gave completion to the whole, contriving that all immortal and mortal natures should be generated for the sake of the universe. And this is what Plato introduces him saying in the Timaeus to the junior Gods, quote, "That mortal natures therefore may exist, and that this universe may be truly all, convert yourselves according to nature to the fabrication of animals." Close quote. Since, however, after the monad, it is everywhere necessary that a multitude should be generated proximate to the monad, and that prior to an all perfect division, united number should subsist, for that which has proceeded to all things is not allied to that which abides, nor is it possible that what is all variously divided should be connascent with that which is impartible. This being the case, the demiurgus of wholes produces indeed from himself and his father a number proximate to the monad of the fathers. But the three fathers deriving their subsistence from one father, and first receiving the power and dominion of fabrication, produce other second and third fabricators from themselves, till through a diminution proceeding according to appropriate measures, they evolve the whole demiurgic number, the cause of which indeed the demiurgic monad comprehends in itself. The orderly progression, however, of multitude becomes at length apparent, and thus the three ruling fathers of wholes separate their productions by first, middle, and last boundaries of fabrication, and are all of them total. But they are fabricators and fathers of parts totally, through being in continuity indeed with the monad, not changing the form of production, but on account of diminished progression, not possessing an energy impartibly extended to all things. And the one demiurgus indeed, being arranged prior to the triad, comprehends in himself uniformly the productions of all the demiurgi. But these three fathers multiply the unical dominion and power of the first demiurgus, divide his impartible production, and lead forth into secondary natures the stable energy of the father. And the exempt monad indeed comprehends in itself the all perfect measure of the triad according to supreme union, but the triad unfolds into light from itself the undivided power of the monad. Plato, therefore, celebrates indeed in other dialogues these three fabricators and fathers, but particularly in the Gorgias, adducing as a witness of the theory concerning them divinely inspired poetry, he refers the whole progression of them to Saturn, the father of the intellectual gods, and from thence gives to them their first production into light. He exempts, however, the demiurgic intellect from the triadic division of them, co-arranges it with the father, and says that they have an intellectual dominion secondary to him. He likewise calls them the sons of Saturn, but indicates that they are allotted their progression from Jupiter. For there is a twofold Jupiter, both according to Plato and all the theology, as I may say, of the Greeks. The one indeed convolving the end of the intellectual triad to the beginning, but the other being allotted the summit of the ruling triad, and the one being the demiurgus of wholes totally, but the other being allotted the first parts of divided fabrication, and the one indeed being arranged prior to the three fathers, but the other being the first of the three, and proximate to the remaining fathers. Whence also, I think, that many who discuss these particulars are ignorant that Jupiter, the demiurgus of the universe, is not the first of the three fathers, and that Saturn, the leader and ruler of the intellectual kings, is not the same with the demiurgic intellect. For of those who immediately suspend the triad of the ruling fathers from the paternal kingdom of Saturn, some indeed refer the whole fabrication of things to Saturn himself, but others ascribe to the summit of the triad the generation of wholes. Is not, however, each of these impossible? For the one abiding in himself, and converting to himself everything which has proceeded, is exempt from demiurgic production, but the other, being divided oppositely to the total fathers, will not be the impartible fabricator of wholes. For it is necessary that the whole and all perfect demiurgus of the world should neither be connaumerated with the many demiurgi, nor be the same with the cause which is stable and perfectly established in itself. For he has a subsistence contrary to the cause which recalls that which has proceeded, and again exhibits it uneminent from itself. To be present likewise to all things by no means accords with that nature which energizes separately, and takes away its generative power. How therefore can he who converts his own children to himself, and shuts his own progeny in himself, possess the same power with the demiurgus, who unfolds all things into light, and produces them into multitude? And how can he who is allotted the universe in conjunction with the remaining demiurgi be uniformly the cause of the universe? For if you are willing, consider each of these three demiurgi, and survey what will happen from this assertion. For we say that the first of them is the cause of essence and of existence to the fabrications in the world, but that the second is the source of the motion, life, and generation of sensibles, and that the third is the cause of the divided production of form, of partible circumscription, and of the circular conversion of wholes to their one principle. We likewise definitely assert these things, admitting that the fabrication of each of the three extends to the whole world. But surveying the peculiar mode of fabrication in each, we say that the first is the effector of essence, the second of life, and the third of intellect, and that the first is the cause of hyparxis, the second of motion, and the third of conversion. Hence, the whole world, so far as it participates of being, is produced from the first father; but so far as it subsists through motion, and is generation, it receives its progression from the second father; and so far as it is perfectly divided, and after all various division, is converted to its proper principle, it is produced from the third father. (Ch. 7). These things therefore, being thus determined, we may see how in the Timaeus, the demiurgus and father of this universe at one and the same time impartibly constitutes the world, gives to it essence, and supplies it with existence, fashioning bodies, generating souls in the middle of an impartible and partible essence, and constituting intellects ingenerably, i.e. without generation, and indivisibly from the first genera. And farther still, besides these things, he distributes different motions to souls and bodies, divides each of them all variously according to harmonic reasons, binds them by analogies, and converts them to himself and his own will. How therefore can we any longer rank such a demiurgus as this in the same order with one of these three fathers? For those things which they are said to give to the universe divisibly, he constitutes impartibly from himself; nor does he produce some things precedeniously, and others according to accident; but by his very being he generates essence, supplies motions, and extends the divisions of mundane forms, and after the progression of other things, converts all things to himself, abiding in his own accustomed manner. In the second place, therefore, we say that the three demiurgi differ from each other because the first paternally comprehends the rest, and is the father of this whole triad. But the second is the power of the triad, and participates of the extremes according to the peculiarity of powers. And the third is the intellect of the triad, and contains the paternal and intellectual power by participation. And in short, the first is the father of both, but the second is the power of both, and the third is the intellect of both. How, therefore, can the demiurgus of wholes be the same with one of the above mentioned fathers? For he, as Timaeus says, is the father of all the world, and is allotted in himself a paternal power, and divine intellect, converting all things to the watchtower of himself. Again, therefore, we find that the partible peculiarities of the three demiurgi pre-exist in him impartibly and uniformly. And as the demiurgic triad participates of union with him on account of the uncircumscribed transcendency of the monad, thus also the monad antecedently and occultly comprehends in itself the triad according to the power of cause. Nor is it proper to confound these with each other, but it is requisite to exempt the monad from the triad, and to suspend the triad from the monad. And neither ought we to make the three fathers the rulers of total fabrication, nor to rank the first of them in the same order with the one demiurgus. For a coordinated entirely differs from an exempt cause, and that which produces all things according to comprehension perfectly differs from that which is similarly present to all things, and is equally distant from all things. Besides this also, multitude is everywhere suspended from its proper monad, and as the one precedes the total orders of things, so likewise each order of the Gods has its progression from a monad, since also each God is allotted a union which antecedes the multitude he contains. But if the whole genus of the Gods and each God proceed after the same manner, it is also necessary that each of the divided orders should have the same mode of subsistence. In the third place, we say that both Plato and the ancient theology of the Greeks assert that these three demiurgi divide the uniform kingdom of their father Saturn, and that one of these three everywhere arranges and adorns the first of wholes, another the middles, and another the extremities of wholes, and that each is allotted this order not in fabrication only, but also in the providence of partial souls. For of these, some indeed are arranged and perfected under the first, prior to generation, but others that give completion to generation are arranged under the second, and others that require purification after generation are perfected under the third. Moreover, the first demiurgus, as it is written in the Timaeus, produces the whole world. For he constitutes the circulation of the same, and arranges and adorns the circulation of the different, and all sublunary natures as far as to the earth, which he fabricated to be the guardian of night and day, being immovably fixed about the axis which is extended through the poles of the universe. He also fills the whole parts of the world with their proper numbers, and gives generation to all of them, both to those that revolve manifestly, and to those that become manifest when they please. Again, he defines the whole period to partial souls, the measures of their descent into generation, the vicissitudes of the present life, and their restitutions to their kindred star. And he is also said to unfold to them all the laws of fate, and to point out to them the nature of the universe. Hence, he is not one of these three fathers, nor is he co-arranged with them, but is perfectly exempt from the triad. According, likewise, to the proper prerogative of his empire, he is expanded separately above each, and in common above all of them. And the operations indeed of these fathers are divided about him, and are distinguished by more partial boundaries. But his fabrication is uncircumscribed, is one whole, and is impartible. Chapter 8. Let it therefore from these things be manifest, that the demiurgic monad is exempt from the ruling fathers, and that according to one undivided cause, he generates beings eternally. But if Jupiter is according to Plato, the one and whole fabricator of the only begotten world, as we have before demonstrated, and we grant these things without being deceived, and if, as it is now said, and Socrates in the Gorgias teaches us, the first of the demiurgi that divide the kingdom of Saturn is in a similar manner called Jupiter, there will be, according to this theory, a twofold Jupiter, the one being an intellectual God prior to the three fathers, but the other being of a ruling, assimilative, and principal nature, and arranged at the summit of the three. For Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto divide, says Plato, the kingdom of their father, three leaders of wholes subsisting from one great king as it were, and producing the one fountain of the demiurgic series into one all-perfect principal triad, which Plato also indicating denominates the providence divided in the three a kingdom, attributing the first effective and the uniform to the gods prior to these. If these, however, are not the only orders of Jupiter, but there is also another Jovian multitude, how this proceeds will be evident in what follows. For all these three fathers participate of the same appellation, and are after the same manner celebrated by poets inspired by Phoebus. But one is called simply Jupiter, another marine Jupiter, and another subterranean Jupiter. The leader, however, of the three possesses primarily the paternal dignity in the triad, and the appellation of the great Jupiter. For on account of the supreme union which he is allotted with the fontal demiurgos, who is beyond the three, he also participates of the same name as the total Jupiter, without any distinction. And on this account, I think, Socrates in the Crotylus, unfolding to us the arcane and mystic discipline concerning the gods, from names, and at one time co-arranging Jupiter with Saturn, and at another with the remaining demiurgi, does not think it worth while to speak twice about the same things, but in the intellectual conceptions about the all-perfect demiurgos, he also thinks fit to deliver the arcane discipline concerning the first of the three demiurgi, through the truth of names. For, in a certain respect, it was not possible for him to do otherwise, who shows that the theory in things accords with names, since also the father of this triad is inseparably united to the whole Demiurgus. But of these things enough. If you are willing, however, we will add the following observations to what has been said. For perhaps some one may apprehend that the fable in the Gorgias gives to the three sons of Saturn a progression from Saturn proximately, but not, as we have said, through the demiurgic monad as a medium. For again, the three are said to divide the kingdom of Saturn, but not of the whole demiurgus and father. That we may not, however, ignorantly wander beyond measure from the conception of Plato and the truth of things in consequence of following fabulous fictions, we must affirm from the beginning that both the whole demiurgos and this triad of the ruling fathers proceed from the father of the intellectual gods. But the whole demiurgos proceeding from a whole, impartibly participates of his father. For he abides in the allness of his power, and imitates, if it be lawful so to speak, his uniform and unmultiplied nature, by being monadic and whole, and the father of things first, middle, and last. But the three demiurgi, in a divided manner, participate of, and proceed from, their generating cause, being divided indeed from each other, but dividing his unical providence. And Saturn indeed is a God, one and numerous, establishing multitude in himself, and occultly comprehending it in appropriate boundaries. But Jupiter expresses the paternal monad, and produces the unical nature of it into the providence of wholes. And the three sons of Saturn unfold into light the multitude which is there, in the all perfect boundary of the triad. Hence also they are said to divide the kingdom of their father, which Jupiter possessed indivisibly. Hence, if it be requisite to speak boldly, he indeed is a proceeding father, hastening to arrange and adorn, and being parturient in order to the generation of wholes. But they distribute his providence. This, however, is the same thing as to say they distribute the providence of Jupiter. For the progression to them was from each of these divinities. From Saturn indeed according to the from which, αφου, but from Jupiter according to the by which, οφου. For Jupiter indeed unfolds them into light, but they proceed from the Saturnian addita. If again you are willing to consider the affair according to the Parmenides of Plato, since in the Saturnian order there are both wholeness and parts, if you assume the subsistence there of that which is in another according to whole, but of that which is in itself according to parts, Jupiter indeed, who is prior to the three, proceeds from his father according to whole, but the three demiurgi according to parts. Hence Jupiter reigns, possessing in himself, as Socrates says in the Philebus, a royal intellect. But they reign in a divided manner, and are allotted the universe according to parts. Hence, therefore, the Elean guest in the Politicus celebrates these two intellectual kings, one indeed being the cause of the unapparent life to wholes, and of the other circulation, but the other being the source of the manifest order of things, and of the present period. and he attributes to Jupiter the cause of both these periods. But at one time, indeed, he ascribes this cause to Jupiter as leading all things in the universe to the kingdom of Saturn, but at another as binding to himself the providence of secondary natures. For he is united to his father by intellectual bonds, of which Socrates makes mention in the Cratylus. He is likewise a whole extended to a whole, and as it were adapts himself by his own light to the light of his father, and possesses a second dominion. Hence also he is said to define the providence of his father. The Athenian guessed, however, in the Laws, extending us to the one demiurgic kingdom, to the law and the total justice which are there, asserts, "that God, as it is said, possesses the beginning, middle, and end of all beings, and bounds all things by a circular progression according to nature in a direct path." For because we do not think it right to consider Plato here as speaking of the first God, or of any other of the intellectual or intelligible fathers, but of the whole Demiurgus, it is sufficient for those who are moderately able to understand things of this kind, that he is said to bound all things in a direct path, and to proceed circularly according to nature. It is also sufficient that justice is said to be the attendant of this God, being the avenger of those who transgress the divine law. For the first God, and all the gods who are established above the perfective order, are exempt from this rectilinear, and also from the circular progression as Parmenides teaches us. They likewise transcend all motion. But the first that proceeds after motion is the whole and all perfect Demiurgus. To this divinity, therefore, it pertains to bound wholes in a direct path, to proceed circularly, and to be followed by justice. For we say indeed that the thing which follows, follows that which is moved. Moreover, the gods who are secondary to the Demiurgus have not a unical dominion over wholes, as he has, nor do they antecedently assume the beginnings, middles, and ends of all beings. But some of them indeed preside over partial natures totally, as these three fathers. But others preside over wholes partably, as those who pour upon all things the rivers of life in a divided manner. And others preside over parts partably, as the last of the Demiurgi, and who are conversant with the world. The one and impartible Demiurgus of wholes, therefore, alone comprehends in himself the beginning, middle, and end of all beings, and equally rules over all secondary natures according to one cause. But justice follows him, bounding the desert of the whole of things, and circumscribing each thing in its proper limits. And these things the Athenian guest manifests in the above mentioned words. But Orpheus clearly refers them to the whole Demiurgus. For he says that total justice follows him, now reigning over and beginning to arrange and adorn the universe. Justice, the abundant punisher of crimes, aid and defense of all things, follows Jove. Moreover, that Jupiter comprehends the beginnings, middles, and ends of wholes, the theologist says, in addition to these things, "Jove's the beginning, and the middle's Jove, and all things flow from Jove's prolific mind." And it appears to me that Plato, looking to all the Grecian theology, and particularly to the Orphic mystic discipline, says that God, according to the ancient assertion, possesses the beginning, middle, and end of all things, bounding the whole of things in a direct path, and proceeding circularly according to nature, and that he has justice for his attendant, through which everything that departs from the providential empire of Jupiter is converted to it, and obtains an appropriate end. Through these things, therefore, we have reminded the reader that the Athenian guest also, looking to the whole Demiurgus, proclaims things of this kind to his pupils. If, however, these things are rightly determined, it is indeed entirely necessary to exempt the one Demiurgus according to essence, from these three Demiurgi. For if one of them indeed comprehends the beginnings of everything in the world, but another the middles, and another everywhere convolves the ends, is it not necessary that he who uniformly rules over the universe should be established above divided causes? But the Athenian guest gives to him a power generative of this triad of Demiurgi. For if he comprehends the beginnings, middles, and ends of the whole of things, according to the primary cause indeed, he generates the Demiurgus, who arranges and adorns first natures; but according to middle causes, the Demiurgus, who gives completion to the middle boundaries of fabrication; and according to the end, the Demiurgus, who adapts an appropriate production to the last of things. End of chapter 8. Chapters 9 to 11 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Athenian guest, therefore, does all but clearly say that the distribution to the three sons of Saturn, the measures of Providence, and in short progression, are suspended from the great Jupiter, and that it is he who supernally defines their allotments, and uniformly comprehends all of them in himself. Moreover, with respect to the assertions that he bounds all things in a direct path, and that he proceeds circularly according to nature, the former of these manifests the progression of wholes from him. For the direct is a symbol of progression, but the latter manifests the conversion of wholes to him. For he, being intellectually converted in and to himself, convolves all things to the watchtower of himself. But if the straight and the circular first subsist in the perfective Gods, the Demiurgus of wholes is filled indeed from thence, but fills the natures posterior to himself with the powers that proceed from him. And as, according to the triple cause of wholes, he constitutes the triad of Demiurgi in conjunction with his father, thus also, according to these twofold powers, he generates twofold orders of Gods; one indeed which adorns a sensible nature, according to the straight which is in him; but the other which elevates all things to him, according to the circular. Moreover, because he proceeds indeed from the whole fabrication, i.e. from Rhea, but participates of the perfective triad, he connects this straight and circular with motion. For to bound according to the straight, and to proceed circularly, designate motion. the former indeed being significant of motion proceeding to all things, and adorning all things with boundaries, forms, and reasons; but the latter, of motion convolving to itself, and calling upward all things to itself. Again, therefore, Plato, placing in the one Demiurgus the cause of the triad, exempts him who abides as it were in himself from production according to parts, but attributes to the triad a division according to the Demiurgus. For Timaeus also, by placing in him a paternal cause, a generative power, and a royal intellect, theologizes the same things about him as the Athenian guest. The paternal indeed is everywhere principal, but power belongs to the middle, and intellect closes the end of the triad. For power, according to the oracle, is with them, id est with father and intellect; but intellect is from him, id est from the father. Hence, of the natures which have proceeded, one is the father of the whole triad, but another the intellect of it; and one indeed is allotted the beginning of total fabrication, but another gives completion to the middle of the generation of wholes, and another bounds the end of it. Nor must we here omit to observe the accuracy of Plato, but survey how the Athenian guest magnificently celebrates the extremities of the three Demiurgi by more singular names, calling one the beginning, and the other the end, but that which is between the extremes, even in causes, he manifests through multitude. For he denominates it middles, since power also, as being coordinate with the infinite, or rather being a certain infinity, is the cause of multitude and division to wholes. Hence also of the three Demiurgi, one indeed is the cause to mundane natures of a stable collocation, but another of generation proceeding to all things, and another of the circulation of things to the principle of their progression. Let us, however, return whence we digressed to the discussion concerning the first Demiurgus, in which it was said that Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto divide the kingdom of their father. For prior to these, the Demiurgus received the kingdom of his father in an undivided and uniform manner. For both the demiurgic monad and the triad were thence allotted their progression from the beginning, and their dominion over secondary natures, but the former impartibly, and the latter partably, and the former monadically, but the latter triadically. That you may not therefore think that these three proceed after the same manner from the father, as the one king who is prior to the three, Socrates in the Gorgias, in the form of a fable, says that they divide the kingdom of the father, and on this account require secondary laws and a subordinate order, and which is adapted to parts. For the law under Saturn, and the law of Jupiter, who recently possesses the kingdom of his father, appear to be by no means adapted to the providence of those powers who produce a partial and various form of life. And do you not see how Socrates gives to total Jupiter and to Saturn an exempt transcendency, and connects one law with both kingdoms? But to the three Demiurgi that divide the kingdom, he definitely assigns, as it were, another polity, and more various laws commensurate to the subjects of their providential care. For he says that Pluto and the curators were present, inquiring of Jupiter respecting the second legislation, but that he placed over partible lives other judges and laws adapted to these lives. Again, therefore, Jupiter, who definitely assigns things of this kind, and who generates the three judges, is not the same with the Jupiter who is prior to the three demiurgi. For the latter was together with his father according to a prior law, and the simplicity of a divine life; but the former together with Pluto leads into order and bound the variety of partial natures, and is the leader of secondary laws. The divine law, therefore, is, with the intellectual kings, Saturn and Jupiter, and also justice, the avenger of those who transgress the divine law, as the Athenian guest says. But other more various laws are with the three sons of Saturn, and also judges coordinate to such like laws, as it is written in the Gorgias. And there indeed, i.e. with the intellectual kings, all things are impartibly and unitedly. But here, i.e. with the three sons of Saturn, all things subsist in a divided and partible manner, and the things which are there being primary, the law indeed is more Saturnian. But justice follows the great Jupiter, and the laws indeed pertaining to secondary natures confer perfection under the first of the sons of Saturn. But the judges give completion to the empire of the third of these sons, and Pluto participates from the second Jupiter of the separation of the laws, in the same manner as the total Jupiter receives from Saturn the one law which is to be the co-administrator with him in the total fabrication of things. In short, the Jupiter who is co-arranged with Neptune and Pluto is the summit of the ruling triad, but the Jupiter who is co-arranged with Saturn and the mistress Rhea is the third of the intellectual triad. Hence also Socrates in the Cratylus at one time ascends from Jupiter to Saturn, and conjoins the two kingdoms; but at another time he proceeds from Jupiter to Neptune and Pluto, and unfolds this one ruling triad; just as in the Gorgias he weaves together the Saturnian and Jovian order, when he says that there is one and the same law in both. He co-arranges therefore the second and more partial Jupiter with Pluto, according to the apparent correction of the prior law, and the distribution of the second laws. And thus much may suffice concerning these particulars. Footnote to Chapter 10. The following observations were written in the margin of the manuscript copy of this work of Proclus by some scholiast or commentator. For end and that which is perfected, and the possession of beginning, middles, and end, first subsist in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods; and on this account figure also there presents itself to the view. This triad therefore, in the whole assimilative series, is analogous to intelligibles and intellectuals, as having from them the beginning, middles, and end. For the Demiurgus produced this triad according to the similitude of the perfective triad, and connected the straight and the circular with motion. For to bound in a direct path, and to proceed circularly, are definitive of motion, as was said by Proclus in the chapter prior to this. And as this triad has these properties from intelligibles and intellectuals, thus also the whole series of assimilative Gods possess them from this triad. Hence this triad of partial demiurgi is analogous to the intelligible and intellectual fathers, i.e. to the perfective power. Chapter 10. It now remains that we should begin to speak about these three fathers, following the mystic narrations of Plato, since all of them are suspended from the demiurgic monad, and present themselves to our view as the second in rank after it. These three leaders, therefore, of wholes and rulers are emitted indeed from the intellectual fathers, and are divided according to them, but they are unfolded into light in all the partible orders of the Gods. For among the rulers they are allotted the first order, and are analogous to the intelligible and intellectual fathers in the whole assimilative series, and having made a second progression in the liberated Gods, they rule over the universe. Together also with the mundane Gods, they give completion to the apparent order of things being allotted in one way an essence in the heavens, but in another way distributing the total parts in the sublunary region, but everywhere energizing paternally and demiurgically, expanding the one fabrication and adapting it to parts. With respect, however, to the allotment and distribution of them, in the first place, if you please, it is according to the whole universe, the first of them producing essences, the second lives and generations, and the third administering formal divisions, and the first indeed establishing in the one demiurgus all things that thence proceed, but the second calling all things into progression, and the third converting all things to itself. In the second place, the allotment and division of them are according to the parts of the universe. For the first of them adorns the inerratic sphere, and the circulation of it. But the second governs the planetary region, and perfects the multiform, efficacious, and prolific motions in it. And the last administers the sublunary region, and intellectually perfects the terrestrial world. Again, in the third place, we may survey, in that which is generated, these three demiurgic progressions, since Timaeus also here makes mention of the offspring of Saturn. Jupiter, therefore, administers the summit of generated natures, and governs the spheres of fire and air. But Neptune all variously moves the middle and very mutable elements, and is the inspective guardian of every moist essence which is beheld in air and water. And Pluto providentially attends to the earth, and to everything in the earth. Hence also he is called terrestrial Jupiter. In the fourth place, therefore, in the whole of generation, Jupiter indeed is allotted the summits and the parts which are raised above others, in which also are the allotments of happy souls, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, because they then live under Jupiter beyond generation. But Neptune is allotted cavities and cavernous places, with which generation, motion, and the incursion of concussions are conversant. Hence they call this God the Earth Shaker. And Pluto is allotted the places under the earth, various streams, Tartarus itself, and in short, the places in which souls are judged and punished. Whence also of souls themselves they say that such of them as have not yet proceeded into generation, but abide in the intelligible, are Jovian, but that such as are conversant with generation are arranged under Neptune, and that such as are purified and punished after generation, and wander under the earth according to a journey of 1,000 years, or which are again converted and led back to their principle, are perfected under Pluto. In the fifth place, therefore, we must say that the allotments of these divinities are divided according to the centres of the universe, and Jupiter indeed has the eastern centre, as being allotted an order analogous to fire, but Neptune the middle centre, which pertains to vivification, and according to which especially generation enjoys celestial natures, and Pluto the western centre, since we say that the west is coordinate to earth, as being nocturnal, and the cause of the unapparent. For shadow is from earth, and earth is the privation of light from west to east. In short, according to every division of the world, we admit that the first and most leading parts are Jovian, but we say that the middle parts pertain to the kingdom of Neptune, and we consider the last parts as belonging to the empire of Pluto. Chapter 11. Through these things, therefore, the triad of the ruling fathers has been celebrated by us. Let us, however, survey another order in this progression, prolific and vivific, and which is delivered by Plato in a divinely inspired manner. For the proximate decrements and generations from all the intellectual fathers are unfolded into light in the assimilative Gods. For here the partible progressions exist of things which there subsist uniformly, since it is lawful for progeny which everywhere are allotted an order inferior to their causes, to give multitude to the monads, and to multiply the stable hypostases of them, and to render the energies of the simplicity, which is in first natures, more composite. As therefore, from the paternal monad, Saturn, a triad subsists of ruling demiurgi, thus also from the vivific fountain, Rhea, which is allotted the middle centre in the intellectual Gods, the vivific order of the assimilative Gods is emitted. And here also there is a triad connectedly contained by one monad, since the paternal triad also subsists according to one perfect intellect, and was, as we have said, monadic. After the same manner, therefore, the triad, which is the supplier of life, is monadic, being indeed full of prolific power, and full of undefiled perfection. It likewise participates of the whole vivification, and through the rivers of life fills all secondary natures with generative goods, and produces the vivific light into the unenvying and exuberant participation of subordinate essences. And it converts indeed all things to itself, but is present to all things, and imparts to them its own appropriate powers. It likewise pervades from on high as far as to the last parts of the world, but everywhere preserves the union of itself, unmingled with its participants. And it embosoms indeed the generative, perfect, and beneficent light of the demiurgic monad, but weaves together with the third father, Pluto, the order of life, and co-arranges the boundaries of wholes in a becoming manner. In short, it extends itself from the middle to all the genera of rulers, both the first and the last, and together with them indeed it perfects all secondary natures, and co-arranges that which is generative with the demiurgos. In addition to these things also, it illuminates all things with an analogous power, and connects the undefiled with the convertive peculiarity. For stable power pertains indeed to the demiurgic genera, but undefiled purity to the elevating genera. Plato, therefore, in the same manner as Orpheus, calls this triad by one name, but in a certain respect he also indicates the multitude of the powers it contains. For all the theology of the Greeks denominates the second vivification choric, it est, virginal, and conjoins it with the whole vivific fountain. Plato also says that it has its hypostasis from this fountain, and energizes together with it. For effects are never divulsed from the providence of their causes, but wanderings indeed and investigations belong to the powers that energize providentially, just as participations according to periods pertain to the subjects of providential energy. The divine cause, however, of a partible life, id est Proserpine, conjoins herself from eternity with the whole vivific fountain, id est with Ceres, which theologists call the mother of the ruling goddess. And Plato everywhere conjoins Proserpine with Ceres, and he pre-establishes indeed the latter as a generative cause, but he celebrates the former as being filled from the latter, and filling secondary natures. Since, however, the choric order is twofold, one indeed shining forth above the world, where it is also co-arranged with Jupiter, and constitutes with him the one demiurgus of partible natures, id est Bacchus, but the other, and which is secondary, shining forth in the world, where also it is said to be ravished by Pluto, and to animate the extremities of the universe, which are under the administration of Pluto. This being the case, Plato perfectly unfolds to us both these, at one time indeed conjoining Proserpine with Ceres, but at another with Pluto, and evincing that she is the wife of this god. For the rumour of theologists who delivered to us the most holy mysteries in Eleusis says that above indeed Proserpine abides in the dwellings of her mother, which her mother had fabricated in inaccessible places, exempt from the universe, but that beneath she governs terrestrial concerns in conjunction with Pluto, rules over the recesses of the earth, extends life to the extremities of the universe, and imparts soul to things which are of themselves inanimate and dead. Where also you may wonder that Proserpine associates with Jupiter indeed and Pluto, the former, as fables say, violating, but the latter ravishing the goddess, but is not connected with Neptune. For he alone of the sons of Saturn is not conjoined with Proserpine. The reason, however, of this is that Neptune, possessing the middle centre in the triad, is allotted a vivific dignity and power, and is characterized according to this. From himself, therefore, he has the vivific cause, animates the whole of his proper allotment, and fills it with middle life from his own peculiarity. For Pluto indeed is the supplier of wisdom and intellect to souls according to Socrates in the Quartiles, but Jupiter is the cause of existence to beings, as the father of the triad. Proserpine, therefore, being co-arranged with the extremes, and prior to the world, with Jupiter indeed paternally, but in the world with Pluto, according to the beneficent will of the father. In the former case she is said to be violated by Jupiter, but in the latter to be ravished by Pluto, in order that the first and last of fabrications may participate of vivification. For as the whole fountain of life, Rhea, being conjoined with the whole, according to one impartible cause, illuminates all things with life, thus also Proserpine, weaving in conjunction with the leaders of the universe things first, middle, and last, illuminates them with the vivification of herself. Moreover, we may know from Plato through these signs the union of the whole triad, since denominating it Chori, id est a virgin, or Proserpine, he celebrates it with Ceres. But again, we must survey where it is that he indicates the division of the triad. For there are three monads in it, and one of them is arranged as being the highest according to Hyparxis, but another is arranged according to the power which is definitive of life, and another according to vivific intellect. And theologists indeed are accustomed to call the first of these choric, i. e. virginal Diana, but the second Proserpine, and the third choric Minerva. I speak, however, of the authors of the Grecian theology, since among the barbarians, i. e. the Chaldeans, the same things are manifested through other names. For they indeed call the first monad Hecate, but the middle monad soul, and the third virtue. Since therefore these things are made known to us after this manner by the names of the Greeks, Plato indeed indicates the order of choric Minerva by denominating Minerva mistress, celebrating her as Chori, asserting that she is the cause of the whole of virtue, and calling her the lover of wisdom, and the lover of war, and also Ethanoe, as being intelligence in manners. For all these names sufficiently represent to us her intellectual and ruling nature, and that power of her which promptly supplies the whole of virtue. But in the same dialogue he indicates the order of Proserpine, celebrating her as Pherepata, and employing this name, which is likewise used by all other theologists. These things he manifests in the Cratylus, where he unfolds the truth concealed in the name of Pherepata, and in the same dialogue he indicates the order of Diana by calling her skillful in virtue. For it is evident that the whole triad, being united to itself, the first monad of the triad unically comprehends the third, the third is converted to the first, and the middle has a power extending to both. There are, therefore, these three vivific monads, videre licet, Diana, Proserpine, and our mistress, Minerva. And the first of these indeed is the summit of the whole triad, and which also converts to herself the third. But the second is a power vivific of wholes, and the third is a divine and undefiled intellect, comprehending in one, in a ruling manner, total virtues. Timaeus, therefore, manifests this, calling the third monad, Minerva, philosophic, as being full of intellectual knowledge and true wisdom, but philopolemic, as the cause of undefiled power, and the inspective guardian of the whole of fortitude. And again, the Athenian guest calls her Chori, as being a virgin, and as purifying from all conversion to externals. If, however, you are willing, we will survey the triad of Chori, from what is said in the Cratylus concerning Pherepata. She is called therefore wisdom, and is said to come into contact with that which is generated and borne along. She also produces fear in those that hear her name, and excites astonishment in the multitude. With respect to the appellation of wisdom, therefore, it is evident that it is a sign of the characteristic property of Minerva, and the summit of virtue. For if in us all the sciences are the first of the virtues, how is it possible that wisdom should not be rightly denominated the first effective cause of all the virtues? And if philosophy pertains to her so far as she is wisdom, and immaterial intelligence, but not because she is indigent of wisdom, for no one of the gods, says Diotima, philosophizes. On this account, therefore, she is not indigent of wisdom, and the intellectual good of the ruling order entirely pertains to her. But to come into contact with that which is borne along, and with generation, will in a particular manner be adapted to soul. For it is soul that knows everything which is generated, and continually communicates with it. She likewise in a certain respect comes entirely into contact with that which is borne along. Moreover, the incommensurability of Pherephatta with multitude, and the terror and astonishment which she excites, are indicative of the power in her which is exempt from all things, which is unapparent to the many and unknown. For the barbarians also, i.e. the Chaldeans, call the Goddess who is the leader of this triad dire and terrible. Hence Plato does not more clearly indicate these things to us about this mighty Goddess than the barbarians, but he announces names adapted to the theology concerning her. To the Chori, therefore, that is beneath, and that associates with Pluto, all the above mentioned particulars are inherent according to participation, and as some one might say, according to similitude to the total Chori. But they are inherent in the ruling Chori, according to the first hypostasis, and in reality these three Goddesses are consubsistent. As likewise the whole vivific deity comprehends in herself the fountains of virtue and soul, which the Demiurgus also imparts to the world, causing it to subsist perfectly. Thus too, this deity, Chori, possessing the primary cause of all the partible forms of life, possesses likewise the principle of souls and of the virtues, and on this account the ascent to partial souls, such as ours, is through similitude, and virtue is a similitude to the Gods. Hence also the form of each of these, I mean of virtue and soul, presubsist in the assimilative Gods, since likewise the immortality of souls is inferred by Socrates from their similitude to divinity. If therefore they are allotted immortality essentially, it is indeed necessary that the cause which assimilates them to divinity should primarily be in the Gods, for they are assimilated to their fountain, but they participate of similitude from the assimilative causes. Hence in these, the cause of such an immortality of souls as this shines forth. On this account also, Socrates, arguing from similitude, says it is fit that souls should govern and despotically rule over bodies, since they are allotted the power of governing and despotically ruling from the same cause from which they derive their similitude to divinity. The one cause itself, therefore, of all the partible forms of life pre-exists in the assimilative rulers. But one whole and impartible virtue exists prior to all the virtues which afford a similitude to a divine nature, and neither is the essential similitude of souls, nor the similitude of virtue derived from any other source than that of these rulers and principles. Since, however, there are, as we have said, triple monads in Chori, and one indeed establishes all things in itself, but another leads all things into generation, for it belongs to soul to generate, and another converts all things to itself, for this is the illustrious work of virtue. And since all things are perfectly prearranged in Chori, this being the case, the monad which associates with Pluto participates indeed in a certain respect of the extremes, but is particularly allotted its progression according to the middle. Hence also it is called Proserpine, because it comes into contact, as we have observed, with generation and things which are borne along. For the unmingled and the virginal were adapted to the extremes, but mixture and a contact with generated natures are adapted to the middle, which rejoices in progressions and multiplications. This ravishment, therefore, of Chori is indeed perfectly established in Proserpine, but she also imparts herself and the vivification proceeding from herself to the last of things. Hence, likewise, Socrates in the Cratylus co-arranges Proserpine with Pluto, but everywhere ranks total Chori with Ceres, and comprehends her in the name of Chori. The power, however, which proceeds from her to the realms beneath, he comprehends in the name of Proserpine. For the psychical nature is in this power essentially, but the remaining things are in it, as we have said, according to representation, and not primarily. And thus much concerning the vivific triad, since Plato has delivered to us but few auxiliaries about it, from which, as from firestones rubbed against each other, it is possible to enkindle the light of truth. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 to 13 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. In the third place, let us discuss the elevating among the ruling gods, and the triad which converts all things to their principle. For since there are three intellectual monads, as we have said, which are prearranged in the gods prior to these, three triads of the ruling gods proceed conformably to those monads. The paternal triad, indeed, conformably to the first intellectual monad. Whence also they are called the sons of Saturn, and are said to have divided the kingdom of their father. But the vivific triad conformably to the middle monad. Whence also we are accustomed to co-arrange Chori with Ceres, as with a precedaneous cause, and the convertive triad conformably to the third monad. Hence, likewise, we establish the peculiar cause of this triad in the Demiurgos. For all the triads of the ruling gods are suspended from the demiurgic monad, and the progression to all of them is from this. One of them, however, he constitutes in conjunction with his father, another in conjunction with the vivific goddess, and another from the fountain in himself. For in the all-perfect Demiurgos there are many fountains, which exist prior to all the second and third generations. For there the fountain of ideas subsists, according to which he adorns the universe, fashions the several particulars in it with forms and reasons, and arranges and leads them into bound and morphe. For the fountain of souls, likewise, and the fountain of all the intellectual gods which proceed from him are there. For he possesses a royal soul, and a royal intellect according to the power of cause, as Socrates says in the Philebus. For there also the fontal son subsists. Hence Timaeus, after the generation of the seven bodies, and their position into total circulations, says that the Demiurgos enkindled that light which we now call the sun in the second of the revolutions from the earth, as affording an hypostasis to the sun from his own essence. For that which enkindles the whole sun produces it, and constitutes that which is enkindled. The Demiurgos, therefore, possessing and comprehending in himself the solar fountain, generates likewise in conjunction with the principles and rulers of wholes, solar powers, and the triad of solar gods, through which all things are elevated, perfected, and filled with intellectual goods, from one monad indeed, participating unpolluted light and intelligible harmony, but from the remaining two, efficacious power, acme, and demiurgic perfection. How, therefore, does Plato deliver to us these divine orders, and where does he indicate concerning them? Here, then, he comprehends the whole triad through one name, in the same manner as he does the triad prior to it. And as there he manifests the whole genus of the vivific principles by the name of chori, so likewise in these he denominates the whole triad Apolloniacal. But he indicates the multitude in this triad by the many powers of this God. In the first place, therefore, let us survey how Plato, in the same manner as Orpheus, considers the sun to be in a certain respect the same as Apollo, and how he venerates the communion of these gods. For Orpheus clearly says that the sun is the same with Apollo, and asserts this, as I may say, through the whole of his poetry. But the Athenian guest indicates this through the union of these divinities, constructing a common temple to Apollo and the sun, and at one time making mention of both, but at another of one only, in consequence of their subsisting according to one union. But he says as follows, quote, "Every year after the conversions of the sun from summer to winter, it is requisite that the whole city should assemble in the temple common to the sun and Apollo, consecrating 3 of the citizens to the god." In these words, therefore, speaking in common about both these divinities, that it is fit there should be a temple of Apollo and the sun, into which it is necessary the whole city should assemble, after the summer solstice, he discourses in what follows about both, as if they were one, adding that 3 of the citizens should be consecrated to the god, thus recurring from the division to the union of both. But elsewhere he latently indicates the communion of them with each other. And again, in what follows, at one time he says that the citizens consecrated to the god should offer common firstfruits to the sun and Apollo, but at another to the sun alone, in consequence of Apollo being in the sun. According to Plato, therefore, there is a kindred conjunction of these divinities, a communion of powers, and an ineffable union. Socrates also, in the Crotylus, proposing to discover the essence of Apollo from his appellation, ascends to the simplicity of his hyparxis, to his power of unfolding truth into light, and to his intellect, which is the cause of knowledge, thus sufficiently indicating to us the unmultiplied, simple, and uniform nature of the god. But in the 6th book of the Republic, arranging the sun analogous to the good, and sensible light to the light proceeding from the good, to the intelligible, and calling the light which is present to the intelligible from the good, truth, connecting likewise intellect and the intelligible with each other, he evidently collects together these 2 series, I mean the Apolloniacal and the solar. For each of these is analogous to the good. But sensible light and intellectual truth are analogous to superessential light, and these 3 lights are successive to each other, videre licet, the divine, the intellectual, and sensible light, the last indeed pervading to sensibles from the visible sun, but the second extending from Apollo to intellectuals, and the first from the good to intelligibles. Again, therefore, these Gods are demonstrated to be connascent with each other according to their analogy to the good. But together with union, they have also a separation adapted to them. Hence, by poets inspired by Phoebus, the different generative causes and fountains of them are celebrated, from which, being allotted their hypostasis, they are separated from each other. But they are likewise celebrated by these poets as mutually connascent and united, and are praised by the appellations of each other. For the sun vehemently rejoices to be celebrated in hymns as Apollo; and Apollo, when he is invoked as the sun, benevolently causes the light of truth to shine forth. If therefore the hyparxes of these divinities are united to and subsist together with each other, but many powers of Apollo are delivered to us by Plato himself, and are happily allotted an appropriate theory, it is certainly proper to collect from these by a reasoning process the solar progressions. But I say these things looking to Socrates in the Crotylus, and his conceptions through images which are there delivered of the Apolloniacal powers. For the name of this God, being one, unfolds all his powers to the lovers of the contemplation of truth. This, therefore, is a very illustrious indication of the Apolloniacal peculiarity, videre licet, to collect multitude into one, to comprehend number in unity, to produce many things from one, and through intellectual simplicity to convolve to himself all the variety of secondary natures, and by one hyparxis to unite in one multiform essences and powers. This, Socrates says, happens to the name Apollo, it being sufficient to signify in one the various and different powers of the God, so that receiving his last image, and the most obscure representation from him, it is assimilated to his unific and collective hyparxis, and contributes to our recollection of the Apolloniacal peculiarity. This one name, therefore, possesses occultly many indications of the powers of the God, and by this simplicity indeed, which is exempt from multitude, the truth which the God through prophecy unfolds to secondary natures is presented to our view. For the simple is the same with the true, but by the representation in his name of dissolution and liberation, the purifying and undefiled nature of the God is signified, and also his power which is the saviour of wholes. By his emission of arrows, his power is indicated which is subversive of every thing inordinate, confused and incommensurate, through a cause which is the source of the ejaculation of arrows. And by his revolution, the harmonious motion of wholes, and the symphony which coalesces in itself and binds all things are indicated. Referring, therefore, these four powers of the God to forms adapted to the powers, we may thus accommodate them to the solar monads. Hence, the first of these monads is enunciative of truth and the intellectual light which subsists occultly in the Gods themselves. But the second is subversive of everything confused and exterminative of all disorder. And the third renders all things commensurate and friendly to each other through harmonic reasons. An undefiled, however, and most pure cause presides over these monads, illuminating all things with perfection, and a subsistence according to nature, and expelling the contraries to these. Of the solar triad, therefore, the first monad indeed unfolds intellectual light and announces it to all secondary natures, fills all things with total truth, and elevates them to the intellect of the Gods. And this, we say, is the employment of the prophetic power of Apollo, videre licet, to lead forth into light the truth comprehended in divine natures, and to perfect that which is unknown to secondary natures. But the second and third monads emit efficacious and demiurgic acme, in order to the production of wholes, and perfect energy, according to which they adorn indeed everything sensible, but exterminate the inordinate and indefinite from the universe. And one of these monads is analogous to the production in wholes through music, and to the harmonious providence of things that are moved. But another is analogous to the power which is subversive of all disorder, and of the confusion and tumult which are contrary to form, and to the arrangement of wholes. And the remaining monad, which supplies all things with an envying and exuberant communication of what is beautiful, which extends the beneficial, and imparts true blessedness, closes indeed the solar principles, but guards its triple progression. In a similar manner also it illuminates ascending natures with the perfect and intellectual measure of a happy life, presiding in the sun analogous to the purifying and Poionian powers of the king Apollo. From what is written likewise in the Republic concerning the sun, we may be able to collect the same things by a reasoning process. For Socrates there gives to it a transcendency exempt from everything generated, and says that it is established above things which are borne along in a sensible nature, just as the good is perfectly exempt from intelligibles. He likewise says that the sun generates sense, that which is sensible, and generated natures, just as the good produces essence and true being, and is antecedently the cause of intellect and intelligibles. If therefore this sensible world is generated, and generation, as Timaeus says, and a divine generated nature, as it is asserted in the Republic, but the sun is beyond generation, as Socrates affirms, and in short is allotted an essence different from sensibles, it is perfectly evident that it is allotted a supermundane order in the world, and exhibits an unbegotten transcendency in generated natures, and an intellectual dignity in sensibles. Hence Timaeus also delivers a twofold progression of the sun from the Demiurgos, one indeed being co-arranged with the other planets, but the other exempt, supernatural and unknown. For the Demiurgos, when producing the seven bodies of the planets, and placing them in their proper circulations, at the same time constitutes the sun with the other planets, arranging the moon the first from the earth, but the sun in the second circulation, and after these he enkindles a light in the solar sphere, similar to none of the others. Nor does he receive this light from the subject matter, but himself produces and generates it from himself, and extends, as it were, from certain addita to mundane natures a symbol of intellectual essences, and unfolds to the universe that which is arcane in the Gods that are above the world. Hence also the sun, when he first appeared, astonished the mundane Gods, and all of them were desirous to dance round him, and to be filled with his light. This world likewise is beautiful and solar form. As we have said, therefore, from the fabrication of the universe in the Timaeus, the sun is demonstrated to possess this order beyond sensibles, and to be allotted an essence above everything which is generated. But everything in the world receives from him perfection and essence. Hence also Socrates in the Republic calls the sun the offspring of the good, the demiurgos of a generated nature, and the author of all mundane light. These things therefore we must likewise understand analogously about the ruling order of the God, for they are thence communicated to this visible sun, and on this account here also the sun is allotted an exempt transcendency with respect to the Gods in the world, because he possesses a presidineous hypostasis among the leaders and rulers of wholes. Farther still, in those Gods likewise, the first effective cause of light subsists, generating those supermundane and intellectual rays through which souls and all the more excellent genera obtain an elevating progression. With these Gods also there is the demiurgic duad, which produces both simple and composite natures, those that are of a more ruling, and those that are of an inferior order. And in short, this demiurgic duad governs the twofold coordinations of the world. Hence those who are wise in divine concerns call this primary cause of light and the demiurgic duad hands, as being efficacious, motive, and fabricative of wholes. But they establish them to be twofold, the one indeed being dexter, but the other sinister, which things also Timaeus admits to be primarily in the celestial periods, and says that this division is derived from the first demiurgos. If therefore the demiurgic monad constituted the solar order prior to the world, why is it wonderful that in that order he should establish this division according to the right and left? For Socrates also calls the motive powers of the Parsi hands, and says that the eldest of the three moves the universe with both her hands, so that we must not refuse to transfer the name of hands to divine concerns. Moreover, will not likewise the last of the solar principles, according to Plato, be that from which the interpreters of divine concerns say a happy life and unpolluted fruits are derived to wholes, since he calls the sun the offspring of the good, and this essentially pertains to it? For it is evident that as the good extends felicity to all beings, thus also the sun extends to mundane natures measures of felicity adapted to each, and gives completion to this through similitudes and a tendency to the whole demiurgos. Hence also, I think, felicity is said to consist in an assimilation to divinity, and felicity pertains to all the Gods in the world according to the one ruling cause of them. For thence perfection and blessedness flow upon all things. Chapter 13. And thus much, following Plato, we have collected by a reasoning process concerning these particulars. We shall add, however, to what has been said, the theory pertaining to the unpolluted Gods among the ruling divinities. For Plato also gives us an opportunity of mentioning these, since it is necessary that the rulers and leaders of wholes should subsist analogous to the intellectual kings, though they make their progression in conjunction with division and a separation into parts. For as they imitate the paternal, generative, and convertive powers of the intellectual kings, thus also it is necessary that they should receive the immutable monads in themselves according to the ruling peculiarity, and establish over their own progressions secondary causes of a guardian characteristic. And the mystic tradition indeed of Orpheus makes mention of these more clearly. But Plato, being persuaded by the mysteries, and by what is performed in them, indicates concerning these unpolluted Gods. And in the laws, indeed, he reminds us of the inflation of the pipe by the Corybantes, which represses every inordinate and tumultuous motion. But in the Euthydemus, he makes mention of the collocation on a throne, which is performed in the Corybantic mysteries, just as in other dialogues he makes mention of the Curetic order, speaking of the armed sports of the Curetes. For they are said to surround and to dance round the Demiurgus of holes, when he was unfolded into light from Rhea. In the intellectual gods, therefore, the first Curetic order is allotted its hypostasis, but the order of the Corybantes, which precedes Cory, id est Proserpine, and guards her on all sides, as the Theology says, is analogous to the Curetes in the intellectual order. If, however, you are willing to speak according to Platonic custom, because these divinities preside over purity and preserve the Curetic order undefiled, and also preserve immutability in their generations and stability in their progressions into the worlds, on this account they were called Corybantes. For ta koron is everywhere significant of purity, as Socrates says in the Cratylus. Since also you may say that our mistress, Cory, was no otherwise denominated than from purity and an unpolluted life. But in consequence of her alliance to this order, she produces twofold guardian triads, one indeed in conjunction with her father, but the other herself by and from herself, imitating in this respect the whole vivific goddess, for she constitutes the first Curetes. Everywhere, therefore, the guardian and undefiled order is thus denominated by the Grecian theology. Above, however, it is more simple and impartible, but beneath, among the ruling gods, it presents itself to the view with division and variety. Hence the Corybantes require the Minerval monad, and in a particular manner they are in want of the third Minerval monad, which unites their progression, sustains their armed motion, and in short converts them to their proper principles. Moreover, this number, the triad, is adapted to these guardian powers, as being perfect and uniformly comprehending the beginning, middle, and end of secondary natures. For everything which guards hastens on all sides to comprehend that which is guarded. The triad also preserves the essences, powers, and energies of secondary natures firm and unmoved. In the intellectual gods, indeed, the three unpolluted monads were divided about the three fathers, but here the triad is said to guard Cory on all sides, since she also has pre-established triple monads in herself, as we before observed. All these monads, therefore, are preserved immutable through the guardianship of the unpolluted gods, both in abiding and proceeding. And what else besides this guardian genus of gods is fit to be coarranged with prolific powers? For this coarrangement is necessary in order that these guardian deities may sustain all the progressions of these powers, and the multiplications in their generations, and may manifestly render their motions immutably established in themselves. And on this account indeed the gods fill all things with themselves, and generate all things, and do not depart from anything, either of first or last natures. But by being in themselves, they are present to all things, and filling themselves, they fill all secondary natures. And neither does their inflexibility remain unprolific, nor does their fecundity receive anything from subordinate natures, but prolific abundance and immutable power are in them connascently conjoined. These things have been briefly asserted concerning the undefiled deity, who is co-arranged with the ruling gods, both by Plato and the Grecian theologists. End of chapter 13.